1-0 touchdown. It's not. Happy New Year. Go. Just say all of the words that people yell in unison. Hi guys, what's up? Michari Silver, welcome. Alex, welcome. It has been a while, hasn't it? Happy New Year. I don't know. I was just like, what do people say after counting down? I think they say Happy New Year. It's World Cup season. Go! You're right. I think there's a clip from like the ancient times when I first started streaming of me just like fully holding my like, I think I got to like 75% of my lung capacity of like how long I was able to hold that. Ties, tea and biscuits, happy 35 streak. I'm back from ad jail. Yes, welcome back from ad jail. I started running ads during waiting room while like, first of all, nobody's here. Second of all, it disables my pre-rolls. So for like an hour. So what I'm trying to remember to do is, okay, I'm gonna do that right now. Set a 1 hour alarm so then we can take another 3-minute break, run another 3-minute ads, and disable another hour of pre-rolls. If you're unfamiliar with how Twitch ads work, they force you, like every channel's forced to have pre-rolls. Pre-roll ads, like if you ever click into a Twitch stream that you're not subscribed to, right, and you're like immediately hit with ads, that's what pre-roll ads are. They're horrific, honestly. I don't think Twitch understands how much they're shooting themselves in the foot with that, but they do it. And the only way around it is to like intentionally run ads so that pre-roll ads are disabled. They like basically hold a gun to your head and they're like, run ads, bitch. So I know it's so badly. I hate it. Whatever, Twitch. Whatever. But it's okay. As long as we are free from ad jail, on time for the stream. That's the goal with lining it up with waiting room. So I think it'll work out. Yes, welcome back from ad jail. Today we're finishing, or hoping, I don't actually know how much is left of the visual novel, but I'm hoping to finish The Last Winter Night today. It's a visual novel that we have been reading through for 2 streams now. Yeah, this is the 3rd stream. And the previous 2 are about 2 hours each. I'm actually not sure I'm going to be able to finish it today because the Steam reviews were like, oh, it took me about 6 hours to play this. And they're not like streaming it or reading it out loud, and it's not voiced. So when you're silently reading something, it goes a lot faster. So I might need another 2 streams after this even, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I would ambitiously like to get as far as I can today and just see. Because last time I feel like we hit a really major turning point in like the plot. I guess I should try to recap. Let me think about this. Last time on The Last Winter Night, or let's say up until now. Why am I getting texted? People don't text me. Oh. Sorry, I'm just gonna read this to you. Lol, my friend is a fan of yours watching your live stream right now. Call them out. Call them out, Michelle. Who is it? That's hilarious. Anyways, last 2 streams, you start the visual novel waking up in the body of a suit of armor. Like there's no body, it's just a suit of armor. You're like Al from Full Metal Alchemist. And then wait, that's a photo. I'm not showing that to you guys. That's incredible. Oh my god, I'm saving this photo. That's so good. Why are you watching a stream while you're out? Like you're like out hanging out with people and you have my stream on your phone? Oh, brother. I'm very honored. Chatting in real time through SMS through your friend who's not watching is very funny. Okay, I hope you enjoy the stream. Thank you for putting me on your phone while you're out on the town. Jesus Christ. Where was I? Oh, you awaken in you awaken in the body of a suit of armor, and with no memories of like who you are. You know you died and came back, but you don't know like who and why and how. And you're just like a suit of armor in a castle, and then through exploration, you eventually like slowly start to figure out that you were like a knight serving the master of this castle and also his bastard son. You have a half sister who you are deeply loyal to. Eventually you like switch POVs to that sister, and like there's strong insinuation when you're in the suit of armor POV that like it's not an easy relationship. Like I think obviously if you're the unrecognized bastard son of a lord, there are some complicated feelings involved even if you genuinely love your sister. So it's like pretty clear in the first part that it's like a kind of a tense, complicated vibe. And then in the second part, because you're playing from the POV of the sister and she's like not really clued in on some of that tension, we find out towards the end of that second part, or at least my second stream of it, that like probably, I don't know, probably it's not as simple as the knight being like loyal till death to his sister and his liege. So we'll see how it goes. We were talking about AX and then we mentioned you because I was talking about how my main reason for original wanting to go was to see you IRL, and she was like, oh, you mean like my personal friend? Wait, Alex, you're also friends with Michelle? Wait, that's crazy. Alex is one of the like longest running regulars in this chat. You're telling me this whole time we've been like 1 degree of separation apart. That's so fucking funny. The world is so small. Aren't you guys really your same event team? Oh, you guys are like so far away too. Like across the world. That's wild. Damn, Alex, I know what you look like now. Because Michelle just fully doxed you. I just like have a photo of you. I just saved a photo of you to my phone. Oh my god, that's actually so funny. You already knew before, did I? I think I forgot. Oh, we took a photo. We did! I don't know if I knew that was you, did I? Was it when Michelle and I were at AX? Like 3 years ago now, I think? From last year? Off Kai? Fan of me? I actually see Michelle pretty often. Crazy coincidence, Lay, exactly. I feel like it was a long, I do remember like a video call situation. I think it was maybe even 3 years ago. Alex, you've been here a while. Afternoon, Stinkerino. Matt, long time no see. How are you? My friends called me when I was at work. Oh, that's really cute. I'm deeply enjoying this. Not coincidence necessarily, but just, shall we call it a closeness? An unexpected unexpected proximity. All right. Let me. Is it just Nameless and Leia YouTube chat? I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. Okay, cool. It's good to have you both in there. Hello, York, doing good. Working on a Zuko cosplay for AX. Oh my god, so many people are going to AX. So many incredible guests are going to AX. I feel a little bit of FOMO, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad once you've been hazed into AX enough times to like basically lose all of your FOMO for that godforsaken event. Anyway, Fart McButtface, always good to have you. Always fun to read your username out loud. I just did a quick recap of the last 2 streams in this visual novel. A little burp, sorry. Excuse me. And we're going to proceed. The major turning point from the end of last stream was that the knight that we were playing as in the beginning has like a wife that he's clearly somewhat estranged from in some way, but they like have strong feelings for each other. They're just going through a rough patch. Not super clear exactly what it was. The only thing she has said, his wife has said, is that he when push came to shove, he chose his like loyalty to his, I guess, his nation over his wife, and she didn't like that very much, which is understandable, but also you're married to a knight. Like, it's complicated. She's also a knight. And she's hot! We love a lady knight in this house. So, where we left off was they were having like a really tense conversation that the knight's sister overheard, where he was like, I would choose you over my sister. And she went like, you know, like crashed out. So that's where we're at. Me and Michelle will now go on the subway. Bye-bye. Thanks for stopping by, Alex. Oh, Ty, thank you for the Hydrate Redeem. Cheers. Toy Fairy AX is a hazing experience. It is. I've officially reached the point where I refuse to go to AX unless I'm being paid to be there. And since I'm no longer a relevant enough content creator, I no longer get opportunities to be paid to be at AX. I think if I were still a regular like Star Rail or maybe ZZZ content creator, Hoyo might want me there. But at this point, I might have shit talked Genshin enough that they don't want it from me. Yeah, I don't. I don't think I'm in their like good kid list anymore. If that makes sense. And then there was another game that I won't name. But there was another game that's kind of launching soon that actually looked really cool. I was really excited that I was talking to about maybe going to AX for them. But they did that thing where the moment I quoted rates, they were like, oof, legit. And I was like, I understand. But I also refuse to go to AX for anything lower than this. So thank you for considering. I want to go at some point because of the guests. They have the mangaka of Cherry Magic coming this year. Oh, the Cherry Magic mangaka's going. That's actually really exciting. For me, it's the Witch Hat. Obviously, I'm predictable like that. Yeah, Kamome Shirahama Sensei is going to be there. As is, I always forget his name. Keyfree's voice actor who also voices Riddle Rose Hearts, who also voices like a bajillion other people. There's a K in his name. Hanae Natsuki. Hanae Natsuki is gonna be there, as is. There's another VA I really love two other VAs I really love. Hayami Saori is gonna be there. Not at Witch Hat things, obviously, but for other things. And Uchi's gonna be there. So the VA list this year is insane. And I was really excited for the Witch Hat one because they're gonna, I feel like AX very wisely chose not to put them in a panel room, and they're gonna be in the fucking Peacock Theater instead, which is like just a big ass, it's like where the Genshin concert, like the orchestra was in this Peacock Theater. Huge. And they were like, instead of a normal panel room, we're gonna give Shirahama Sensei like the whole theater. And I think that's very wise. AX is evil. I went once and hated it. They keep putting in stuff I like. Yeah, and then they always like wait until the last minute to announce, which like I understand that's kind of how the timelines work out. Like I get it. I know they're not doing it to be evil, but like that's how it feels to me. It feels like a personal attack. To be like, I'm not going to AX this year because fuck AX. And then in May to find out that in less than 2 months, Kamome Shirahama Sensei is gonna be at Anime Expo. Fuck you, man. Hoyo has a special memory of the Genshin girl still. I think I have been altogether too blunt about my opinions. Which, like, was a risk I very consciously undertook. Let's put it that way. When I came back to streaming seriously, guys, I'll talk about this more in like a proper announcement stream, but I decided it wasn't going to work. Like streaming seriously wasn't going to work for me unless I refused to compromise on like literally any of my authenticity. It's not necessarily that I compromised it, but I was willing to like soften my phrasing a little bit if it meant smoothing the waters to maintain relationships with some of these gaming companies. And like, I just can't do that. I can't do that anymore. Like, not even the tiniest bit of compromise. I can't do it anymore. Absolutely the fuck not. It's like go hard or go home for me at this point. So if this doesn't work out, that's fine. I don't care. I refuse. Like, if the condition of it working out is that I have to, not like I never sold out, right? But if the condition is that I have to literally compromise even like, let's say, I'm not gonna say 0%, right? So like, let's say 3%. If I have to compromise even 3% of my personal boundaries when it comes to authentic expression of my genuine opinions and thoughts, No. I'd rather go get a job doing, I don't know, what's like the most like accessible. It's hard to get any kind of a job nowadays, so it's hard to say, but probably like, I don't know, a cashier job somewhere. Like I'd literally rather do that. So fuck it. As a viewer, that's better for us, which is so appreciated. I'm glad. A lot of viewers don't agree. The number of times I've had people mad at me for like shitting on the writing in Genshin for like, to be fair, it's like events that they loved or whatever. Like they thought it was good writing, and that's fine. It's a subjective opinion, but like they didn't like my opinion and they were angry about it. I was like, okay, that's on you, dude. You don't have to be here. Like you can leave. I didn't ask you to be here. Anyway, I think people need to remember the block button exists. You know what I mean? Like, I use it very liberally. I don't know if people have noticed. It's always hard to have to read between the lines of, is this creator just saying this for the bag? Yeah, precisely. Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's a really blurry line, right? Because a lot of creators are... like a lot of bias is extremely subconscious. And so you might be biased towards like forgiving certain things that you might not otherwise have if you know that like this company holds the purse strings on your next sponsorship. And that's how you pay the bills. Like I feel like it's important to acknowledge that these are biases that can go unnoticed in a lot of our like conscious psyche. Like maybe these are games I wouldn't play if they were not literally paying me to play them, if that makes sense. So Warhammer novels, will this be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Ninjash, do we disagree on so much media that this would you're like, this is my final straw? Ghost in the Latte, welcome. I read the stream dates wrong at 4 p.m. Oh, no worries, Agina. I'm glad you could make it. Well, I don't even know how to pronounce that name, Cheese Pants. Okay, well, we have yapped actually much longer than I expected us to. I'm sorry. I forgot to take my Adderall. I was going to take Adderall today, 1:30 p.m. Should I do it, guys? 1:30 p.m. My experimentation was going to start 1 p.m., so I'm only 30 minutes late. I feel like that's okay. I feel like, and okay, part of the experiment is like I don't think I've ever been medicated for stream. Is that correct? So I'm just curious if it'll be different. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it live. You guys are going to watch me pop that blue pill. Let me grab it. It's literally right outside. Okay. I have to be careful not to dox myself. Because my like full ass name and shit. Here. Adderall. Fully censored Adderall bottle. For those of you who don't know, I used to be prescribed Adderall. I have now been re-prescribed Adderall. And the reason I wasn't prescribed Adderall in between is because I was trying a lot of other things, including Concerta, which is also stimulant, and then guanfacine, which is not, and then Wellbutrin, which is also not. I decided I didn't like stimulants. And then my psychiatrist made a really interesting point, which is, well, you're unemployed, or rather self-employed now. So wouldn't it be worth trying Adderall again because you want something you don't have to take every day? Like, I specifically have been looking for something I could take as needed with like really minimal side effects. And most of those others had side effects that were like not okay. Not at all. I thought I had to go to the ER on Wellbutrin. It was that bad. So she was like, try Adderall again. I was like, okay, doc. So thankfully, I have plenty of experience with Adderall, having taken it for several months, many years ago now. It was a 5 milligram pill. I was gonna ramp up on 2.5. The doctor hilariously didn't even give me an amount. Like, her prescribed amount was unclear. She was like, you got this. I was like, okay, well, I'll start at 5 and ramp up. She was like, sounds great. She's like, you've been here before. I was like, okay, doc. So I'm just gonna go with 5. Since getting re-prescribed this, that's only my second dose so far. So I took it once 2 days ago out of curiosity to see if it might help me with like an afternoon of cosplay work. And to be honest, like, yeah, I locked in, but I was gonna lock in on the cosplay work anyway. If anything, I think I overshot because I was on Adderall. Like, I was definitely gonna spend probably at least 6 hours that afternoon working on cosplay. It's pretty easy for me to lock in when I have like a fun show on the side. I'm just hand sewing, right? It's just a time consuming thing. And I think it's easy to enter like a flow state / hyperfixation when you have ADHD and there's a task you actually enjoy doing. But I took it just to see. And the result was, instead of sewing 1 to 7 p.m., which was my plan, I sewed from 1 to 10 p.m. And then I looked at the clock, and at that point I was like, oh, in this entire time, I haven't used the restroom, I haven't drunk water, and I haven't had dinner, which is like not good. So, Sephora was meowing. 1 second. Okay. You're so annoying. That wasn't great. Yeah, it's how Adderall goes. If you're unfamiliar with how these kinds of medications go, that's literally you're just literally too locked in. And like, hyperfixation is already a problem for a lot of people with ADHD. It is for me. You're literally so loud, Sapporo. Do you want to come sit with me? You want to come sit with me? You want to come sit here? Yeah? Are you coming? Yeah, hello. Hi. Hi, baby. Hi. My webcam is anchored down. I can't just pick it up and show you guys. Let me see if I can pull her tail up enough. Can you see the tip? Nope. Nope. So, Pro, can you put your tail right here? Nope. This summoned your cat. Did your cat hear meowing? I just choked on my own spit. I'm gonna die. I drink some water. Okay. Anyway, all that is to say, I just popped 5 milligrams of amphetamines live on stream. But I was curious. Another hypothesis I was testing is that I think if I do a 1 p.m. dosage, it'll help me overcome my afternoon slump problems. And also, hopefully, the crash will hit right as I'm supposed to go to bed anyway. So we'll see. Okay. That's my minified version of the Adderall rant, because I could go for half an hour just discussing medication, if not 2 hours. Let's play the game, guys. I, like, 5 minutes ago was like, oh, we gotta go play, and then didn't switch us over. I am trying to speak more quietly because I'm hoping Sapporo won't leave me. Sometimes if I speak too loud, she goes away, and it makes me sad. Orf Dakan, happy 20 stream streak! Wow! Okay, are you guys ready? Let me, as always, let me know if there's any audio issues. Oh, I guess I might have to yell, because we're in an emotional moment in the story. I think I had it slightly decreased in volume. Okay, what's my last? June 6th, 11:52 versus 12:15. I guess this one? Oh, we ended right as we came back to the present. So it was like a flashback to your sister's POV and then back to yourself. Lucy, I know the art is really nice. It's a huge reason I was like, oh, not to judge a visual novel by its cover, but this looks beautiful. Okay. Let me see if I can give you guys a quick... Okay, so now that we are back in the knight's POV, you are a lost soul drifted away from the sunless sea. You're on the cusp of remembering yourself and all that led you here. You must retrace the steps you took. You need to remember. Okay, lock in, guys. We're gonna get comfy. We're gonna get creepy. Okay. Okay. You're in the Great Hall, on your gauntlets, and I forgot how to pronounce this. Right after I said lock in, and then I immediately lock out. Why can't I hear it?
Pauline.
Pauline. Okay. Cool. You're in the Great Hall, on your gauntlets and Paulines, when you return to the present again. Knees, guys, it means knees. It means knees. Okay. I remember now. When we left his POV and went to the sisters, it was in the like blood-soaked banquet hall, right? The big twist I didn't recap to you guys was that right as we cut back, it was like the sister was hosting like a big event. They were in the banquet hall together, and then she was expecting like the first prince to come. And the first prince does eventually come, but like suspiciously late. And then our knight character jumps in front of her and goes like, "Who are you? Like, you're not the prince." And it turns out it's like the prince's sister, or rather a prince that he had slain from the enemy nation. That slain prince's sister come to avenge him. Okay. I remember who I was, who I wasn't. I wasn't the traitor. I wasn't the one who caused this. No, that's a damned lie. It was still my fault. It was my fault for letting them walk in. My fault for not being careful. My fault for believing that nothing could go wrong. Again, I know Twitch is always like a little slow. I'm sorry, Twitch is a little faster. YouTube's a little slow. My fault for only holding petty things that never mattered in my foolish heart. You stagger up, leaning onto a table for support. Yep, it's all blood, Lucy. Your gauntlets claw into the stained cloth. The edge of the wood clangs against your cuisses. What was our queer ass counter at? Like 15? You trudge back through the hall in heavy, crooked steps, over the tiles you once traversed long ago, while remnants of memory stab through your plates. Shrieks and chaos. A spiked morning star bludgeoning a nobleman's skull, his blood painting the wall behind him. Another cleaved by an axe, dead before he can scream. A woman's dress drenched in crimson, her starched collar dyed red from the wound in her neck. Somebody shouts an order. Knights rush into the fray. But they're outnumbered. More men pour into the hall, no longer pretending to be royal soldiers. The knights are unprepared. Some don't even carry weapons. This was a day for games and jousts, mock battles and friendly duels. Not this. Familiar voices tear at you like nails. Take Lynn. Get her away. Stay alive. Ugh. You remember where you fled to next. Somewhere twisting and cold where the darkness envelops your footsteps. Where stone upon stone upon stone seemed to swallow you whole. Where something happened. But there's also clearly... Oh my god, YouTube is lagging. Why? Why is YouTube lagging? Am I forgetting something? Did I forget to leave a VC again? Why is YouTube always randomly lagging? It's so annoying. Okay, hold on. I don't know why. Stream health. It just says good. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, YouTube's been having this issue for a while now. The thread tugs on you. Oh, I was gonna say is that when we were originally in the suit of armor and we didn't have a very clear memory of like who we were, what happened, why this place is covered in blood, etc. The knight comes to believe that like he's at fault for a lot of this. And there's also a lot of quotes like his disagreement with his former commander, and also like one line from his sister that keeps like going in his head of like, you're not my brother, that I think reinforces that belief. And so now the new question is what were those, like, why did they hate him like that? Like, what did he do if it wasn't this bloody banquet situation? Keeps pausing a buffer every minute. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why. It's so annoying. It like currently it says it's fine, but now it says excellent, stream is healthy. All right. The thread tugs on you. You do not resist its pull. And so you retreat to where your memories lie. Ooh, do we get to go POV, but like before in the knight's vision now? Linseed. I don't know who this is. I don't need to go back there. Oh, I should have clicked more. Okay, that's fine. To where your memories lie. Edgar's treasures. You dig your finger plates through the pile. It holds pebbles, old coins. Oh my god, Edgar was using the suit of armor as like a storage space. That's actually really cute. Edgar's the family raven, guys. It holds pebbles, old coins, spare jewelry you'd once lost, and a single ring. It's a small, blackened band that once shone silver, set with tiny blue stones in the shape of a flax flower. You pocket it silently. You don't know why, but it's yours to keep all the same. Sorry, Rusty. Oh, you remembered its name. It's a miracle these are still hanging. Ravens. There was a time when I wished I could change my house's symbol, my forebears be damned. But traditions are principle to power. I knew that plenty well. So I swallowed my resentment and bore it with a noble's pride. My wife. I hate remembering that there was a time when I did care about her. Oh, I thought you what changed? I thought even at the end of the last portion he still did. What was her name? No, it doesn't matter. She was like something Lightner. We got her last name, not her name. Okay. Odd. Was this always broken? It'll only slow me down to carry a staff. I don't need this. Okay. Didn't I cover the hatch with crates earlier? Ooh, wait, you're right. Who moved it? Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Why is this room a mess now? No, that memory must have shaken me up so badly I'm losing my senses. Oh no, YouTube stream health looks bad again. Oh god. Why? Oh no. Can a spirit go mad? You tell me. After a moment of hesitation, you warily lift the hatch door. Then you descend the steps once more. I don't want to go. It's too dark. Who's speaking? Oh. Enough, Lind. Your brother is risking his life to fight off a mad woman who wants you dead. If you don't care about saving your own neck, at least care about what he's sacrificing for you. I'm willing to sacrifice Lynn. You scream as the knightess grabs you and forces you down the staircase with her. Tears dribble down your cheek. Dust makes you cough as your cries fill the empty air. It's the most useless thing you can do. We're definitely back in Lynn's POV. Not princess, the Marchioness. No. But here it's the only thing you can do. Blank carries a lantern in the hand she's not using to hold you. Its faint light is all that keeps the crushing dark at bay. You've hated the dark since you were a child. You made every excuse you could to stay up at night, crying, asking for another story or one more round of chess, all so you wouldn't have to be alone in your bed where the shadows crept around you. She and your brother would look at each other and sigh before he inevitably carried you back to your room, whether or not you were asleep. You know how foolish you're being. Hi, Severus. I was having troubles in the early morning. Yeah, I think it has to be a YouTube problem. If like Twitch is not stuttering and only YouTube is, then I feel like that's pretty clear who's at fault. The castle above is full of murderers who want to kill you, so why in the world are you afraid of this right now? Tristan, you think. If he gets hurt, he'll never play chess with you or read to you again. Up ahead, the path splits into two. Blank pauses to think for only a moment before she leads you down the right turn. You try to control your breathing. Your face is wet and your eyes burn now, but at the very least you've stopped sobbing. You steal a glance at Blink and are surprised to see not a warrior's resolute face, but a woman struggling to hold back her own tears. Blink, take Lind. Get her away from here. Stay alive. I love you. Brother, don't! The words tug at your heart the way barbs tug at flesh. They're another reminder that you'll never be as important to him as another fork in the path ahead. The knightess stops again, then drags you down the left corridor. I'm sorry, Nameless. You don't know when these tunnels were made. You didn't know they existed until one day your father sat you down and told you if the castle was ever sieged and enemies broke in, both were bad, but one was worse. Then the two of you would escape through a hidden passage. Tristan will come with us too, right? You asked. A knight has to stay and defend, Lind, he replied. You cried when you heard that. You didn't ever want to leave your brother behind. But here you are, running away, with her instead. You notice your pace has become less frantic. Blank still holds your arm, but it's clear she doesn't expect you to run. Her firm grip on you is as much to keep her grounded as it is to stop you from falling behind. She slows down to a walk. You're grateful for the chance to catch your breath, but without the rapid sound of metal on stone, the silence screams. You're afraid that everything in the darkness, in the shadows, in your own mind, will crush you. Up ahead, a final fork. Right. Right, left, right, guys. The knightess slows down considerably now. She raises her lantern high, sweeping its light over the wall, searching for something as you walk. Her gauntlet digs uncomfortably into your arm as she mutters beneath her breath. What are you doing? Be quiet. You do as you're told. Your gaze follows the light, looking anywhere but the dark. Your dress is stained in blood. You only notice when she swings the lantern low. Immediately, visions of the Great Hall flood your mind. A woman screaming as a knight buries his sword in her back, the face of a man with his skull caved in, the laughter of that thing masquerading as the prince. You double over, trying not to retch. Keep it together, Blink mutters. You bite your lip before you can scream or cry. The taste of iron blooms on your tongue. Minutes tick by in the dark. The sick feeling in your stomach twists and gnaws at you with every passing second. Your heart leaps at every flickering shadow from the lantern as your companion searches what seems like every single blasted stone on the wall. You stand by helplessly all the while. Damn it, we must have taken the wrong turn. She grabs your arm and roughly pulls you back down the passage you came from. You cry out and resist, refusing to be dragged around again like a doll. What are you doing? Getting you out of here! How? We've been down here for spirits know how long and I don't see an exit. Lind, just shut up and follow me. Shut up? No, you shut up! You wield your words like the sword you wish you held now in your hands. You drive them like a spiked point. You scream them with every ounce of fear and anguish bottled in your heart. I hate you. I wish I didn't have to be here with you. Lind, I wish you were gone. I wish Tristan were here instead. I wish you were never here at all. I wish you never stole him from me. Lind, we don't have time for this. Be quiet unless what? Unless you want to end up murdered like your father, you stupid girl. You pull yourself free from her grip and jerk away. Murdered? Father died of illness. Clearly not. What did you mean? Nothing. I didn't. Answer me. Be quiet, Lind. Lightner, I order you to answer me. Oh, shoot. You order me? You're just like your father. You'll call us family when it's convenient for you, but you've never truly thought of us that way. You wish Tristan were here instead? I wish he were here instead. I wish I were helping him escape and live instead of leaving him behind to protect an ignorant, spoiled brat like you. How dare you? You're a horrid, ungrateful... What do I have to be grateful for? Should I be grateful to live under the roof of the men who abused me since I was a child? Grateful to be made a knight so I could bleed out on a battlefield on that pig's orders? Grateful to watch the person I love, his own son, be treated like dirt beneath his heel? You're lying. Tristan loved father. You know nothing about your brother or about me, my lady. So, you killed Papa? In cold blood? Just like that? How could you? A true knight would never... A true knight exists only in fairy tales. Do you feel nothing? I regret nothing. No. The only thing I truly regret is that I didn't make him suffer through it. A poison that took him while he slept was more than he ever deserved. You can't mean that. Tell me you're lying. Why shouldn't I do the same to you? With you gone, Tristan will finally be free. With you gone, this cursed house won't exist anymore. I could say that Ostara did it, that one of their knights followed us, that I couldn't protect you in time. You can't. You wouldn't dare. If I die, then my brother would inherit everything. My title, my castle, whatever's left of it after today. And that's even if he's still alive after. You shake yourself, then bunch up your fingers into a fist against your side. They brush something heavy resting in your pocket. You should definitely do an audiobook. If any of you guys ever write a book, hit me up. My title, protector of my title, protector of Leaf, the dagger. It lies still in its sheath, nestled in silk. Oh my God, are you gonna? Are you gonna stab your sister-in-law through her plate armor? Okay. This thing's about to get messy, guys. Okay. It lies still in its sheath, nestled in silk. Beautiful and deadly sharp. You look up at the knightess, wrestling with her own demons. I mean, it's kill or be killed at this moment, to be fair. As she comes to a decision, you must make one yourself. Oh, well, that's certainly a save point. I am convinced that if we take this option that we die here. But I don't know how significant of a difference it makes on the ending, actually. Because no matter what, they're probably both dying here, you know? But it's about, like, if/when... No matter what we choose here, Lightner dies, probably. In order for that line afterwards that we kept getting haunted by when we were playing, what's his face? The knight? I forgot his name. Where Lind is in his head saying, "You're not my brother. My brother's a hero." So Lind's alive then, and not his wife. And then he, like, avenges her. Okay, well, let's see. Not trained to fight. Oh, actually, she has combat training from her brother. That's, like, written in. Okay, let's try the first option. Can you, though? Has Blink ever listened to you? Have you ever listened to her? She's a veteran knight. You've never been in a real fight before. The element of surprise is your only advantage. So there were times previously where when it was grayed out, I couldn't click it. But then last time there were grayed out boxes that I could click. So I should still click carefully. Let's put faith in family. Nope, can't click it. Chance to get rid of her for good. Nope, can't click that either. It's like the two extremes I can't click. But the two more balanced ones I can. Let's try. All right, it's your hide. Come to your senses. I'm afraid my path has never been clearer. You'll be branded a traitor. You'll be burned alive just like your parents. Fitting, isn't it, that the girl your father saved from the pyre would send him to his own. I never wanted to do this. I knew my life was in his palm. If it was me alone, I could have borne it. But not when I had to watch Tristan suffer too, years after Spirit's forsaken year. He'll never forgive you if you hurt me. I resigned myself already to spending the remainder of my days without him. Don't worry, Lind. You'll be with your mother soon. Your brother will be a just ruler. Your people won't suffer. I'll make it quick. I promise. As the knightess steadies herself and reaches for her blade, you know there will be no further chances. The beautiful dagger weighs like a stone in your pocket. This is self-defense. What other choice do you have? Oh, cute! Every time they give me a sibling image, I'm just like, oh! Except now it's like a lot more intense. Okay. Do I hold it like this? No, you grip it in reverse, like this. See? Then when you strike, you bear your palm on the pommel for more force. I'm sorry, Lind. I truly am. You don't answer. You take a deep breath. And then you pull the dagger out of its sheath and drive it towards her neck. Everything that happens next is a blur. Yeah, you try to stab her either way. Yeah. So I think my judgment earlier of like no matter what, she ends up dead, like the knightess ends up dead, was correct, it looks like. You only manage it because you're lucky, because she's distracted, because in the dark she can't see you reach into your pocket, because she doesn't know you have a weapon at all. You're lucky. Because if you had struck half an inch lower, the blade would simply glance off her gorget and leave you with a bruised wrist. But it doesn't. The nimble point slips just between steel and finds flesh. You hear a scream. When you pull the dagger away, its tip is coated in red. That's gotta be your own scream, right? She falls. You stagger, trying not to do the same. The heavy claymore drops to the floor with a clang. She sputters something garbled. Perhaps you do too. You stand over her, death still, waiting. Or perhaps you're numbed by fear. But you didn't strike hard enough. She's still breathing. Oh God, don't make me do it again. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter that you don't have the strength to penetrate the mail of her collar, to stab deep enough to leave a fatal cut. Like the feeble, useless thing you are. Not when that much pressure at the base of the windpipe can collapse any grown adult. You lucky girl. So you grip the dagger in front of you, your whole body shaking as she struggles to breathe. Can I click this? I cannot. All right, I can't do this. You lower the blood-tipped blade. It nearly slips from your fingers. What's going on? Caught in the act. A voice thunders in the dark. A shape approaches. Two. You hadn't even heard them coming. You'd swear it was an illusion the way they coalesce from the dark. But the shadows cast from a flickering lantern and the steady sound of footsteps only draw nearer. Tristan and Sir Dethard? They're safe. But how? You see the commander following in step behind your brother, their shadows reaching you first. The younger knight's silver hair gleams brighter than his blood-stained armor as he comes close and then stops. Brother. Blank? He ignores you and heads straight for the crumpled form of his wife. Blank. It's so awkward having no name to say here. Are you all right? Ugh. A dark trickle stains her gorget. He tears off a piece of his sash and wads it tightly under the plate. Gauntlet shaking, he cradles her face. It's pale white in the wavering lamplight. Damn it. We didn't survive the siege just so you could die here. After agonizing seconds pass, he turns to you. Ooh. Lynn. There's ice behind that single syllable. A cold like the wind on a winter night, steeped in something you have never heard before in his even, gentle voice. Hate. What did you do? I had to stop her. She tried to attack me. She murdered father. Don't be ridiculous, Lynn. Within a heartbeat, he storms up to you and rips the dagger out of your hands. Then he hurls it across the floor where it echoes into the dark. You cower. I'm not! She poisoned him! Sieglind, that's enough! Your father died of illness. He drank himself to his grave. He's your father, too! Why don't you ever acknowledge it? Why don't you care? Why won't you believe me? So this is how you repay Lord Sigmund? After everything he did for you? Oh my god, they're gonna fight, like, again? I mean, I guess that explains the other altercation, but fuck, dude. After he saved you from rotting in the streets like the maggots you are? That's enough. You think I'll let you get away with this? My lady, step aside. I will punish both these traitors properly. Commander, this is no time to start fighting amongst ourselves. You dare give orders to me, traitor? I was right not to let you go alone. I knew you didn't care about our ladyship's safety. Let go of your weapon now, Sir Dethard, unless you plan to die by it. Oh no, I'll show no mercy to the likes of you. Sigmund, forgive me, but I must send your ungrateful child to the grave with you. No, stop, don't. If you think I'm the same boy whose face you once split open, you're mistaken. Oh god. In a split second, both men are on their feet. The commander's hand flies to his hilt. Stop! Both of you stop! Is his name Diet Hard? I know, right? I had to like look it up how to pronounce it because my brain kept saying Die Hard and then Diet Hard. Your cries are drowned by the sound of swords drawn from their scabbards. The commander lunges first, his sword aimed at your brother's throat. The younger knight parries it with a heavy blow, arcing his blade off his opponent's into a riposte. The older man barely has time to block. The knights lock, cross guard against blade in a sudden contest of strength. Then the younger shifts, angles his hilt, and breaks off the deadlock with a wide cut as he steps elegantly into another stance. Then, with sword raised, he lunges. Lettuce-only regiment is crazy, Zil. Steel dances on steel in the dark. You've seen your brother spar before, with Sir Robin or the other knights, or with her. This is nothing like the training yard bouts you'd eagerly watch. Nothing like the playful matches he'd share with you. Nothing like the gentle guidance he'd offer as you stumbled through the attacks and stances with a dull training sword. In front of you is not your brother. In front of you is a cold, precise, and ruthless killer. More steel blur than man, attacking and attacking relentlessly as he drives his opponent back. He takes inch by inch, step by step. With each hit, he barely allows the older knight the chance to block before striking with another cut or thrust. You don't know how long you watch them. You don't know if you even close your eyes. You're sure that the moment you blink, one of them will be killed. Real duels sometimes last only seconds. There's no coming back from a mistake when your opponent wants you dead. The pair of knights dance in a blur, yet you swear you can see the sweat beading on Sir Dethard's brow as they trade blow after blow. Then your brother makes a misstep, leaving his right side, his blind side, open. The old knight wastes no time taking the chance to strike, only for the younger to faint at the last moment and skewer him beneath his pauldron. The old man screams and drops his weapon to the floor. Your brother slams him into the wall with a crunch that reverberates through the tunnels as the fallen sword clangs in tune. Then he presses his blade to the old knight's neck. Stop. Stop! You can't kill me! You need to protect the Marchioness! A coward like you never protected anything. Stop! Tristan, don't! A strangled scream fills the dark as his blade makes a clean cut through the commander's neck. He's still screaming, even as the blood fills his lungs and spurts from his body. Can you scream when someone cuts your jugular open like that? No, it's you who's screaming. Yeah, I figured. You only realize when you have to stop for breath. With a final, awful gurgling noise, the old man slumps against the wall, his blood coating your brother's sword. He sheaths it with its fuller crimson. He doesn't offer a prayer, doesn't offer a grain of remorse. Then he rushes to her side. You feel sick. You crumple to your knees. You ever think about how, like, stories like this, if somebody just had, like, a recording device, everything would be different? If she, like, recorded the confession. You've just seen your brother murder a man. Your father's friend, your own trusted advisor. In cold blood. All because he threatened her. Both of you are traitors. But he doesn't hear you. I'm here. Lind, she gasps. She's here too. I'm getting you both to safety. You shouldn't have. It's all right. He can't hurt you now. None of them can hurt you again. Lynn. You don't respond. The traitor pulls you up roughly. You yelp at the cold touch of his gauntlet on your arm. We need to move. Lord Heimdall rallied the knights against the Ostarians, but I don't know how long they can hold. We need to get you and the other nobles away. I'm not going anywhere with you. Sieglind. I don't know who you are anymore. You're not my brother. My brother is a hero who loves me and always protects me, not a monster like you. He would never hurt me or betray me like this. There's no anger in his eye when you look at him through tears. Exhaustion fills his features. Heaviness. Hurt. Good. I want him to feel all of it and worse. I'm not a hero, Lynn. But I swear as long as I'm alive, I will protect you. How? By protecting Papa's murderer? By harming everyone important to me? It's all your fault. All of it! If you hadn't slain the prince... He opens his mouth as if he has something to say, but bites his tongue. We have to go, Lynn. Now. No. Either you walk on your own 2 feet or I drag you out of here, he hisses. I almost choked on my own spit again, digging his gauntlet tighter into your arm. For a moment, you see not the man you knew as your brother, but the monster with the bloody fuller. His one cold eye gleaming like ice. Fine. Just let me go. Don't leave. I'm not. I'll go and get help. No, I can walk. Shh. All right. Bro's been stabbed in the throat and she can walk? That's actually impressive. Gently, he lifts her up. She leans against him with a pained cry, but stares ahead with a resolute look pasted over her pallid face. And so you and the traitors make slow progress through the tunnels. Lucy, like, die already, girl. Oh no. Oh no. It looks like YouTube stream has stabilized. If Nameless and August want to return there. It hasn't acted up in a hot minute. How is she alive? I agree. Okay, I'm realizing I'm getting a lot of window noise. I'm gonna close it. Sorry. She should have bled out by then. I guess, like, missed her windpipe, and it was mostly, like, maybe a blunt blow. If the angle wasn't right, it's possible that, like, just crushed her windpipe and slit, like, a minor vein or something. I remember now. This is where Sir Dieter died. Where you nearly stumble over your sabatons. Sabatons? Who knows? I remember how we fled. We found our way outside. That squire, Roan, saddled our horses, but our escape didn't go as planned. The knife didn't penetrate her under armor. Oh, but it got her, it got blood. It drew blood. Okay, please allow me a 1-minute ad break so I can disable pre-rolls again. Or maybe let's go for the full 3 minutes. Take a moment, stretch your legs. We'll be back in 3. Okay. How you holding up, YouTube chat? You guys don't get ads. I guess I could, huh? That's like an option. What does that look like? What does it do? I don't even know what that means. Okay. I'm gonna have a snacky. Exactly, Lucy. Yeah, I don't think she's... I don't think it's that it didn't penetrate her armor. I thought it did. Hold on, let me look. Oh, it doesn't go far back enough. My reading, which may be wrong, was that it was like bludgeoning her throat, but didn't actually stab. But it drew blood. It explicitly said that it slipped, like, if it had missed by a ½ inch, it would have hit armor, but it didn't. It, like, slipped between the armor was the description I remember reading. So, enjoy your bathroom break. Go piss, girl! I'm really not a sweets guy, but this mango cheese thing is so good. Fuck. Oh, let's have a tea break here, too. I feel like I'm not feeling the adderall, like, at all. Makes sense. 5 milligrams is a truly very low dosage. Between her plate, but then didn't penetrate the male. Oh, you're right. It slid between the plate, didn't penetrate the male, but it was enough, like, bludgeoning force against her windpipe. Right. I think you're right, Lobogum. Because probably any of the veins slit in this area would have been fatal. I gotta look into who did the soundtrack for this. I really like the piano. The girl wasn't able to deal another attack that would be able to penetrate under the armor, but the one she dealt was just in between. I think it was like the male that was underneath the plate couldn't be penetrated, but she got between the plate. That was my understanding. All right. 20 seconds left on the ad, guys. Almost there. Oh, that's nice. We should take midstream breaks more often. I've been streaming 5 years and I like have never taken a proper midstream break. I think even that one time I did like a 10-hour subathon. I don't believe I took a real break at any point in that. Okay. Welcome back from ad jail. Okay, here we go. Oh no, I'm chewing. I can't, here we go. She is bleeding though, so I'm guessing maybe the tip of the dagger was able to like do a sort of surface scrape, but nothing like super serious. All right. Welcome back. You're free. Welcome back. All right. But our escape didn't go as planned. You lurch forward, retracing old, haunted, and familiar steps. The end of the tunnel leads to nothing but a stone wall. Yet you've been in this darkness long enough to know the shape of its silence and its sound. Beyond the oppressive stone lies the faint whistle of winter wind. A single stone holds the key. You don't remember what shape or pattern you're supposed to look for. That knowledge was long lost even to your living memory. Even to your living memory. You shouldn't find it as easily as you do. But one stone block appears rougher than the others, chipped along its edges, almost jagged, as if damaged or weathered from constant use. You press your gauntlet to it and push as if possessed. Immediately, the stones groan and shift. Miraculously, the mechanism still moves after all these years. The wall slides away, slowly revealing an opening in a set of stairs. A blast of wind hits your helm and pulls at your cape. You wrap your hollow arms around you in a semblance of a shiver, a memory from a body you no longer possess. No longer shaped like the one you knew. You remember the breeze on a cold spring day with nary a cloud. How the sun shone so brightly on a place that would soon house nothing but death. Like a doll on a string, you reach for the thread of memory that tugs at you. Then climb up the steps. Is this a photo? The black stallion stamps his hooves, snorting impatiently. Shh, easy boy. Your master's going to take you for a ride, that's all. Roan pats his flank and continues to mutter softly to the towering beast your brother calls his steed. You rub your eyes. Why, hello! After the dark of the cellars, the outside world still feels impossibly bright. As soon as you stepped out of the staircase and took your first lungful of the cold spring air, he was already off, all but threatening you to stay put. You obeyed. Even if you wanted to run, where would you go? You crouched in silence against a worn, mossy wall, waiting. The seconds crawled by in agony. She didn't make a sound. The two of you kept at a distance, she pale and still, holding your brother's torn sash to her throat, while you kneeled in the dirt and buried your head in your arms. There, you shook uncontrollably. Like, she is a spoiled brat, but it's also, like, it's not like she hasn't literally had her life just threatened in, like, a bajillion different ways by a bunch of different people, and now has literally no one she can trust except maybe her brother, but she just heard her brother say, I would, like, betray Lynn for you. So, like, which of his promises is real? He says, I promise I'll always protect you, but then he also says, I would betray Lynn for you to his wife. Like, what is it? What's the truth? In the brightness and the quiet, you could scarcely believe that everything that happened in the last few hours was real. The scenes in your mind felt more like a nightmare or a passage from the Tales of the Mist. Your head felt heavy when you tried to think of it. Any of it. So you didn't. Shin, hello! You didn't relive the screams, the bodies falling around you. Sir Deathard slumped against the wall. You let your thoughts turn stark and vacant, your mind as blank as snow. You jumped at the sound of the footsteps, but it was only your brother, returned with a familiar figure. You turn your attention now to the ink-black horse stomping the ground and the low voices of the knight and squire in tense discussion. We can have her ride south to the capital. No, we need reinforcements first. We'll send her to Fort Scold. Through the forest? Won't that be dangerous? Ostara had to arrive from the southeast. There could be more soldiers waiting in that direction, but little chance they'd pursue her through the Boreal Wood. Wait, why are you acting like I'm to go alone? Your brother narrows his eyes. You're not going alone. Roan will accompany you. Sir. Is there a problem? I'm sorry, sir, but I can't. I need to look for Robin. I haven't seen him since before the fighting started. Roan. I know I'm disobeying an order. I'll take any punishment you see fit, but I can't just abandon my brother. Stop. Why can't you come instead? I thought you said I'm a monster to you. But you said you would still protect me. So why won't you? I can't leave while my comrades are here, while other people are fighting for their lives. I'm the reason the princess is here. I'm the one she wants. Like you said, it's all my fault. That isn't true, Sir Tristan. Oh, shit. Sir? How did you find this place? Are you hurt? The scarred form of the old general approaches you, his dark surcoat and cape shrouding him like the shadows he calmly steps out of. There are fresh tears in the heavy fabric. Dried blood coats his weathered armor. Oh, they're old war comrades, right? So he's trustworthy, I would hope? I would hope. Why are you here, General? Sir, the fighting, the banquet, what happened after I left? Tell me what happened first. Your wife, is she... live, she says weakly in reply. Sippy, welcome to class. Deadlifting 425. Congrats. Yeah, I know, Nameless, I agree. Why do I have a bad feeling? I think it's because he stepped out of the shadows. Like, whenever somebody does that in fiction, it's not a good sign. You clamp your mouth shut as your brother gives the old knight a brief summation of your flight through the tunnels. This is all a bad dream. I'll wake up soon, in my bed or in the solar. The Austerians have agreed to a temporary truce. That doesn't make any sense! How could you come to an agreement with that monster so quickly? The truce was on the condition that you, Tristan Greywall, agree to a duel with Cassia von Ost. If you win, Her Highness will release the hostages she's taken. And if I lose, or refuse, then their lives are forfeit and the fighting resumes. I see. Then it's settled. Lynn, you'll go on without me. What? No, Tristan, you can't! Roan will go with you, and that's final. Sir, I know you trust your squire, Sir Tristan, but the lady needs someone experienced to keep her safe. My knights can escort her. Roan can handle it, but an extra set of eyes would give me much peace of mind. Thank you, sir. Don't I have a say? You're leaving. I won't repeat myself. 20 stream streaks, Debbie! Congrats on the PR! Against your protesting cries, you're dragged to the waiting horses. He hauls you up onto Shadow's back right behind Rowan, as if he doesn't trust you to ride alone. You're forced to wrap your arms around the squire to keep your balance. Because of that, you can't reach out towards him as he walks away. Tristan. Her Highness needs your answer before the hour's up, Sir Tristan. Then let's go. She shuffles stiffly between them, leaning onto Heimdall for support. As for him, your brother spares one look at you, one glance, and mouths, be safe. You don't remember what expression he had on his face. Tristan! You shout again, yelping as the stallion whinnies and begins to move, carrying you away. The last you ever saw of him was his back turned to you, silver hair trailing behind him in the wind. Shane, 20 stream streak! In the weeks and years after that day, you reimagined that scene in your mind. A tearful farewell, your brother cradling you against his armor, saying all the words you wished he had spoken. A final wave goodbye as you galloped away into the distance. Why can't they just understand each other? You're so right. So real for that, Augenite. Sometimes you imagine snow swirling around you, other times deep fog or rain. But the truth was that the sun had shone on your back, that you had drained yourself dry of tears, and he had not turned around. Not even once. Ugh. As you climb up the steps, a blast of wind through the mouth of the tunnel nearly makes you stumble backwards down the flight of stairs. What a cacophony that would make. I remember everything now. That day was only the beginning of a life filled with wretched misery. It was the first time I had to defend myself, the first time I watched others die. It would not be my last brush with death, far from it. And out there is the last place I saw him alive. Him? 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 You walk through the entrance and, for the first time since you awakened, step into the world outside. Moonlight floods the shore of the living, reflecting off a sea of snow that lies in stark contrast to the pool of dark above. Gray clouds streak the sky while gray fog shrouds the distant horizon. You strain your helmet against your gorget as if you expect to see the same scene from so long ago. As if you'll spy the one you left and lost, growing smaller and smaller in the distance. As if you'll hear the words left unsaid. Damn it. He was a fool to the end, trusting the man who led him to his death. So we were right, you can't trust Heimdall? I never made it to the fort. I was ambushed by the knight sent to protect me and barely escaped unscathed. Oh my god, those were literally your brethren. Like maybe 20 minutes ago, you guys were like yapping and catching up together. All's fair in love and war, I guess. That makes sense. Can't fault them, really. Heimdall. Now I remember why that name rang familiar. Wait, but the earlier bit of text makes it seem like the Marchioness did make it out. Like, his sister didn't die. So even though Heimdall sent knights to go with her, he didn't kill her. So it was purely just a calculation that like the Marchioness has power and a title and this knight doesn't. And since everything hinges on this knight, they're just like, all right, fair trade-off. Doesn't matter if he's my brother. Even though the blood of the covenant runs thicker than the water of the womb. They're like, fuck the blood of the covenant, man. Okay. All right. Sure. So lost you are in your thoughts that you don't notice the shadow moving in the gray, nor the scraping of steel beneath the howling storm, nor the cold, cold breaths engulfed by the wind. You hear it before you see it. I had a bad feeling when he said he'd have extra knights go with them. Yeah, exactly. A crunch, crunch, and a creak, clink, like a warhorse trudging through driven snow. A clamor of steel and iron like the movements of a dozen knights, of armor that is not your own. Then a beam of moonlight shines on something, a broken piece of metal, bright as a mirror. I'm just checking stream health. YouTube looks healthy. And you see it. It's taller than a man, even on all fours, with long limbs and a coiled neck that resembled a corpse stretched and pulled apart. Its enormous mane, ragged and coarse, makes the thing appear twice its size. Lifeless gray flesh clings to its emaciated frame, growing taut around the jagged blades that pierce its body. Okay, now hear me out. This is the kind of description I was hoping to get about Capitano's face. When bro took his mask off, this is what I was asking for. That's it. You know, I don't feel like I was asking for that much. I just wanted, like, chunks of rotting flesh, like, degrading, exposing the gleaming white of pale bone under the, I don't know, the fucking shreds of skin. Like, fully improving that, and it was still better than what they gave me. What we got, yeah, we craved the decay. Exactly. Remnants of steel hang like a suggestion of armor off its haunches and shoulders. Its skin is the color of men you've seen left to freeze and die in the cold. What, is this like a revenant formed from the souls of the knights you killed and didn't lay to rest? Again. Oh. That looks kind of cool. Ooh. I like it. When two luminous eyes fall on you. Wait, they're the color of your sister's eyes, bro. Staring at you from the cracks of the crooked knight's visor it has for a face. One word forms in your mind. Revenant. My armor. Its cry is a choked gasp and the coarse scraping of iron teeth, but there was no mistaking the murderous fury in its sound. At last, you break free from the stupor you find yourself in and... do we run? Do we run? Do we attack? Do we stand? Okay, so there's run away, there's run through the tunnels, there's attack, and then there's stand there. This seems like another save point. Let's go out. As soon as you step out into the open, you realize what a foolish idea that is. You can barely move through the sea of snow. The wind buffets you in relentless waves, but the Revenant stands unbothered by the storm. Despite being larger and heavier than you, the creature is lightning fast. It's on you in seconds, pinning you down with a single strike of its metal claw. Iron should not tear iron. But suits of armor shouldn't spring to life and walk around either, you dimly think to yourself, as its claw sinks into you, leaving gashes in your queer ass like a knife through flesh. With the ease of a cat pinning a mouse under its paw, it drags you out into the frozen landscape. That's true, because in the flashback, Tristan never tells his sister how he dealt with the Revenant. In the scene that's like on the tapestry, like how did he do it? Unclear. You feel yourself sink into a sea of snow. Yeah, we need like a queer ass counter. Exactly, Saturn. It bleeds through the gaps in your armor and mail, filling your visor and flooding your vision with white. Yet still you struggle against the monster's weight. Ugh, I can't. I didn't come back here just to end up like this. I didn't go through the trouble of remembering everything about my sorry life just to get turned into a pile of rust by you. You thrash about violently, failing to impede the monster in any way as more snow smothers your visor. I won't let this be the end. I won't let you destroy it. I won't. I won't let you touch my brother's armor! You fooled me! We're not Tristan! It all makes sense. Then Tristan's the Revenant. Oh shit. Oh my god. Is Tristan dead? I think Tristan's the Revenant, and I think we've been playing as Lind this whole time. Because I was thinking earlier when Tristan was like past Tristan was fighting the commander, and he won. I was like, well, that's different from when the suit of armor was fighting the commander. And then the other thing I was thinking about, you were assuming the armor was Siglin the whole time. Oh my god. Lobogan has a bigger brain than the rest of us. I don't think I called that. I thought it was like a POV switch, but this makes so much more sense that like it wasn't a POV switch. It's just that we literally don't know who we are. We've respawned into the suit of armor. Tristan never wore this suit of armor, and like I was just led to believe it was probably Tristan coming back, but clearly that was the writer intention. I got. They got me. They really fucking got me. Damn, dude. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yes. Oh my god, I love a well-written twist. I just feel like maybe I was a little stupid to not see it coming, but I'm a little bit reassured that apparently only Lobogan called it, so it's not just me who didn't call it. Okay, my white balance is getting all waggy, so I'm gonna rekey it real quick. Jesus. Okay. Maybe it's because you missed the first stream. That's possible, Lobogan. You're right. Maybe it's because the first stream was the part where we were being led to assume that we were Tristan this whole time. Ghost trick twist, Victory. Okay. Cool. Really cool. Yeah, and then they kind of share similar memory gaps. Okay, cool. Okay, really cool. Okay, I'm sat. I'm locked in. I've already been locked in, but I'm even more locked in now. But the thing does not hear the resolute desires rattling around your empty helm, as if your pathetic display could move its unbeating heart. Around you, the storm goes still. The howling wind grows softer and softer, as if it's far away, not battering against your steel shell. As the snow falls in thick flakes around you, you cease to feel it. Any of it. Not the Revenant's impossibly sharp claws digging into your queer ass. Wait, you know what? That means that earlier on, when we were in the solar, like we spawned in for the first time, and there was a book in the solar, and then we opened it, and it was about like a knightess, and then I was like, I knew we weren't no man. And then I thought proven wrong. I was like, well, I guess I am a man, and my name is Tristan. And then we are a knightess. we're a woman's soul in a man's suit of armor, I guess. So we're some kind of gender fluid. Happy Pride! my god, we're literally like a woman's soul trapped in a man's body, guys. 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 Happy Pride. Where's my... Oh, shit. My trans pride flag is in the living room. But I have... Wait, no, shit. Where did all my pride flags go? I think I put them all in the living room. Shit. I used to keep my personal flags are over here before. Okay. Queer ass indeed. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. The Knights of Gender donning their queer asses. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. That wasn't very ASMR of me. Let's continue. Not your greaves or gauntlets lying still in the cold. Not one piece of your brother's beautiful black armor that sheltered you instead. Only darkness and silence. Oh, okay. First ending got so far. Claws of the Beast encounter something you can't run from. Oh, wait, it's an ending, but it's just continuing. 6 weeks ago. I was fully expecting to see the start menu. No? There's more? Okay. Castle Winter. Leaf. Year 298 Winter. Oh. No, this is the beginning. We got looped back to the beginning. Another day dies engulfed by the dark of winter. Is it different, though? The skies have been heavy with slate gray clouds and snow for the past, well, you've lost track of the days. It's not just your age. The waning months of the year have always muddied your sense of time. At least, that's what you tell yourself. You sigh. Sunlight is a luxury you'd trade no small amount from the treasury for. You wonder if you'll see another spring. At that thought, you ease yourself slowly from your seat by the window and stand up. There's no sense mulling over dour thoughts while you unpick your needlework for the umpteenth time. Oh, this is decidedly different from the beginning. Not when you can mull over dour thoughts while you take a turn about the room instead. Oh! Interesting! But we're like grayed out? Hold on. Where is this going? The armor I wore in my glory days? The Marchioness? Not that there was anything glorious about the youth I wasted on the battlefield. Indeed. When your fool of a husband... Yeah, the portrait. Wait, are we? Okay. I mean, I guess we're meant to assume that we are Tristan's wife now? Is that right? Either that or there was some family history stuff. Those are the two possibilities. A woman stepping up? Is everyone queer? You know, I don't believe so, actually. But we'll find out. You were ordered to defend and serve in his stead. To everyone's surprise, you succeeded at it. This armor was my reward for the slaughtering I did so well. But a collar is a collar, no matter how jeweled it may be. That's your fool of a husband, I assume, which would make you... Lightner? His portrait stares down at you in eternal sorrow. Of all the paintings of him you commissioned, this is the only one you kept from the world. The only one that captured the bitter melancholy of the scarred man he was. not the great hero you wanted him remembered as. It's hung there for decades as a reminder to you. Oh, wow, really early on in this game, I think we saw this, that like someone had painted like a really accurate description, an accurate portrait, and then it was so accurate that she had the artist like fired and humiliated or something. It's hung there for decades as a reminder to you to never let anyone get too close. Even family can and will betray you. Damn, so we're Leitner? Your years of fighting weren't long in the grand scheme of things. The lords, to put it simply, found it humiliating that a young woman would outshine them on the battlefield. As time passed, fewer and fewer women received knighthoods, and the title dame became quietly retired. Typical. You weren't upset by this. You encouraged it, rather. I wouldn't ever let someone like her wield a sword again while I still breathed. Who the fuck are we? Your tired eyes have difficulty reading the inscription beneath the frame. It doesn't matter. You know the words by heart. Sir Tristan Winter. This is Lind? Yeah, so Lind like became a knight? Or rather dame after? Knight of Leaf and hero of Leaf Thresser. I gave you our family name after your death. Would it have pleased you? Too little too late, my guy. You know the answer to that. You know whose name he would have preferred taking instead. Leitner? Your old armor shines almost as if freshly smithed. Your servants keep the feather-like plates polished even decades after you last wore it. When you took to the field in those yonder days, you appeared as a swan in a lake of blood. A veil with delicate stitches, decades old. You don't know why you've kept it all this time, why you bother to repair it now. Your marriage was brief and joyless, and the son you brought into the world was, well, to call him the greatest disappointment of your life wouldn't be far from the truth. Yikes! At least he managed to sire a son before charging headlong into a bloody demise. Yikes, 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 yikes. Just as you think about lighting another candle for some light, a knock sounds at the door. Come in. The boy with her eyes carefully enters the chamber, balancing a tray in his hands. The boy with her eyes. Who the fuck did you marry? Did Osteria take over? I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities. Grandmother, I've brought you some warm milk. You are my heir, Tristram. We've seen this scene already. We've seen this scene. I feel like all the generational timelines are collapsing and I'm getting really confused. You are my heir, Tristram, not a servant. Will you wait until I cross the sunlit sea before you act like it? He does not reply. He only sets the steaming cup down on the table, then quietly steps away. We've seen this scene, but not illustrated. It was, I think, just text on black. You sense him pause for a while, perhaps trying to muster the courage to utter something to you. Back when we thought we were still Tristan's POV. And the fact that she says Tristram and not Tristan also. We've never been in Tristan's POV. Not a single time. This game got me so good so many times. You sense him pause for a while, perhaps trying to muster the courage to utter something to you. You don't offer encouragement. You don't even turn to look at him. You could never stand seeing his face for long. A full minute passes before his soft footsteps finally trail to the doorway. Good night, Grandmother. What? You ignore the steaming cup and return to the window. Ghost white flakes fall against the empty sky outside. A half-devoured moon lingers in the gloom. You sit there watching that world of dark for a long while. She did not break the cycle. She did not. Until you drift into the void of your dreams. 3 horses thread through the forest, as swiftly as the riders allow. Rowan keeps shadow at a steady pace behind the knightess, Dame Tanya, who rides ahead, but not without effort. If you were aware of anything besides how terrified you are, you'd sense how tense your fellow rider is. Though the young squire has diligently tended to your brother's war steed, the two of them are uneasy as horse and rider. The stallion can sense both your fear and Rowan's distress. Only his training keeps him from bolting and tossing you both from the saddle. You squeeze your eyes shut and hold on tightly. From behind you, Sir Egbert calls for your party to stop. "What's wrong?" Rowan asks. Scotty's shoe is loose," he replies, motioning to his mare. "Can you have a look at it, Squire?" "Of course I'm still ordered around at a time like this." "Fine, I'm coming." You're forced to clamber inelegantly off the stallion's back so Rowan can dismount. Dame Tanya does the same without complaint. For how little she cared about biting her tongue back in the Great Hall. Before the massacre, before your life changed, she seems unbothered by the sudden delay. Both knights seem nervous. But your party did just flee from a massacre. You're in no state of mind to think that anything worse could still happen. "Oh, I'm sure it can." You breathe a sigh. You're already aching from the short ride. If anything, you're grateful for the chance to rest. Nameless That's exactly it. Numbly, you sink to your knees on the forest floor. You're beyond caring about your ruined dress at this point. You close your eyes. That's why, when you hear Shadow neighing in alarm, it's too late. You look up in time to see Sir Egbert standing with a dagger raised. You try to shout, but before the sound can leave your throat, he tackles Rowan to the ground and stabs the blade deep into the squire's back. A scream dies on the wind. Rowan, pinned down, gasps. Okay, so I was right. It was a massacre in the woods. Why? Dame Tanya draws her own dagger next, turning to you. Why are you doing this? You squeak, scrambling to your feet. The knightess answers by charging at you. She stops when, with a sharp neigh, Shadow rears and rushes towards her in a thundering coal-black blur. This is why I'm a horse truther, guys. This is why I never stop being a horse girl. Horse wood. The knightess has to scramble out of his path, cursing. Your brother's steed has no loyalty to you. You too have to dodge out of the way of the scallion's heft and hooves. Egbert, brandishing his bloody dagger, takes advantage of the chaos to run towards you, until Rowan grabs him by the leg with all the strength they have left. Happy Pride! Pulling the knight to the ground. Lind, run! You obey. You dart through the trees like a hare with 2 angry, bloodied wolves behind you. Don't let her run! It's your fault! Why didn't you tie the horses down? Focus! We can't fail, Lord... Ernust. Heimdall. He did this. Tristan is still at the castle with him. But it's yourself that you have to worry about now. The knights are gaining quickly. You dash past a thicket of trees, your legs burning. The branches give way to a clear view of the sky above. And rushing water below. A river lies in front of you. If you were still on horseback, you could leap across it. You remember that clearly. You remember judging the distance while your heartbeat pounded like a drum in your chest. You remember freezing as the knight's footsteps and shouts grew closer and closer behind you. That rapid river in your memories is a stream compared to the unending sea you see now in your dreams. Its waters stretch to the horizon, so dark they're indistinguishable from the weave of the night sky. Oh, Aya, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. You look down. You're clad in armor now. Once burnished steel covers you from gorget to sabaton, coated in rust, blood, and dirt. Thank you for the stretch, too. Like the girl in your memories, weak and hopelessly pursued, you take the leap. You fall, at once weightless and heavy, and plunge into waters cold, lightless, and deep. Do you know how hard it is to swim when you're wearing like a big-ass ball gown with like a shit ton of fabric? It's actually really, really heavy. That's how people drown. That's why when I had to take my swimming test for sailing class, they made us jump into the pool with a full like sweatshirt and sweatpants on. And then you had to tread water with the sweatshirt and sweatpants on first for a certain amount of time, after which you had to remove it while treading water and then tread another, I think, 3 minutes. Yeah. Castle Greywall Ruins, Leaf, winter, present. Elizabeth Swann from Pirates of the Caribbean. Yes, the other one is Ophelia. Ophelia famously drowns under the weight of her own skirts. In, which Which movie? Not movie. Which play? Which of the Shakespeare plays was it again? Fucking Macbeth or Hamlet? I always get the two confused. When you feel the cold touch of your shell around you again, you're sprawled on the floor like a heap of discarded metal. Hold on. It's bothering me. Ophelia is from Hamlet. It's Hamlet. Of course it's Hamlet. Okay. You stagger onto your pollines. I already forgot. And pull yourself up. Water survival test. Regular clothes and boots add so much weight. Yeah, boots especially. When the boots catch water in them. Ugh. Oh, God. I don't remember if we had to jump in with shoes on. It's possible. Thanks for looking that up. Yeah. Shakespeare spoiler. Okay, YY. Maybe go read Hamlet. Shit. I was going to read that eventually. It's okay. I think part of a lot of like Greek tragedies and also a lot of Shakespeare, it's more about the dramatic irony than it is about the surprise twists. Your body feels different now. Scrapes and scratches cover the surface of your steel skin. Your left couter is dented in an odd angle. Your cape and trimmings have tears in the fabric. You sound different when you move. The way your hauberk tinkles like its rings are falling out. The way the air flows through your queer ass. You look down. Your queer ass is rent with 3 wicked, jagged wounds that expose exactly how hollow you are. Oh my God, it's been a metaphor this whole time. The hollowness. Also, those 3 claw marks definitely look like what it was on the door of the banquet hall. Hamlet's been out for more than 2 years, so spoilers # not needed. Yeah, imagine spoilering the Odyssey. Oh my God. What was that guy's name again? Eurylochus? Yeah. Eurylochus dies. Dumbledore dies. Okay, I'm done. It was a Hollow Knight reference this whole time. The way the air flows through your queer ass is definitely a sentence. Ying, how could you? Oh, Agunite, thank you for reminding me. Yes, Polines. Not before the movie next month. Yeah, guys, Eurylochus dies. Actually, most of the crew dies. You know what? Everyone in the crew dies. The only one that makes it home is Odysseus. Eurylochus. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna stop. You brush your finger plates over the raw openings where the thick steel has been torn like paper. You shake as you do. More rings of your hauberk, exposed beneath your wounds, fall out and clatter onto the floor. You realize that you're shaking with anger. I let that thing touch this armor. This armor that was a gift for someone who was once the most precious person in the world to me. That beast, the Revenant, let you off rather lightly, all things considered. You're still in one piece. I remember the tales. Revenants are drawn to iron. All spirits are, but they devour it like the living consume food and water. Perhaps this one wasn't hungry. But when it finds you again, you know you won't be so lucky. Oh my god, it's actually nice to be able to narrate the armor with Siglin's voice instead of Tristan's, because Tristan's voice was like deeper in my register and it was like more tiring to keep up for a long period of time. Okay, Siglin's higher. Oh, that's perfect. Just wonderful. I'm still trapped here in a broken suit of armor, but now a metal-eating monster is lurking around the corner. What am I supposed to do? I can't fix anything now that I'm dead. I can't set right these wrongs. I don't know how to. That day, there was nothing I could do to stop Ostara, to convince my brother not to throw away his life, to save anyone, to stop any of it from happening. But what truly frustrates me is that I still don't have answers. I spent the rest of my miserable life pretending my older brother was a hero, honoring his name, hiding the fact he never held a shred of loyalty to my father or my house, but he held loyalty to you, and I think that was real. I think his loyalty to you was real, Siglin, and I think that matters. The blood of the covenant, but also the water of the womb. Or to me. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. But I never had the chance to ask him why. Why did he abandon me? Why was he so willing to throw away everything I gave him to run away with her? Everything you gave him? Come on, girl. Don't be delusional. What did you give him? Why was he so willing to never see me again? Why wasn't he the loyal knight he swore to be? Why did he trust a traitor to the kingdom? Why didn't he protect me? I wish... Damn it, I don't have time to stand around. You pause your tirade to do something slightly more sensible and examine your present circumstances. You did a quick check of your inventory. You still have your satchel, flint, and keys, but your candlestick is gone. You must have dropped it with the thing when the thing pounced on you. The piece of glass is now several pieces of glass. You toss those aside as well. You examine your own silver ring, then put it back in the satchel. It used to be loose on your own fingers, but looks comically small now in your hand, in your brother's gauntlet. The bottle is missing. Either it fell off your belt or was smashed apart when the creature dragged you here. You look around to determine where here is. Oh! I remember this place. This is the entry hall. That means I'm in the south wing of the castle. That thing dragged my body around the perimeter of the castle all the way to the entrance as if I weighed nothing. How can I stop it or harm it? Damn it, Tristan, of all the things you never told me, why did how to kill a revenant have to be one of them? But no matter how you wish otherwise, you wouldn't get an answer from someone who's already far beyond the sea. You shrug your pauldrons as another loose ring escapes your hauberk. You suppose you have little choice now but to explore your surroundings. What is the hauberk? Ah, okay, it's underneath. Cool. And what does the codex describe us as now? You are the ghost of Siglind von Winter. What did it say before? It never, I don't think this text ever confirmed that we are Tristan. You are trapped in your brother's suit of armor. You are searching for answers to the questions you could not ask him. May you uncover the truth. We hit an ending. We did hit an ending, but it just kind of kept going. We didn't restart. We didn't loop back. I didn't hit load on anything. We're just continuing past the ending, which I think is a statement. I think that's intended. Not telling you how to kill a revenant builds character. Yeah, exactly. It's called strict parenting. You suppose you have little choice now but to explore your surroundings. As long as I'm still here on the shore of the living, there must be something I can do. I survived Heimdall's attempt on my life and countless others in the years to come. I survived where they did not. Even after everything that happened to me, I never abandoned my will to carry on. I'm not going to give up just because I'm dead now. And if I'm torn apart, then so be it. As a ghost, I could never remain in this body forever. But I won't fall back into the sunless sea before I get my answers. I hope you can find them. Who said that? I hope you can find them? Who's you? Who's I? Huh? Suspicious. The other thing to consider is I'm still like, why was Tristram okay, Siglind's? I'm just going to sort it out in my head. I don't think we're meant to have the answers yet, but I want to form a few hypotheses. So Siglind's grandson is named Tristram, obviously to honor her brother Tristan. Her grandson, so she had a husband. It was not a happy marriage. Her husband died in battle, left her a son. Her son also died in battle and left her a grandson. The grandson's name is Tristram. Tristram has her daughter, her sister-in-law's eyes. So the implication then is her son married someone descended from Leitner? Or it's like a Habsburg situation, like a Habsburg situation where Leitner's kid, like it turns out she's pregnant or whatever and has a kid. Like, who knows? It's possible. Maybe she has a kid and then it's like intermarriage with your half a kind of cousin. This is a complicated family tree. Yeah. Exactly. Maybe the knight was pregnant before the massacre. Exactly. I have the same theory. But that would be incest, which is not unheard of for nobility of this like vague time period. So seems reasonable. I think that's the hypothesis I'll run with. Lin takes him as a son. Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe Lin takes him as a son. Oh, so it's like an adopted son? It's possible. That's another option, is that she adopted her nephew, who later gives her a nephew or niece, who later gives her a grandchild. Like, so maybe Tristram isn't the grandchild that was being mentioned. Also possible. The Habsburgs still exist. One of them is a racing driver. Of course one of them is a racing driver. Of course they do like rich people sports. That's hilarious. One of them is an ambassador for the Vatican. He's on Twitter. That's wild. The Habsburg Empire didn't die out. Well, what is it? Maybe inbreeding isn't as bad as I don't know if that's the take I want to leave with. Okay, cool. Yeah, all the details, but I'm just, yeah, I agree, Nameless. It's quite a lot. Let's let it simmer in the back, okay? I think we've processed what we need to. Like, I think we've gotten the details we need. We just need to let it cook now. Okay. Cool. Let's click some things. Rubble, ruins, and rubbish. The entry hall that stood proudly in your childhood now looks suspiciously like an enormous creature has prowled around the place and turned it into its makeshift nest. You even spy what looks like a half-eaten piece of an old iron gate from the gardens. Those doors lead back to the Great Hall. That explains why I couldn't open them earlier. Though the rubble looks like it could be cleared with some effort, you keep your distance from the doors for now. Well, I have nowhere else to go, dude. I think nothing else is... Oh, here. A large hand crank is attached to the side of the wall. I remember seeing the servants use this. I need a notebook, yeah. It controls the pulley system for the chandelier. They would use it to clean and replace the candles. Though it was designed to lock after every quarter turn, the contraption looks so old and weathered you're not sure if it's safe to use any longer. You leave it alone. Okay, well, the frost is gone, so that means we've clicked everything. And now we can go right or left. Let's go right. This way would lead to my family's quarters and guest rooms, but the rubble in the entryway is piled too high. I'm not getting past it. It's a shame. There's nothing useful left for me there, but I would have liked to visit my childhood room. Memories of that place, of what I saw that day, the agony of those who died there. I don't want to relive any of it. Okay, let's just go. The empire collapsed, but most European royal families are still around, but powerless. Japan's royal family still exists as well. Yeah, I guess the difference is Japan's royal family is still kind of like the British royal family, like still has some ceremonial relevance. You shuffle towards the corridor on your left. This way leads to the servants' hall. My family's retainers kept rooms there, including the squires and knights of lower rank, including the two of them. Why were they knights of lower rank, Sieglind? Did you really give your brother everything that were you really so gracious with him as you seem to believe yourself to be? She's like, can't help but be a little annoyed at her, you know what I mean? Princess. Well, I don't have time to search the entire hall, but I don't need to. Indeed. You head straight for... Wait. Do I get to decide if they shared a room? Or I guess they used to share a room and then she ended up moving out? The knight's quarters aren't far down the corridor. You hastily make your way forward. The path is familiar to you, even shrouded in dust and dark in the silk of spider webs. Though the lady of the castle shouldn't have spent any time at all in the servants' hall, your brother's chamber was an exception. He was family, after all. His door was always open to you. And you couldn't do him the honor of giving him anything other than a room in the servants' quarters? Sieglind. We know you're a spoiled brat, but come on. But the reverse was never true. He was family by blood, by bond, but not by name. He would never be called Von Winter in his lifetime, and never did he sleep in the same wing as you and your father. A young girl's laugh echoes like the peal of a bell at the edge of your memory, your own laughter long ago. I remember the days we shared when I was small. I'd ask for stories or games before bed, even after I was far too old for them. No matter how tired he was, he would always indulge me. You recall the steaming mugs of chamomile that she would make the three of you. The terrifying tales she'd read to you. The chess matches your brother would decimate you in, even though he claimed he didn't care for the game. The nights filled with laughter and warmth. But all too often it was dandelion or willow bark she'd brew for the both of them, with honey on the rim if they spared it at all. A heavy quiet as they tended the fire. A hurried story before your brother carried you to bed. He always looked happy to see me, so I didn't think anything of it. Found family or something. Half family? You continue on, then stop a few feet from their door. To be exact, you stop a few feet from the door lying in the middle of the hall, ripped from its hinges and thrown haphazardly onto the floor. The Revenant. Familiar claw marks cover its surface. The handle and fixtures have been gouged out, leaving deep gashes in the wood. It's been torn off completely. Wait, it just occurred to me also that that one night the commander, like his armor coming back to life and mistaking this suit of armor for Tristan and attacking it means that his final act as Siglin's proud knight was attacking his master. It's a cruel twist of irony there. It's been torn off completely. Damn it, did that beast make its way here too? You cautiously look through the gaping doorway it left behind. To your surprise and relief, the room looks relatively intact. Though time has trailed its dusty fingers over every surface, the place stands almost exactly as you remember it. Well, it's not quite the same. It feels smaller than I remember. You were a child then, and now wear armor for a frame far larger than the body that aged with you. Still, the room they shared is not even half the size of the most modest quarters you had when you were alive. This is the last place my brother spent his days, alone. She had moved back to her old quarters after the war, and I had grown far too old to disturb him for bedtime tales. It almost feels wrong to touch anything here, to enter without his permission. But if I want to know, to understand him, this is the place I need to search. Candles sit by the window in a makeshift altar. Their prickets rest on finely woven cloth, gray with age and dust. Altars like these are common, even in households with a dedicated chapel. Some prayers aren't meant to be shared, and some names aren't meant to be carved where others can see them. The wax in the candles has melted so much that the original carvings have all but disappeared. A plain iron candelabra sits on a narrow table. The candles are unmarked and untouched, never lit. He never had the chance to carve them. If he were here, then surely he wouldn't mind if I took this. Who knows when you'll need light again in a place like this, after all. You're gonna have to carve one for the Revenant, my guy. I feel like that's obvious. But just as you reach for the candles, you pause. Perhaps it's the presence of the altar, or of the countless prayers you know he once uttered here. Perhaps it's the twinge of guilt you feel in your queer ass standing here rifling through things that were never yours. Perhaps it's because the memory of him lingers so strongly. If you turned around now, you'd half expect to see him standing in the broken doorway. In life, you seldom carved candles for the dead. But here, for whatever reason, you decide to do so again. You plant your grip on the candlestick, then, with your other gauntlet, crudely gouge the letters of your brother's name with the tip of your finger plate. Tristan. Then you head to the hearth, strike the flint until the spark catches, and light the wick. Light enfolds you all at once, far too bright, too far-reaching for the tiny flame before you to be its source. You see the space before you in a different time, long ago. Soft sunlight fills the room. He leans by the window, his long shadow breaking the diamond pattern of daylight trailing the floor. The sagging of his shoulders, of arms tightly crossed, betrays what his face does not. The place is a mess. She busily empties the contents of drawers, pulling out clothing, bottles and jars, spare armor and swords, a single bundle wrapped in fine embroidered cloth. Sweetheart, please. I told you I need time apart. I need to figure out this mess we're in. I'm in. On my own. Can't I at least... Tristan, please! Just leave me alone. I'm sorry. When she's gone and the last of her belongings gone with her, he sits on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands. He stays there, never stirring, until the long shadows grow short around him. Then at last he lays down, buries his head in his pillow, and cries softly to himself. The shadows of the present bring you back to the darkness of the abandoned room before you. Ugh. That light. It's the same as when I first lit the candles in the chapel, and again when I lit one for Sir Dethard. That memory wasn't mine. It was Tristan's. Are these visions of the dead? I've never experienced anything like this in my lifetime. But because I'm dead now, perhaps that means I can see the memories of other spirits, not just my own. There's so many things I still want to know, Tristan. Will carrying this candle carved for you show them to me? Oh my god, it's like 1,000 times resist. It's like the first chapter of 1,000 times resist. You hold on to the candlestick tightly. Wherever you are, I hope this flame may find you, warm you, and guide you. And I hope, above all, that I'll see you again, somewhere, someday, once more. Okay? There's something underneath the bed. You kneel on your Polines, to examine what appears to be blank sheets of parchment peeking out from a heavy quilt. You lift the fabric, checking if anything else lies beneath it. Over there, I see something. It's almost impossible to make out in the dark, but you can just barely spy a sheaf of parchment by the far corner of the bed frame, tied with blue ribbon and heavy with dust. For a moment, you feel as if you're a child again, discovering a long-lost hidden treasure. Yet your armor can't fit in the tight corner by the wall for you to grasp it. No matter where you try to reach it from, your gauntlets fail to come close. You're, dumber than a monkey. Get a stick, dude. They could be letters or a diary. Damn it, they look important, but I can't reach them like this. If only I had a rod or a cane or a stick of some kind. Okay, let's find one. You're resigned to abandoning your discovery for now, but make a note to return later should you find said stick. Assuming the thing doesn't find you first. Commoners often keep simple altars like this dedicated to the entire family, while nobles build fine ones laden with priceless offerings for a single soul. Grief becomes a show of wealth more so than loss. At least, this was true in the court I kept. I kept his painting by my side for decades, but never built a shrine for him, nor for my own son. The men in this family have never been good at anything but dying young. A humble shelf in the corner displays your brother's belongings. Books, tunics and linens, carved wooden figures, and a small wooden chest that draws your curiosity. You brush a cobweb off its surface and crack open its lid. Oh, carving tools. Inside it, you find no intimate secrets written or tear-stained letters. Is that a key? No jewels or trinkets either. Your brother was never the kind of man to keep such things. Instead, you find 2 sets of carving tools and a single key. An ornate key that fits a small lock, perhaps for a drawer or a cupboard. It has a raven motif. That means it likely belonged to father. Oh, it's the, there was a locked drawer in the study. If this belonged to father, surely I have just as much right to take it. It's not as if either of them are here to scold me if I do. Scold? Spirits, I almost feel like a girl again. I needn't fear scolding from anyone I outlived by decades. Sturdy tools for wood carving sit next to the ornate ones. Unlike the wax tools, these ones are plain and modest. He would carve figures and chess pieces for me with these. A wax carving set with a beautifully inscribed floral motif rests in the box. Flax, you think, judging by the roundish 5-petaled flowers. They look finely crafted, and were likely one of the most valuable things your brother owned, aside from his horse and arms. My mother must have given these to him. That's how he knew that her favorite flower was flax. I feel I should take this key with me. Who knows if I might need it. But these tools, it could be useful to have one if I need to carve anything else. Let's take the... I feel like we've been successfully carving wax pretty okay so far. But also that's like your mother's. I feel like you would want it for sentimental reasons. Let's take the wood one for practicality. More useful than a shard of glass, I hope. The wax tools were one of his most prized possessions. I don't have the right to take them. You tuck the key and carving tool into the bottom of your satchel, then step away from the shelf. I'm gonna take these, brother. You can scold me all you wish when I'm beyond the sea. Okay. He would pray so often in my childhood that he would always smell like candle wax and smoke. I thought it strange once, but now that I've lived over twice his years, I realize he lost so many people so early in his life, as would I. But unlike him, loss did not spur me to prayer. I lost so much that it felt pointless to wallow in remembrance. It felt like I could fill an entire chapel with candles each day and still never be free from an invisible debt I held. I just heard Sapporo and I have no idea where she is. To those I lost, to those I killed. The past was a shackle I thought would disappear if only I could ignore it. I don't recall the last candle I carved. Not for anyone. Not even for him. That's why your brother's a revenant now, bro, because you never, ever carved a candle for him. Let that be your lesson. One half of the bed is completely undisturbed. Despite having it to himself, he still slept on his side, the cramped side, as though he was waiting for her to come back. The misery she put my brother through. An old tendril of the hatred you held when she and you were both alive flutters beneath your battered queer ass. Back then, when they fought, she acted as though my brother was at fault for something, as though he hurt her. I thought it ridiculous at the time. My brother was perfect, the epitome of a virtuous knight. If any strain came in their marriage, it had to be because of her. But now I see how flawed they both were. She's maturing. I've seen all I need to see here for now. Let me exhaust all the dialogue. Despite yourself, you cannot help but reminisce at the sight of this space, at the tug of long-lost memories on the weave of your soul. I used to sit right here while she read to me. Sometimes I'd get so frightened I'd climb under the covers and ask to sleep there with them. Some nights I did fall asleep, but I always found myself in my own bed by morning. Other nights I only pretended to. My brother would carry me all the way down the hall to the other side of the castle, where he'd tuck me in my bed and whisper goodnight. I used to wonder if he knew I was awake. But he never complained if he did. The bed lies with one side undisturbed. I need a rod or staff. Okay. I've never seen that unicorn figure before. At least I think it's a unicorn. The proportions are certainly odd. It must be modeled after snowflower, just like his tournament crest was. The thought of your brother's steed brings you to that fateful flight through the woods on that day. Your hauberk shakes as your plates tense and tighten together. I was lucky to have survived. I nearly drowned when I fell into that river. By the time I got to safety, then took another horse to the fort, it was too late to send help. He was already... Most of my knights perished. So did many of the nobles. Those who survived and fled included Heimdall and her. I swore I would have my vengeance on them all. Heimdall for his treachery, her for accepting his hand. She was gonna be his knight. That was what she asked Sigmund for, right before everything went to shit. She was like, Heimdall has offered me a position. But when you say here, accepting his hand, do you mean like in marriage? I'm going to update my hypothesis that Leitner went with Heimdall and had a child with him. And that child, because they are the remaining nobility of this, like, fallen nation to Ostara, that Sigmund's son marries their kid. And that's why her grandson has Leitner's eyes. Nobody person's like, oh my god, yes, I share the sentiment. Okay, that's my new hypothesis. And you did, but that was decades ago. So you did get vengeance on them? How? How'd you get vengeance on them? The years since then have felt empty. I would end up fighting for more than 20 years. At the time, it brought me little joy to bleed for my king. Oh, so you became a knight. Well, you became a knight of Ostara? To take up the blade when others failed to defend me. But by the time I laid down my sword, I found fighting was all I had dedicated my life to. I see. I was as hollow then, when I was alive, as I am in this armor now. I have mixed feelings about explicitly stating it like this, but okay. It's not tasteless. I like it. It's not bad. Okay. The shelf holds a number of books with sensible titles and subjects: chronicles, geography, strategy, and swordplay treatises, even an herbal remedy guide. Man, to think if I hadn't stayed and clicked that unicorn a few more times, I would have missed the Heimdall thing. Exhaust all dialogue options, guys. Next to them sit the 2 thick volumes of the Tales of the Mists, whose stories filled your childhood. Your favorite ones are still bookmarked with slim scraps of parchment. A shelf that holds your brother's few belongings: books, clothing, and carving tools left untouched by all but time. Okay. I mean, that seems like it's about it. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay. Let's go to her room. You enter the hall, treading past the upper servants' rooms until you reach a narrow corridor where the pages and squires slept. Your sabatons ring out with every step against the dusty floor. Cobwebs encroach on the well-worn stone. Nothing scurries. Even the spiders that marked this place as their own are long gone. You recall where her room lies, right beside your brother's old quarters. This is the place they resided until they became knights. For my brother, that was his 24th or 25th year. It was always colder in this hall. That's what I remember most. I was happy when he finally moved into the knight's quarters. It was much nicer and didn't feel so cramped with the 3 of us anymore. I would spend every evening with them, after all. Back then, I didn't mind sharing my brother with her. For decades, I banished all memory of that woman from my mind, but now I recall. There truly was a time when we didn't hate one another. You continue on, passing row after row of the same oaken doors. I remember my brother's pain when she moved back to the squire's quarters alone, because of whatever happened between them. Whatever it was, I'm sure I'll find a clue here. You stop when you reach your brother's childhood door. I know there's nothing of his here anymore. This room was either emptied or taken by another squire after he left it. Still, you can't help but imagine the boy he must have been and what kind of days he spent behind this very door. It's been so very long that you thought of him that way. As not a hero or a traitor, but a simple knight-to-be. A boy who had dreams and a life of his own before you stepped foot in it. You picture him turning the pages of his favorite book, uttering a litany by the window, whittling wooden figures, or carefully carving a candle. From further down the hall, a gust of wind ruffles your cape and hauberk. Another stray ring breaks free and drops to the floor. Father made him sleep in a cramped, drafty room in this cramped, drafty hall until he was well into his adult years. I'd never given that a second thought. I'm glad you're realizing now, girl. You pause a moment more, then continue past your brother's door and step in front of hers. The door fails to open when you push it. It, too, is locked shut. Damn it. Whatever she was hiding will have to remain hidden to you, unless... You take the small key that hung on Sir Deathard's belt and try it on the lock. Why not? That's extremely uncomfortable. She did say she was abused by the knights. Like, I feel like it's pretty clear what this means. Wait, just like that? This is her room from her squire days. Of all the rooms in the castle, why would Sir Deathard have a key to this one? You can ponder that while you open the now unlocked door. Leave. You stumble back as a figure emerges from the doorway. She stands, floats before you, her feet barely brushing the ground, a wisp of a woman barely visible in the shadows. Her hair is the color of entrails and falls from her skull in thick red rivulets. A tattered white dress clings to her form. A necklace of blood sits around her throat. 2 yellow eyes glint in the hollow sockets of her face. Leave us be. Her voice is like dried leaves crushed underfoot, the gurgle of a dying stream trickling through mud. You don't know if any recognition flickers in the hazy discs of her eyes. If a trace of the woman she was and the memories she had still cling to her ghost. If a piece of you remains in them. Or if she's only a remnant, retracing steps in death like a shadow tethered to a life before. Drawn here to something important, something that I need to find, to understand. Neither of you move as if spellbound, trapped in the web of time. While your own senses are still intact, you decide to... We can leave, we can force past her, we can speak to her as Sieglind, or we can speak to her as... Tristan. You search your memory for your... I should have saved. It's okay. You search your memory for your brother's calm baritone, the gentle, even cadence of his voice. What you call out is a suggestion of a sound, more whisper than voice, woven from the memory of a memory. My dear, you fool. You don't remember her name. You left me for duty, for a prize as useless as that armor. And you dare parade it before me? Leave us! The spirit glides in front of you. You step back, but not out of reach of the icy fingers that grip your gauntlet. As soon as her touch pricks you, cold floods through your armor. It pierces the steel of your skin, finding its way through every crack, every open gash, every slit in your helm. You no longer stand in the castle. You're adrift in darkness. Ruddy lamplight flickers in a sconce. The stench of iron hangs in the air. I wanted to do whatever would trigger like a memory from her, you know, and that seemed like probably the most triggering thing for her. I'm sorry. In a shadowy cell, a woman crouches on the floor. Manacles encircle her scarred wrists. Her tattered hair is the color of mud and clings to her dirty, feverish face. A face once familiar to you, once lovely and smooth with round eyes and deep red lips, now is unrecognizable with scars and age. But her eyes are the same. Yellow, deceitful, like a fox's, staring at you through the bars of the cell. If you pretend to be Tristan and she thinks you're Tristan, who is us? Oh, we're Tristan's sister. We've been Tristan's sister possessing his armor this whole time. I was misled. The dev misled us in the first part. Well played. Shackled, shivering in her soiled rags, she's the shadow of the woman you once knew. The years have not been kind to her, but it's not as if they've been gentle to you. Finally, a visitor. What a pleasure, she croaks. Do not speak until I address you, traitor. Why don't you try my name? Or my title? Go on. You always had the prettiest manners. Call me Lady Heimdall. If not for the bars between you, you'd beat her. Okay, so my hypothesis was right. She actually did literally marry Heimdall. Or worse. You had a happy life with that snake, didn't you? You were so miserable with my brother that you went and married another man as soon as his corpse was cold. And not any man, but the very one that caused his death. Yes, I did. And you have no shame? I was widowed and alone. I had no place in the world. I had nothing left. What else would you have me do? You should have died. You should have sooner followed my brother to the grave than lay with the man who had him slaughtered. Are you here to exact that sentence on his behalf? Well, you've won. I am at your mercy, Lady Winter. Whatever fate befalls me now, I accept it. But it is mine alone. My daughter is innocent. The fact that she was born by you makes her guilty. Lind, please, she's your... Shut your mouth! I wish I had killed you that day in the cellars. I wish... I should have killed you years ago. I should have strangled you in your crib. Then Tristan would... Don't speak his name with your filthy tongue. That exchange implies something very serious, which is that because she says, Lind, please, she's your, I think both hypotheses are true at the same time. That maybe she married Heimdall and became Lady Heimdall, and then her daughter was actually Tristan's daughter and not Heimdall's. It's a possibility. The timing would tell. In which case, this line would have been, Lind, please, she's your niece. There's another possibility, which is depending on the timeline of how she ends up in the prison and like what exactly happens to make it happen. It could have been she's your daughter-in-law, like they could have married, and that's the family relation. So both still open possibilities. The prisoner, a memory of an old enemy. The lamplight fades, returning you to the dark of the empty corridor. You stand in the middle of the hall, several feet from the open door. Her spirit is nowhere to be seen, but you know where she lingers. She became Lady Heimdall, my greatest enemy. I loathed her with every thread of my being. I vowed that I would destroy not only her, but her name. I would burn it from the earth and tear it from the pages of history. Heimdall I hated. Ostara with its barbaric broils, of course I despised. But her vile betrayals cut me to my core. Yeah, because at a certain point she was like an adopted mother to you. Like that must have hurt. When Ostara invaded this castle, she escaped with that villain and took his side. My slain brother's body had barely gone cold before she wed the man that tried to kill me. Then months later, bore his spawn. Oh, okay. Well, that confirms. It was as if my brother had never existed to her. It was as if none of her life before, the years I knew her, had mattered. I told myself I was avenging him, but in truth I was avenging a piece of myself. To look at her was to see a mirror. I too had to marry swiftly to protect myself. To a man I barely knew. I can't even recall his face after all these decades. I wonder if Heimdall threatened her. It's possible. Or she was thinking about some like really long game of revenge also, potentially. I too had to bear a child and raise him through the flames of war, of suffering and strife, only for him to betray me in turn. What? What did your son do to you? And I too had to fight. But for what reward? Well now, here we both are, trapped on this earth, as shadows of what we were. It's clear that something in this castle drew what remained of her here. But whatever that thing is, I won't be able to uncover it. Not while she guards it so fiercely. But this place stood before I erased all trace of Lady Heimdall from the world. Here she was simply a knightess. Here she was simply a person my brother cared about. Here, a record of who she was might remain. But that's assuming I went to search for it. For all I know, whatever she's drawn to could be meaningless to me. It could have nothing to do with Tristan at all. But this place, the place he died, is where she haunts. For now, let's go back. I want to try carving a candle for her. A makeshift altar sits by the window, a place where your brother or she could utter prayers in private. Okay, I guess I can't. Okay, I think that's like everything I can interact with here, so I guess there's nothing left, so then let's leave. You retrace your steps, making your way back to the entrance hall. You pass row after row, door after silent door, with nothing but the clinking of mail and steel to accompany you. Your steps feel heavy, as if the weight of your memories clings to your armor. I remember what a fool I was. I was happy, and I was loved. And because my brother was beside me, I believed he was happy as well. So many of his burdens, his discontent, were obvious had I only opened my eyes. I'm glad you're finally realizing this in death. Why couldn't you have figured this out earlier, you stupid girl? It's because She was literally like 18. She was a child. She was a child. It's really hard to blame a child, but it's still annoying, you know? But that isn't all he kept from me. There's more that he and they never told me. There's more I have yet to see. But with nothing more you can uncover here, only one option remains to you. Back where I awoke. Through the great hall. Something white flutters before you as you walk. You briefly wonder if the snow has managed to find its way this deep within the castle, but when you reach your gauntlet towards it, it's a feather. Edgar! It lands on your gauntlet, soft as a whisper. You stare at it for a moment, then turn your hand over and let it fall. You leave it and the empty hall behind. The new castle I had built, when this one was abandoned as lost, was much larger and grander. Its rooms had high ceilings and brass chandeliers and tapestries hung on every wall. The candlelight would reflect off the metal and fill the space with warm gold. Here, the ruins of your childhood home lay in stark contrast, lightless and cold. Rather than a ring of ambery brass, a cold black halo of iron hangs above you. I remember when I was small, my brother, or was it her, yelled at me to not touch this. Not that a young child would have been able to reach it. Now, though, the handcrake is so old and weathered, you feel it would indeed be wise not to lay your gauntlet upon it. Okay, fine. You approach the great door, set down your candlestick, and begin the back-breaking task of clearing away the debris. Despite the fact that you no longer have a back to break, you take your time, careful not to strain the rivets and straps of your armor to the point of collapse. Just like the body that aged with you, this form too has its limits, and you got fucked up by a revenant. Falling apart, literally, is not going to help me now. At last, you clear away enough of the rubble that one of the doors can creak open. You hesitate before you grip the handle. I need to return to where I awoke, but passing through this place again, the place where the life you knew ended, the place where death claimed so many, all because of you. No, it's because of Tristan, technically. That isn't true. I came to understand through the end of my years that it was not a failing all on my own. I had my part in the blame, but Heimdall's machinations, Ostara's desire for vengeance, my father who left me ill-prepared for my duties, my vassals who held their own interests above loyalty, even the king and the lords, and their greed, had a hand in that day's tragedies. My failures would pile on and on throughout my life. Men I let die, battles I barely scraped through, lands I lost, the sun I couldn't stop from meeting a foolish end. But my greatest failures of my adolescence were to myself and those I loved most. That is why this is where I've returned. I always lived facing forward. Now, as a spirit, I must face the past. You pick up your candlestick, place your gauntlet on the door, and slowly open it. The single candle flame flickers wildly as you step through the threshold. Voices crash against you with every step. Your sabatons fight against the current, wading through an invisible depth. The screams begin to pound against your helm, but just as quickly succumb to light and silence. Two knights clash at the center of the hall in a whirl of steel. Their swords strike so swiftly they appear as two halves of one whole, a deadly instrument of attack and defense, performing an erratic, metallic song. Both warriors are well matched, trading blow after blow. The hall fills with the percussive rhythm of cut, stab, parry, block, thrust, parry, riposte. But the Silver Knight soon starts to slow. His grip on his hilt begins to falter, exhaustion tugging on his every movement. A single misstep, a single second, is all it takes. He misses his opponent's feint and drops his weapon to the ground, his body swiftly following it. The knight and the vision are gone before you see anything else. Then the candlelight flickers out, and the pain hits you. You stumble, gripping the edge of the table to break your fall and stop you from crashing into a heap on the floor. Your cuisses and greaves are heavy. Your sabatons refuse to carry you. The weight of this place, of its history, of his last breath, is too much for your armor to bear. Oh, I can't. I have to keep moving. but the fabric of your soul feels like it's being pulled in 1,000 directions and pierced by as many needles. You grip the candlestick like a vice. You stagger, metal clanging on stone, unsure if you're even moving forward. The sea breaks around you. The dead pull at you, drowning you with them. You're crawling on your battered paulines in a half-dream, half-delirium when you sense it. Feel it. A gentle tapping motion on your pauldron, then the same tip-tap on your helmet. Is it Edgar? Then a ruffling noise like the flapping of wings. A bird. You feel the scraping of a beak and talons on your armor, but no creature's weight. The phantom presence taps on your visor again before settling onto your pauldron. You lay still for a moment, or perhaps for eternity. Though the sound doesn't return, the presence remains. It settles over you like a bandage over a wound or a patch in a quilt. Something grazes your visor softly, like feathers brushing across your cheek. You find you can stand and gingerly lift yourself up from the floor. Your sabatons obey you when you step forward. The screams still sound. The edges of your soul feel frayed, but not torn. So you take another step, and another, and another, until you've crossed the long shore of the blood-stained hall. Feathered friend, make it through with the help of a friend! We're back. It's not time to go back through there. Mother. The portrait hangs, filthy and ruined. You can't recall what features were painted on the canvas anymore. Features that once mirrored your own. Now that I can remember my youth, I recall Father rarely spoke of Mother to me. It was always my brother who told me stories of her, how kind she was, how patient and wise, but ever willing to give a good tongue lashing when it was deserved, and how she protected both him and her. Though from what, I never thought to ask. Huh. It's good of her to protect the bastard son sired by her husband. With, like, we don't even know who the mom was, you know? And clearly she, like, actually liked Tristan because she gave him, like, the wax carving tools and whatnot. Okay. Your gaze falls on the corpse of the knight against the wall. So many of my knights lost their lives that day, defending their fellows and defending me. As a young girl, the guilt I felt was indescribable. I had been raised to believe that the lives of the few, my king and those who ruled below him, were worth the lives of the many. But to live that truth was a different story. I would have to become a legend myself to prove all this senseless sacrifice meant something. And though I did it to honor his memory, turning my brother into a myth only furthered that goal. But now I see that for a man as humble as him, one who lived outside the sphere of rulership and its rituals and pageantry, the titles given to him in his life were more burden than honor. And that was like the one thing she wanted to give him was a title. She wanted to give him that dagger as like a symbolic representation of like the knighthood, essentially. Like the role of protecting their segment of their nation. Okay, we have a key to... Did you not like my gift? Lynn, I love it. It's beautiful, but it's too much. You stand in the solar, your arms folded tightly in front of you. Your eyes flit over the suit of polished steel that stands there in solemn silence, a gleaming shadow. You don't know what else to say. Your brother's humility does not surprise you, but you have often failed to understand it. The suit is beautiful, worthy of a prince and worth a prince's ransom, but it's still merely a suit of armor. To an ordinary knight, a gift like this would be the honor of a lifetime. But for a hero of the kingdom, a veteran of the Great Ice War, a man who's given and sacrificed so much, how could a single suit of armor ever be enough to reward a man like him? Oh, I do enjoy how much repetition there is through this visual novel. Like, they take lines that we've already read from the beginning and like replay them essentially with more context of like who we are, where we are, what happened. And like they hit different every time. The suit of steel, a memory of an unwanted gift. I only wanted to give him a gift worthy of his name, of the knight I thought he was, but that wasn't what he wanted. It was what I wanted and what I wished for him to be. Your armor stares back at you in the mirror. Well, your brother's armor does. Has more weight after knowing about what happened. Yeah, and like the meaning kind of shifts. Yeah. I had little attachment to my own armor in life. I cared not for its design nor shape, only that it served its function. But this suit, I remember spending hours choosing the engravings, making sure each pattern was perfect, specifying each and every detail in my letters to the smiths. Though he never wore it, the pride I had in him was inscribed on every plate. And because I was drawn to this place, the place that housed my deepest regrets, of course this would be the thing I haunted. You look older in the painting. Oh, I had the artist paint it that way. Art is meant to present an ideal version of the world, is it not? Like the image of the perfect ruler, whether or not she exists. I thought art was supposed to capture the beauty in the world, its imperfections included. Would that I could have been true to myself as you wanted. If I had been born in a time of peace, perhaps you could have been my greatest advisor. Bye, a nobody person. Good luck with class. But in the time I lived in, I could never have survived if I had allowed myself to be seen as imperfect. It's true. You were caught between a rock and a hard place, too. Your gaze turns towards the broken windows. It wasn't very long ago that you were seated by a window like this one, looking out at the same winter sky. You walk towards them and stare out at the night beyond. The world of the living is beautiful. While you were alive, you scarcely had the chance to savor your time in it. Perhaps it takes leaving the cycle of life to see it for how extraordinary it is. The night swallowing the day, the seasons changing, the sun spinning round the earth, or the other way around, as the heretics claim. It actually is really useful for like placing like where in history this is roughly. You gaze a moment more at the expanse of white and dark, then carry on. On rare occasions, I would sit here with my father. I don't recall much about him, truth be told. Though I saw him rarely, I remember that he praised me. I tried so hard to hold on to that praise, to become the perfect heir in his eyes. But why is it that I can't remember his voice, reading me a story, or him carrying me in his arms? Probably because he didn't do any of that, girl. The Knightess of the Rose. I recall that in my childhood, heroines who donned armor and rescued princes were well loved. But after the long wars against Ostara, such knightesses were written as villains instead. The proper storybook heroine became a meek, kind-hearted maiden who wouldn't dare pick up a sword, like the real bloody princess had. I was quite the patron of the arts, so naturally, I had a hand in it. Many painters and playwrights tried to court my favor. Sieglind, you girl-bossed way too close to the sun. Why? Why? Why did you do this? Why? Why? Those who met my demands would be showered in riches, while those who failed languished in poverty and obscurity. But what did that matter to me? Mirabelle and her groom, oh how handsome he was, and oh how blue his eyes, and oh how prominent his brow, rode off on their horses into the red, red sunset. Her hair, too, was red, like a sunburn, or the flowering blooms of a blooming rose bush, and streamed behind her as they rode off into everlasting happiness and bliss. The end. Appalling prose aside, that name, Mirabelle. No, just Mir. It's almost familiar. Mirabelle. Mir? Is that Leitner's first name? Are we finally getting closer to it? Letters from a lifetime ago lie scattered over the floor. You don't bother reading their contents. Your life was filled with an unending and very often unpleasant correspondence. You see no need to continue that nonsense in your death. None of these would mention her by name. You look in the mirror again, though you know you won't see your own face. Not the face of the girl who still had hope for the future, young and carefree. Not the wounded woman who endured much and sacrificed more. Not the bitter old harridan who clung to what she had with her brittle fingers until the end. Your visor looks back at you, empty and impassive. All of these women are reflections of you. But here, where you are nothing but rivets and steel, whom do you see yourself as most? I am myself, and I embrace each piece of myself. The only companion you've had through all your years and all you've lost is yourself. That was true throughout your life, and it remains true in death. A young girl's pain, a warrior's bitter resolve, an old woman's fierce desire to protect what she had left. The 1,000 threads of their memories make up the fabric of you. It just hit me that we are having a looking into the mirror, and despite everything, it's still you moment. And that is a sentiment that will always, always grab me. Oh, Undertale, how you have changed me. Delta Rune is soon, guys! I'll play it on stream, I'm really excited. Okay, fitting that the mask of someone whose memory you cherish looks back at you now. I remember how anxious I was for the tournament. I wanted everything to go well, of course, but there was something else I had been planning for a long time. The dagger. Presenting my brother with his new armor and his new title. I think it's also really significant that like the dagger represents the title she wanted to give her brother that he did not want, and that dagger is what crushed his wife's windpipe. It's like a very, very literal and obvious symbol. Sapporo's asking to leave. I'm gonna open the door. Okay. Naming him Protector of Leaf. They were the greatest honors I could give, I thought. I had not considered that either would be unwanted. Okay. This room remains in a sorry state. The iron chandelier has fallen from the ceiling, the furniture is in disarray, and the broken glass litters the floor. Whether caused by human hands or the creature's claws, you couldn't say. Well, given that the chandelier is still here, it seems it hasn't run out of things to devour yet. Oh, the iron. Fair enough. The Rose of Greywall, Lady Heimdall. In time, her name was abandoned by the bards. Even my brother's legend would become an old tale as new heroes came along, real or imagined. But unlike with her, countless stories, plays, and paintings of Sir Tristan remain to this day. His name will never be forgotten, even if I had to twist the truth to immortalize it. That's why you were such a patron of the arts, huh? I can't recall my very last days on this shore. I remember I was very tired for a long, long time. I could barely leave my bed. My grandson tried to spoon soup for me, even though I told him to leave that task to the servants. And I was so, so cold, despite the blankets and the fire and the hearth. Your hauberk rattles as you quiver. Yet another ring falls to the floor. After I died, I must have drifted into the sea until I was pulled here again. How foolish to think that your troubles would end with death. An old book inspired by her youth. Unfortunately for you, the author did not name the heroine after her, too. What? Oh, it did not name the heroine after her. Okay, so it's not Mir? I see now why I didn't recognize myself in this painting. It was modeled not after me, but what I wished to be. What I was meant to be. Not Lind, but the Marchioness. The symbol of her house and the North itself. In some ways, I exceeded that foolish girl's dreams, but in too many others, I would never live up to them. Oh shit, I forgot I was steeping tea, guys. It's super oversteeped now. You recall when sunlight shone through the windows and everything was in its proper place. When you debated whether roses or lilies made for better decorations. To think that I'd spent so much time fretting about something as trivial as flowers. Though I recall asking my brother, I can't remember what he said his favorite flower was. Did he say? I remember him saying what your mother's favorite flower was, which was flax. What was his? Oh, Margaret's or something? It was like the daisy looking thing. I remember. Okay, I'm just gonna keep clicking until I start getting repeat. You take another look outside the broken windows. The storm looks like it's dying down. Though the storm no longer falls from the clouds in harsh swirls, a heavy blanket of it still cloaks the earth. I'm trapped here whether I like it or not. I wonder if any of my brother's letters survive. I did not get to hold on to any keepsake, any memento to remind me of him. I had only my memories, and they would fade over the decades. I had nearly forgotten his voice until I awoke here again and relived my past. How did our last conversations go that day? It all seems so meaningless now. The king's letter, my suitors. I barely avoided a fight with my brother over the topic of marriage. Well, in the end, I didn't get to choose between love or power. I didn't get to choose at all. The letters that I want to read are my brother's, not these. Okay, we're going. My lady, you will address me as Commander. Commander Winter, urgent news from the scouts. Heimdall is marching from the east. Oh, so Heimdall basically like fully defected and went to Ostara. That's what that was. Okay, interesting. I wasn't sure the extent of his betrayal, if it was like he waited until there was chaos to cross to the other side, or if this was like orchestrated by him. It was actually not clear until now. More of this. More sending good men to die. Well, good men, and callous men, and worthless men. With a spear in hand and the enemy ahead, there's little difference to be found in their hearts. That's what you tell yourself anyways. Victory comes at any cost and at any price. We've read all this before, but it's so different now. The lowly pay in blood, while you pay a different price. The burden of proving all these sacrifices mean something. The ones who die are lucky. They're just too insignificant to know it. Damn, what a bleak outlook. A memory of necessary sacrifice. The tapestry depicting your brother's fight against the Revenant is nearly torn in two. Wait. I remember something from my days as commander. I remember when a part of my forces sent off to do a desperate battle vanished without a trace. I thought they had all deserted until a single knight returned bleeding and scarred. It was one of the beasts from the tales, he claimed. A revenant had appeared in that war-torn landscape and ripped my men to pieces. He told me he believed that the creatures appear in areas of great suffering, places where lives were taken in great numbers and spirits left to fester with their corpses, untouched by burial or flame, where both body and soul are left to rot after death. There the spirits crawl low to the earth, clinging together and clinging to iron, in whatever form they find it. There they might, in time, drift off towards the sunless sea, unless a dominant spirit, one whose suffering draws in the others like a lodestone, remains. So it's like a gravitational pull situation. I never learned if that knight's claims were true. I stripped him of his rank for fleeing from his duty and didn't listen to another word. For all his knowledge, clearly he had not known how to stop it. Remnants of the tapestry. Why would that thing want to destroy this? It's your brother, dude. Have you not figured it out? I don't have her name yet. I shouldn't waste time in the chapel until I find it. Okay. All right. You fit the key engraved with your house's symbol into the keyhole of the locked drawer. It opens with a soft click. So Tristan had the key all along. You pull the drawer open, ignoring the dust that settles over your gauntlet. It's filled with countless pages, yet to your dismay, what is this portrait? None of them appear to be letters hiding intimate secrets inscribed in ink. I see documents with my father's seal and drawings? It's her! A single painting with an oval frame lies on a stack of charcoal sketches. Each appears to depict the same woman. A woman with long, straight red hair tied in a loose braid whose uneven fringe peeks over her grayish eyes and fair cheeks. Grayish eyes. She's dressed not in a gown or any finery, but shining steel plate. This woman isn't my mother. I've never seen her before. Is this your brother's mother? Red hair is as common as blonde in Lifthrusser. In fact, I was afraid my own grandson would be born with that terrible hue. But red-haired knightesses? Though the woman's features are nothing like hers, you doubt any relation exists between them. The coincidence makes the comparison inevitable. Was it just that? A coincidence? When my father brought another young, red-haired squire here? Oh, that does not bode well. That does not bode well. That does not bode well. Your father's seal is stamped on what appears to be more fiscal documents. Oh, joy. You pause, however, when you spy your brother's name. On the 11th day of the 5th month, year 238, Sir Tristan of Greywall made payment to his lord, Marquess Sigmund von Winter, to a sum of 5,000 silver. You check the amount again. It nearly makes your visor drop. 5,000? That's 10 times a knight's yearly income. But I remember clearly that my brother had no fief. His wages would be even lower than his fellows. Brother, how did you pay this sum at only 25? And what for? What could you possibly have owed to father? Why did he wrest a fortune from you when he was already one of the wealthiest lords in all of Lifthressor? Maybe we'll finally find out why Tristan did not like your dad, dude. For all your talk of loving your brother, why didn't you believe him when he seemed to not like your dad? You shuffle through the papers. There aren't many documents. One appears to outline ownership of your father's territories in Highwall, territory claimed from a Count Leitner. Huh. As reparation for his family's treachery. Leitner. That was her maiden name. Well, it seems like treachery ran in her blood. Bye, Jade Ivy. Have a good one. Good luck at work. My father was a great man, born to a great house. If this woman, a mere knightess, was the object of his affections, she could never be more than his mistress. Is that romantic or is it creepy? Because he ended up getting, like, your sister-in-law. An obsession that haunted him. How tragic. There are no letters between them here. Was his fondness ever reciprocated? Or did he leave his feelings sensibly hidden? Or did he fucking force himself on her? Like, you need to ask more serious questions, Sieglind. When I was young, the thought of father admiring any woman besides my mother was impossible for my child's mind to imagine. I had forgotten, of course, that my brother's existence precluded that. Though even now I admit it feels wrong to learn father treasured this stranger's portrait while he kept no token of his wife. Well, who am I to speak when I swiftly forgot about my own husband after he perished? I was angry that I was widowed. Angry that I was forced to take on his duties. But I suppose it was better for me that he died so early. We were strangers, and he was never kind to me. I did not miss him. Sieglind is dumb, dude. She's stupid. I remember that my brother was a well-known tourney knight when I was a child. She was just as skilled as him. That was how she first met fame and inspired the bards. If they were both exceedingly lucky, then perhaps they could have raised a fortune in a short amount of time. But the question remains of why? Documents outlining a small fortune paid from your brother and the seizing of territories that belonged to her family, sobering things to be kept besides portraits of a lost love. The portrait of a knightess rests on the drawer. You've never seen her before. Something about her gaze is oddly familiar. It's your brother, dude. She has literally your brother's entire facial expression. That's what he looks like. That's his face. That's your brother's face. You're so dumb. Sieglind, you're so stupid. Stale liquor, dusty cedar, parchment and ink. It's a tournament day, but you're not in the spirit for games. You'd retreated here in a foul mood, unaware that your father had shirked his duties and done the same. You'll be 13 soon, but he still says you're too young to watch the joust. You're his most precious child in the whole world, apparently, so why can't he give you what you want? It isn't fair. Before you can enter the library, you stop. Voices sound from behind the oaken door. Sieglind, connect the dots, please. I know, right, Nameless? Papa's arguing with someone. I wonder if he's yelling at a servant again. You peek through the crack in the doorway. It's not a servant. It's your brother. Fresh from his own match, he's still dressed in his tournament armor. His helm with its long silver plume covers his head while his dusty blue surcoat hangs over his breastplate. The fabric bears his personal crest, a unicorn modeled after his steed, Snowflower. It hides the raven carved into his cuirass completely. You ungrateful bastard. Who gave you everything you have? Who granted you the honor and privilege of a knighthood when you should be rotting in the streets? What more do you want, boy? The honor of bleeding and killing for you? The privilege of watching you treat the person I love like a slave? You know what I want, father. Silence. Until both your debts are paid, don't even dream about doing as you please. You are nothing unless I say so. You stand there, completely still. It frightens you, hearing your gentle brother sound like this, hearing them argue like this. You've seen terse moments between them. Neither are open or emotional men, but you've never heard them fight in front of you before. You slink away from the door, suddenly less upset about missing the games. As the weeks pass and your days fill again with your lessons and childhood worries, you soon forgot what you overheard entirely. Hi, father. I never understood why Tristan didn't mourn you when you died, why he felt no anger when he learned that she murdered you. But now I have different questions. What happened between you? What did you refuse to give to your own son? Why was there a world of difference between how you sheltered me and tested him? My brother had no fief, he had no lands to tend, yet still he was often away fighting, patrolling, or tending to some mission. I missed him terribly whenever he went. I wondered, why couldn't he stay here and protect me? Was he trying to pay off whatever debt he owed you? The old family record catches your gaze from the shelves, the record that contains no mention of your brother. As you reach for it, finger plates brushing its spine, you pause. Then you search for something to write with. The pot of ink is long dried, but you manage to find a piece of charcoal after rummaging around the desk. If turning the pages with your gauntlets was challenging, writing with them is another trial altogether. You struggle and nearly snap the charcoal multiple times, but finally scrawl the words, Year 213. On the 29th day of the first month, a son is born out of wedlock to the young Lord Sigmund, Marquess of Greywall. The boy named Tristan would serve his house as a loyal knight. Then you return the record to its place and step away. Wow, she's engaging in her revisionist history stuff to this day. She's dedicated, I'll give her that. There are books and chronicles as one would expect in a library, but no records of the knights are shelved here. Her name still evades you. Most of the tomes belong to your father, but on the lower shelves you spy titles that you used to pore over. Novels, memoirs of heroes, and romantic poetry. On occasion, I would pester my father to stop his work and read with me. He rarely indulged me. My own son did the same to me when he was very small. Did I ever stop and read to him? No, you stupid-ass motherfucker. You stare again at the spines laid before you, where your family chronicle rests. You could fill out more pages of the record, with your son's birth, with his marriage to that vile... You clench your gauntlet, shaking. Needless to say, you do not. You leave the tome to lie in its place. No wonder in that earlier scene she was like, he was the greatest disappointment of my life. It's because he married a person she definitely did not approve of, arguably from an enemy nation. But I assume in peacetime, after they had settled their differences or whatever, and maybe it was like a political marriage, potentially. Who knows? Ostara. It took me more than a decade, but in the end I crushed them. I murdered the bloody princess and avenged my brother. But conflict did not stop there. After that, Heimdall had to pay. And after him, more traitorous lords would threaten my territories or the crown. I knew at most a few years of peace at a time. But even when the land was not at war, war resided within me. I would close my eyes to horrific dreams. I would awaken screaming, sure that blades were slicing my limbs or ravens tearing asunder my flesh. The nightmares followed me no matter where I went. I don't recall seeing a feminine name in these papers, but I wasn't looking for one then. Unfortunately, your father doesn't seem to have treated the parchment with any care. Most of the words and names have smudged or faded. The imprints of two names, barely legible, appear time and time again, Greywall and Lightner. According to the pages, they were given the lowest wages among the knights, and much of what they earned was deducted for their expenses. Maintenance of equipment, lodging, stabling, and so on. These expenses go back years. Back to when they were squires. Children. Your dad was a son of a bitch. This amount of debt. This was more than robbery. This was practically slavery. Father, you worked the two mercilessly. That took more than you gave. Why? Could you have truly hated Tristan so fiercely? What were the words she uttered to him back then? I shared a life with you all these years because I thought you would fight for me. For us! But here we are, 7 years and no home, no land, still drowning in debt. At that time, I thought her ungrateful for what my family had given her. But this treatment would turn anyone to resentment. You're just dumb, Sigmund. I don't know what to tell you. You're just so stupid. The father I knew as a child was a different man from the one my brother knew. I see that much now. So why did he act like there was no strife between them? Did everyone know it, save for me? I think so, dude. I think everybody knew, save for you. I think that's correct. You slide open the bottom drawer to peek at the bottles of murky amber liquid. The unsightly hue reminds you of her eyes. Is this how she poisoned you? You shove the drawer shut and leave it that way. Yeah, it took you long enough, Sieglind, for real. Let's go. I think we've checked everything. I don't have time to read a book. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's skedaddle. Before you exit the room, you decide to relight your brother's candle, seeing as it had gone out during your journey through the Great Hall. You bring your candlestick to the tall candelabra and catch the wick on one of the tiny flames. A familiar bright light unfolds around you, engulfing your visor. What are you doing? Two children sit, surrounded by stacks of book and parchment. A girl, slim and short-haired, plays restlessly with the collar of her uniform. Her companion, a boy, looks over a tome. His locks are long and messy, peeking over his wide blue eyes. His young face is unscarred. I'm making this recipe from the book Lady Vivian gave me. Let me see. Invisible ink? Do you think this will really work? What's the harm in trying? That you get in trouble for stealing ingredients from your father? I get in trouble just for breathing. What was his excuse last time? That I didn't greet him quickly enough? Fine, but I bet you're just wasting your time. Despite what she says, the young girl watches attentively as he works. Even at that age, his fingers are nimble and swift. Finally, he dips a quill into the concoction and scrawls a hasty message on a blank sheet. His pen leaves nary a mark. The ink is indeed nearly invisible. After giving it a moment to dry, he brings the page close to the flame of a lit candle. Both let out delighted gasps as the letters form as if by magic from the heat. It works! This means we can send messages without anyone reading them. You don't need invisible ink for that. No one can read your handwriting. Oh my god! Hey! That's cute. That was a memory of my brother's childhood. Invisible ink? That sounds like a child's fancy. You better test every single piece of paper you can get your hands on, Sieglin. Don't be stupid. A message can hardly be kept secret if one only needs a candle to reveal it. Go get the set of letters. Go get the letters and get a candle. Wait. Yes, those letters. The letters I found in my brother's satchel in the storage room. Hidden with her things. I thought they had simply faded, but if they were meant for her to read... Oh god, I need to let Sapporo in. Hi, baby. You're so annoying. Alright, here we go. Let's go to storage. I don't have her name yet. Okay, fine. Let's go. Excuse me. That's the wrong way. This way. Time to go read some invisible ink. You set down the candlestick, reach for the satchel, and carefully retrieve the blank folded letters. You pick one up, smooth it out over your queer ass, and tentatively bring it closer to the candle that bears your brother's name. As the small flame's warmth spreads, words blossom over the empty page. It worked! I can read it! For a moment, you feel as giddy as a child, but the elation in your queer ass is quickly pierced by something sharper. I'm sorry, brother. I know these words were not meant for me, but I have little choice but to invade your privacy. And so, by the light of a flickering candle, you read. Miri! I miss you so much. How are you? Are you well? Are you eating enough? Is Lord Heimdall treating you well? I can't tell you where I am, but I'm unharmed. I love you. Tristan. Oh, he didn't die? Miri. That must have been his pet name for her. But what did I call her? You flip to the next letter. Miri, I miss you. I miss you so much. But no matter how much I long to see your face, spirits, I'm glad you're not here. This battle is... Please don't worry about me. I'll see you soon. I promise. Tristan. The next letter is dated a few weeks after your brother returned from the war. Oh. Never mind. Is Lord Heimdall treating you well is from like before all of this shit went down. So he did probably die in that duel. Okay. Miri, nothing feels the same. We fight over everything and anything, don't we? If I show too much attention, I'm breathing down your neck. If I show too little, I'm ignoring you. If I give you space, it means I don't care. If I don't, it means I won't leave you alone. I need only mention Lynn and you refuse to speak with me. I try not to blame you. I try to understand, but even my patience has its limits. Are you trying to hurt me because I hurt you? Or are you that blind? Because I'll admit I was. How did I not notice how lonely you were? Why didn't you tell me? Could I have been enough for you if only I tried harder? I'm sorry. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry. I love you. Tristan. Again, you flip to the next letter, wondering if reading the entire pile will be fruitless. I hate you. I hate how I miss you. But I hate how when you hold me in your arms, when you beg me to hold you, I don't know if I can trust you again. You used me once. You broke your promise. I hate that I don't mind if you do it again if it means you'll stay. Beep. Phoebe, can you hear Sapporo meowing in the back? Let me see if I can grab her for you guys. Welcome, Raiders. You've come just in time for a Sapporo disruption. I'm gonna see if I can kidnap her, okay? One second. Catnap, rather. Sapporo, you're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this, Sapporo. Oh. Damn it. She figured me out. Welcome to the Phoebe Hive. Welcome. We're reading a visual novel today. It's called The Last Winter Night. It just came out. It's by Andisis. The dev behind, I think their most popular one is It Paints Me. So if you're into visual novels, that might be the title you recognize. It's good to have you guys. How are you guys doing? Let me do a shout out for the Phoebe. How was your stream? Hope it was good. Memento. What's Memento? Oh, a room decorator game. This looks very Phoebe core. I hope you guys had a fun time. It looks like a cozy time. We're also having a pretty cozy time here, albeit quite sad and very dramatic. There's a lot of family drama. This is a very complicated family tree. I hope you had a good stream, Phoebe. Thank you for raiding in. I appreciate it. If you need to go rest, please do so. If you want to hang out, please feel free. I'm going to keep reading. Hope you guys had a good stream. Okay, shall we? Remember how we used to be so careful when we were 18? 19? Who would have thought we'd be acting with wild abandon like this in our 30s? Oh yes, enjoy your lurk, Phoebe. No more live streaming on YouTube? What do you mean? This is on YouTube. I'm currently streaming to YouTube. She did flee, but she's back again. Nameless, you want to come? Oh my god, I just called Sapporo Nameless. Sapporo. Oh no, she's chilling. She's just on the couch. She doesn't want to come here. Okay. Every time you knock on my door, I give you what you want because I want you back. I want you to never forget how I make you feel. So why are you always gone when I wake? Do you feel nothing for me at all, Mirjam? We finally got her name. You're gambling in your game right now, Stiffy. There it is. Her name. Mirjam. Dame Mirjam Leitner. Lady Mirjam von Heimdall. The name of your old enemy stares back at you from the page, written in your brother's hand, the name you erased from the world. And now, after learning it again... Ooh. I think one of the main themes of this visual novel, have been very much about like the complicated struggles and power dynamics of what it means to like live as a woman in a man's world. And I think because that's one of the strongly recurring themes across both Mirjam and Sieglind, that, and arguably even lots of other characters that we've seen, like side characters, I think it would do her a disservice to choose something as dismissive as this. I feel like the whole point is that it's complicated. Even Sieglind is like annoyingly imperfect, right? So YT appears offline for me. Oh, I switched to my streaming channel. I like have a dedicated streaming channel on YouTube now. So that's this one. If you need the link, hold on. Let me grab the link for you. Here you go. So all the VODs are out there. I timestamp them after. It's a more organized way to do it because my main channel was getting really messy and I think the algorithm was like not enjoying the craziness. Okay. Thank you for asking, Bite. Okay, she was more complicated. I thought I knew the woman who I called my enemy, the wretch she was and all she coveted. But after I took this steel form and walked through these halls again, I found I knew little about her at all. Her life was a tangle of thorns. My father wronged her. My brother failed her. The girl she once read bedtime stories to executed her. I may never forgive her for what she's done. I may never call her family again, but there's more I need to uncover while I still can. More about her, about my brother, that I want to understand. You continue on to the next letter. Miri, I'd lose a second eye for you, a limb, my life. I miss him as much as you do. I mourn him like you do. Spirits, I loved him for every breath he was with us. Did they have a kid? Did they have a fucking kid? Holy fuck. Holy fuck, is that what happened? In the legend of Tristram on the stained glass window, it was the story of like the king who went berserk basically after his like best friend, I think, got killed. Could it be that he lost his son to battle? How could you imagine for a moment that I didn't love him? That he wasn't more precious to me than my own life? Just because I love Lynn like a daughter? Just because in my heart of hearts she is my daughter? Was it because I did my duty as a knight? Because, hopeless as it was, I had to fight? Why don't you understand? Why do you insist on suffering alone? Brother, who did you mean by him? You had a nephew, dude. You had a nephew, Sigmund. Miri, my darling, you're right. All I did was abandon you. I was angry. Angry at Ostera. Angry at Caius. Caius? For the first time I had a reason to fight. You're right to hate me. Spirits, I didn't mean the things I said back then. I beg you, if you hold an ounce of love for me still, please forgive me. I love you. I love you as much as I always have. I'll love you until my last breath. Please take me back. Don't leave me. Don't go. One more letter remains in the satchel. You unfold it carefully. Miri, dearest, I know how much you've sacrificed over the years. What you gave up to be at my side. I want you to know I'm willing to do the same. I'm willing to sacrifice what's most precious to me. Lynn. She'll be an adult soon. She doesn't need me by her side any longer. She doesn't need my shadow to stand under. It's time I let her shine on her own. I always knew I would have to let her go, but I can't lose you both. Please take me with you. I only beg that you don't ask me to forget her. She will always hold a piece of my heart, like you and like him. I hope you know she loves you too. I think about you always. I dream of you and the life I hope we can still share. I love you. I'll love you until I die and beyond. Even when I'm past the sunless sea, what remains of my heart will reach for you. I love you. I've never stopped, dearest. I will always be the boy who kissed your hand under the moonlight, the man whose breastplate you pinned a rose to, the father of the child whom you gave my name to, whose memory I keep in my heart, always, forever. I haven't changed. All I want is a new beginning, a new life with you. I love you. Yours, forever and true. Tristan. Holy shit, they didn't get to have their new beginning because of the timing of the attack. And it's possible that Mirjam knew about the attack. The father of the child whom you gave my name to? You had a child? And never told me? When? How? What happened? And sacrificing me. This is what you meant all those years ago? Well, duh. Obviously he wasn't gonna fucking kill you, stupid ass. God, Sigmund is really annoying sometimes. Man, whatever. Leaving Greywall, sacrificing your place in my life and leaving me behind just so I wouldn't have to stand in your shadow? Why did you think you had to? Why did you think that was what was best for me? Didn't you think you knew what was best for him too? Dumbass. You set down the letters with more questions than answers. What matters is that I have her name now, Mirjam. With it, I can try to bring what's left of her to rest. As you return the letters to the satchel, your gauntlet grazes the old fabric nestled in it. Her wedding veil. My brother wanted to return these things to her. Even if she doesn't want them, they don't belong here, carelessly tossed away. There's a better place for them to spend eternity. You take the contents of the satchel and pile them into your own. Thankfully, there's enough room for them alongside the things you've already collected. Finally, you pick up the candlestick, raising its one flickering flame aloft, and head towards the chapel. I'm not one for prayers, but I may as well do it in the proper place. Man, I keep thinking about the candle carving and how our first hint that it wasn't Tristan in the suit of armor was that when she first carved the name of the commander, who I'm always forgetting, Deethard, when she first carved Deethard's name, it was like clumsily done. And if it were Tristan in the armor, it would not have been clumsy. These staves, yeah, you should grab one. You take one of the broken staff, stash it in your waist, unwieldy sword-length club of a dagger. It's a shame I didn't commission a sword frog and belt. Is that what it's called, a sword frog, to go along with this armor? You think as you shake your helmet. That's a mistake fresh-faced warriors often make, spending all their coin on the sword and not on the scabbard and fittings to go with it. Or in my case, the suit. You suppose you can afford some grace to the young girl you were, however, who had yet to possess her own blade. You adjust your sash so that the staff doesn't cling loudly against your cuisses and cuirass with every step, which is easier said than done. Excuse me, queer ass. You'd likely have to retie it in several paces, but at least it leaves one of your gauntlets free. Alright, let's leave. You shouldn't have. Think of it as an early wedding gift. Come on, try it on. I'm a lousy partner if I can't spoil you from time to time, aren't I? That's not true. You're all I could ask for. You deserve it. You deserve so much. Spring. Bright sunlight spills over a bustling town square. The market blooms with colors. Pennants fluttering in the air like butterflies. Stalls strung with dried flowers. People filling the streets. Tunics and skirts of woad and weld blossoming among the cobblestone. You keep your long hair covered despite the warm day. She helped you braid it into tight plaits, wound with bright blue ribbons. We've read all this before. The kirtle and braided belt you don today are plainer than all your dresses, but far more comfortable too. Nobody glancing your way would think you were anything more than an ordinary little girl enjoying the festival with her young, love-struck parents. Though it feels strange to pretend to be his daughter for the day, you're happy you resemble your brother. His own hair is tied back in a long ponytail, peeking out from his hood. Silver strands stand out like a blot of ink on a fresh page, after all. But she stands out anyway. Her loose waves flow down her back, burning red in the sunlight. Uncouth, you knew from your etiquette lessons for a woman her age, but she never cared what others thought of her. You admired that. You were always a little envious of it. You were a little jealous of the faraway look in her eyes as your brother fits the clasp around her neck, the amber shining against her collar like a drop of sunlight. The way he furtively uses his hood to shield them both from view as he quietly kisses her. The soft flush of her cheeks, the secrets whispered between them that you can't hear. You watch her touch the drop of gold around her neck as if it were the most precious thing in the world. But she stares upward as if the real treasure is held in her eyes. The festival, a memory of love. That day, I remember now. You remember what? Okay, should I go get the papers first, or should I? No, let's go to the chapel. Jade Ivy, welcome back. I think you may have missed a pretty huge development, Jade, which is that, Mirjam and Tristan had a son. Sounds like he may have died in maybe battle? Unclear. Like as a squire? Uncertain. But, that seems to be what broke them up, was that they lost their son. So, pretty crazy. And so, for the first time in many, many years, Tristram donned his armor and picked up his sword. He followed the rumors until at last he found where the beast nested. To his horror, it was a place familiar to him, the same field his army had marched across so very long ago, and at its center a great, hulking iron beast stood. Its form was long and twisted. Its skin was made of steel. Its limbs were claws as sharp as spear tips. Its teeth were rows of long, long knives. Tristram's men fell one by one. The last sacrificed himself so his master could plunge his sword deep into the creature's throat through its hollow chest. But the beast showed no pain. It shed no blood. Its heart had no beat, for it was dead to begin with. As Tristram despaired, the revenant showed him no mercy. The king was never seen again, but some say, after that day, 2 revenants stalked those bloody fields. One with a face like a cracked knight's visor, the other with an iron crown atop its head. From the timing of his letters, my brother's son must have been born during the siege. Tristan. Did she give their child that name because she believed she would die? My poor, foolish brother. What must it have driven you to do? Tristan. It's A bitter thought, to know that I never met my brother's son and he would never meet mine. Would you have doted on my Siegfried? Taught him swordplay like you taught me? Oh, you both named your sons. Well, I guess, yeah. Because, well, no, it would have been Siegfried and Tristan. Never mind. What else can I click here? Oh, that's literally it. You set the candlestick down on the altar, reaching for your carving tool, and prepare to inscribe a name. For the one who keeps vigil in this castle where my brother died. For the one he cared for most. You steady your gauntlet and carve the letters. I've been all capsing them, so I'll keep that up. Mirjam. You strike a flint and bring the flame towards it. As soon as it ignites the wick, the room erupts with incandescent light. Cold stone walls surround you. The stench of sharp herbs and feverish, unwashed bodies fill the unkempt room. She lies against a thin mattress, sweat clinging to her brow. A bundle wrapped in linens rests in her arms. Her skin is sallow and damp. Her feeble form is a ghost of the warrior you knew. Your brother brings a gentle hand to her burning cheek. His bandages peek out from the tears in his tunic. Scars carve his body as deep as the lines of anguish etched in his face. Don't go. Her voice is barely more than a whisper. It struggles to escape her throat. Stay with me. With us. I have to go, dearest. But I promise you I'll see you both again. On this shore. Or the next. Oh. Okay, so the baby wasn't old enough to be like a squire or anything. Maybe just didn't survive. So Tristan left like his wife and kid, who might both be dying, to go and maybe die also himself. And she viewed that as a total betrayal, even though his duty was to serve his nation as a knight, which she also is. Okay, I get it though. That's fair. Okay, his hand leaves her face. She does not have the strength to reach for him again as he turns away. You find yourself back in the present, moonlight bathing your steel plates, two softly glowing flames dancing on the altar, his and hers. One more candle remains on the iron candlestick. Unlit and uncarved, it awaits a name. For the son he lost. For the nephew I never knew. You carve the name they gave him. When you light the wick, warmth flows from your gauntlet to your pauldrons, settling into your queer ass like an embrace. A peal of laughter, thin as a membrane, echoes at a distance. A soft, crooning lullaby envelops you. A memory of warmth gone too soon. Both sound and sensation quickly fade as you return to your surroundings. Now, 3 wavering flames rest upon the altar. Learning that your brother loved and lost a son brings a sharp feeling to the space beneath your metal cuirass. That pain we both share. Well, I've done what I came here for, but I know that her spirit and mine aren't the only ones trapped here. These grounds remain haunted. The Revenant, whoever or whatever it used to be, is proof enough of that. If I could help Sir Dethard's spirit along, perhaps I could do the same for others who perished here. Perhaps it will change something. Or perhaps it's pointless to even think it. But what do I have to lose? Perhaps there are other amends you were unable to make while you were alive. Perhaps this simple act now will help you reach those who are gone beyond reach. Perhaps. Wow, I think it's sweet that you can carve like whatever name you want, basically. Like if there's someone you want to carve a candle for, you can. I like that. Okay, carve another candle. Is there anyone else whose like first name we know? Not really. Not yet. Did my grandson light a candle for me, I wonder? Scarce difference it made if he did. Yeah, you sure did come back to haunt a suit of armor, so I don't know if it helped very much. Okay. Golden light softly scattered by stained glass. Warm voices, borrowed silks, flowers. For the first time you can remember, the scent of flowers mixes with incense and melting wax. You're not sure what they're called, but they're golden, like her eyes. Gold like the thin band you carry up towards them that glints like a ring of sunlight. Your brother slips it over her finger as easily as a promise whispered, but it weighs like an oath kept. Both of them had returned from the king's tourney as champions, he taking the melee and archery prizes, she achieving victory in the joust. Oh, a lady jouster! Their ample winnings should have covered much more than a veil and a pair of rings. Yet she wears one of your mother's old dresses, a simple white gown with yellow flowers stitched over the collar and sleeves, while your brother's doublet is a little too small, just barely lacing over his tunic. His silk sash and brass belt were borrowed as well. Your family gains another member today, but not all are present to witness it. Your father is not here to see this joy. Oh, it's all the same text. It's a lot of the same text, but it's so different now. Your heart is so light you almost don't notice it. The only thing on your mind is the happiness on their faces and the love and warmth that surround them, brighter than any candle. Look at them. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. You step through the threshold and into the expanse of moonlight, pouring onto blood-stained stone. The air is heavy, like it was before. Moving through the space feels like wading through knee-deep waters. Voices tangle like reeds around you, grazing your greaves and sabatons. But the candlestick with its 3 flickering lights glows brightly. You hold it high and wade across. A few steps in and you swear a familiar sensation floats by you, but it quickly passes. Edgar? You pause for a moment to look about. Nothing, apart from the bodies and ruins, looks back at you. Should I carve a candle for Edgar? You shake your pauldrons, then walk forward again. Midway through the hall, you swear that a flash of movement flits across your visor. You turn, but still nothing is there. If you could feel cold, a chill would run through your armor. What? Huh? Do I? Thank you for the tip. Thanks for feeding the bird. Nom. Cheers to that. I appreciate it. Thanks for the tip. You hold onto the candlestick and move forward again. Soon the end of the hall approaches. Oh, thanks for the hydrate redeem also. Your final steps are slow and heavy. Your hollow plates weigh far more than empty steel should. Every movement is a struggle. But at last, you reach the pair of great doors and slip through, worn and not wholly unscathed. It's time to see if she's appeased. Alright, let's see. You begin the trek towards your chambers, one gauntlet on the candlestick, the other on the splintered wooden staff hanging from your belt. You loosen your grip as the seconds pass. I'm being ridiculous. I have little to fear right now. So you say, but still you scan the shadows as you walk. Soon enough, her door comes into view. You approach it slowly. It's wide open, just as you left it, gaping into darkness. Hey, girl. It's her. You remember him. Forgive me for borrowing your voice again, brother. You reach out towards the spirit. Miri, don't stay in this place, sweetheart. He's waiting for us, beyond the sea. You stand in nervous silence, wondering if your ruse has been discovered. The spirit glides forward, but unlike before, you feel no cold when her form brushes yours. She rests her head against your queer ass, her blood-red hair drifting around her like waves on the sea. You remain there for some time, holding her in your steel embrace. Then, at last, she pulls away. I'm sorry for everything, but I'm glad. I chose to spend my days with you. Oh, man. Oh, man. She's gone. Farewell, Mirjam. Man, that was at one time your adopted mother, basically. The candles you still hold on to flicker brighter for a moment. Wisps of their smoke unfold softly in the air. Holding the candlestick aloft, you step through the doorway. Oh, big sword! That's a really big sword. That's a big sword. Big. A small set of drawers is piled high with various bottles, oils, rose waters, and tonics you glean from the faded labels. It, like the rest of the room, is a mess. You open the drawers to find even more bottles and jars, most containing long rotted leaves and herbs. Is that our claymore? I do think so. Corvus is like, who's this? I can fix them. I think we have fixed them. I think you're a little late to the party, Corvus. Remedies she used to brew, flower petals she would add with them or crush and mix with beeswax to make lip rouge. At the very back of the drawer is a small clay jar wrapped in a torn piece of stained linen. It reads like it's set in a soul's world. Oh, I can see that. You reach for it. Small letters are scratched crudely on its side. You hold it up to the candlelight to read them. They spell a name. Tristan. This isn't a jar. It's an urn. The remains of your nephew rests before you, swallowed in a scrap of the same linen that once comforted him in life. You're far away beyond the sea, aren't you? Your mother doesn't need to protect you anymore. There's some place else your memory can rest and still be close to her. The small object is heavy, but manages to fit snugly into your quite full satchel, blanketed by both pieces of the linen she once crudely yet carefully embroidered. You make sure it's safe, then step away. A claymore sleeps upon an unmade bed. Abandoned clothing lies strewn about the floor. You know well that this was not the doing of any pillager or beast. I had forgotten how slovenly she could be. For once, it's a messy room that wasn't pillaged. It was just truly she just was a mess. My brother was ever the conscientious one. Her habits were as unrefined as her nature. Can you not be rude to your adoptive mother for 2 seconds? I often wondered how my brother came to love someone who was the complete opposite of him. Never having given my heart to anyone, I still can't say I understand it. A few dusty tomes sit on an abandoned shelf. Diaries, you realize upon closer inspection. There are only a few here. The oldest is from when she and Tristan were squires. The spines turn their backs to you as if that could keep their tantalizing secrets out of reach. I'm gonna read them, of course. You could at least pretend to feel guilty about it. No. I want to know. How did things end so badly between her and Tristan? How did she truly feel about me? You pick up the oldest volume and turn the grimy, faded pages. Someone was in my room when I wasn't there. Oh no, we're about to... I think I feel like I know where this is going, and so a content warning, probably sexual assault. So take care of yourselves if that is not something you want to be encountering right now. Okay, here we go. Someone was in my room when I wasn't there. They left a gift on my bed. How did they get in? I'm scared to close my eyes. Scared a monster is hiding in the shadows, just waiting for me to fall asleep. I'm so frightened, Mother, Father. Why does this have to happen to me? Tristan doesn't let me go anywhere alone after I told him. I can't believe I used to hate him back when we were children, back before I really knew him. He's like a big, protective puppy. I'm glad he's my friend. Why does that man get to hurt us? Why doesn't anyone stop him? It's wrong. It's not fair. It's all my fault. If I hadn't told Tristan, he wouldn't have been hurt. What kind of monster does that to his own son? Are we less than animals to him? I try not to cry when I sit beside Tristan's sickbed. I try, but it's my fault. It's all my fault. I don't even deserve to feel sorry when he's the one suffering. He'll probably never see with that eye again. If the blade had gone any deeper, he would be dead. And then I'd be dead too, because I'd rather die than be alone in this world again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I wonder if wicked things happen to me because I have a wicked soul. If I was good, then surely none of this would be happening. Then maybe you would still be alive, Mother, Father. Then my best friend wouldn't be hurt and everyone else would leave me alone. I tried to tell myself I wouldn't anymore, but I have to do it. I have to be the one who punishes me. Tristan caught me when I was changing the bandages. I'm the one who's been taking care of him. I know how to dress a wound, so I used the supplies they gave me. That way no one would notice. But he did. He's in so much pain, but all he thought about was me. He was hurt so badly already, but he still made me take out my dagger and swear a blood pact with him. The world will hurt us, but staining this blade will be the last time we ever hurt each other, we said. Why won't the world stop hurting us? Why can't it leave us alone? I can't sleep in my own room anymore. I started staying by Tristan's bedside all night and eventually stopped returning to my own. I just couldn't bear to be alone, and I couldn't leave him alone either. If I don't hold on to his hand, I'm afraid he'll slip away. I've never been so afraid. That man never came to visit. The commander made some half-hearted attempt at an apology, but he acted like it was Tristan's fault for getting hurt. I wanted to tear out both his eyes and feed them to the crows. One day I'll make him regret everything he's done, him and the Marquess. The Marquess ignores me now. I think I make him uneasy, reminding him of what happened. He deserves to feel all the guilt and shame in the world for what he did. I hope he never forgets. Every time he looks at his own son's face, I hope he feels a fraction of the pain that Tristan had to suffer. No further entries are legible. You reach for the next oldest tome, dated 3 years later. That man invited me to go hunting with him. He started sending me things again. Merciful spirits, it's happening all over again. I don't want to go. I don't want this. Why does he have to look at me that way? I'm already a loyal servant as far as he's concerned. Why can't that be enough for him? Tristan promised he'd find a way to come with me. I'm thankful for that, but how can he be so astute in some areas and so unbelievably dense in others? I told him I liked him, a lie, and he replied with a smile. I like you too. I'm glad you're my friend. Then he went right back to reading his blasted book. I'm sorry, it's a really serious moment, but that's kind of funny. Oh man, if only I were just fair enough to catch his attention and nobody else's. He kissed me. A kiss on the hand, but still a kiss. I don't know what to feel. I'm happy, I am, but a part of me feels nothing but uncertainty. I hate everything about this place except for him, but he promised Lady Vivian he'd watch over his sister, and I know he loves that child. Will I have to choose between him and my own path one day? I can't. Since I lost you, mother, father, he's all I have. I know you raised me to be modest, mother, father, but our little manor on the hill was an entirely different world from Castle Greywall. The meek die here like the mouse under the eagle's talon. They call me awful things, because that's all they can do. It doesn't feel good to know that they leave me alone because I'm his, but it does feel good to taunt them with what they can't have. And I love him so much. What's the shame in showing it? You skim over the minutiae of daily life and training, angry complaints about serving the commander and the other knights, which make up a third of the entries, saccharine descriptions about your brother's beauty, kindness, and soft lips, alongside affectionate mocking of his less than ideal traits. The next oldest volume you can find is dated 6 years later. Stupid runs in their family, for real. Our knighting ceremony has gone and went. I am addressed by Dame now, not girl, not you, not Lightner. I don't want to think about what I owe that man. I am a knight, and I stand among the greatest of the kingdom. Whatever chains he binds me with, I will break them. The road here was far from easy, but the future lies ahead, for both of us. Sir Tristan. The title suits him. He has always been my hero, but above all, my partner. The other half of my soul, though I don't know how much longer that may be. There is a distance now that wasn't there before. I don't know what changed. I don't know what I've done wrong. Have I been too much? Too little? Why won't he kiss me good morning? Why does he hesitate to hold my hand? I can sense there's something he wants to ask me, some matter he wishes to speak of, but no matter how many chances I give him, he won't open his heart to me. Part of me is glad. Part of me doesn't want to know if what I fear most is about to be true. The great tournament was a whirlwind. I don't even know where to begin. I'll start with the most important thing. I'm betrothed now. My beloved is going to be my husband. You take note of the several hearts and smiling suns drawn over the page. Oh, the Southerners are a sentimental sort. In the North, when one wins a round of the joust, he salutes his opponent and waits until his next round. In the South, he's given a red rose, told to remove his helmet, parade around like a peacock, and present the fair flower to the fairest maiden of his eye. The nonsense of it all. Tournaments are mock battles, not pages from ballads. But if a show is what they want, why shouldn't I give it to them? I wore my hair loose, not in a braid. A trial to fit in my helmet, but all was worth it when my tresses tumbled down my back to 1,000 gasps from the crowd. My beloved was to ride in the round after me. I took the rose I was given. Oh my god! What a gender role reversal. I love this. Trotted around the field and then returned to where he awaited atop Snowflower's saddle. There I pinned the rose to his breastplate and kissed the top of his helm. the surprise in his eye beneath his visor. I was afraid he would fumble his match, but thank the spirits he didn't. When he won, he presented me with his own rose, but refused to take off his helmet. He later told me he was blushing so deeply he feared his face was far redder than the flower. Oh, their song! Yeah. I didn't see him afterwards until the banquet that evening, where he avoided me throughout the night. But I could feel his eye lingering, watching me with deepest misery. Before the final hour, I confronted him. Had I humiliated him, or was his coldness because he no longer loved me? His reaction was one of such anguish, he looked as if a dagger through his heart would hurt less than my words. No, 1,000 times no. Then you love me, but you don't wish to be seen with me, I said. You want me as a mistress, not a bride. I want to marry you now, as much as I have for the past 7 summers. But he trailed off, not meeting my eyes. You're Lord Leitner's niece. You deserve to be the lady of a castle, a countess, or a baroness. I stopped him right there. You say I deserve this and I deserve that, but have you ever thought to ask what I want? Don't I deserve to be with the man I love? I had to speak the rest of my words through tears. I don't want to be the wife of some gilded noble. I want to be with you. I'm a knight with no lands and no name, and that's enough for me. Am I not enough for you? That's when he kissed me twice, dropped to his knee, and proposed right on the spot. You are more than I'll ever be worthy of. But if you'll accept me as I am, then please not only my partner, my friend, my comrade in arms, but my wife as well. I confess I was crying so much I barely heard him. I asked him to repeat himself. I just gave you a declaration of my undying love and you weren't listening. Ask me again, you idiot. Dame Mirjam, my sweet Mary, will you marry me? Of course I said yes. He had no ring, so he plucked the flower from the gardens and tied it around my finger. I've pressed it in a book to keep it safe. Thinking about how it happened mere hours ago, my heart is so full and warm I feel as if I've swallowed the sun. My joy feels limitless. I can't stop smiling. Spirits, I need to start practicing my needlework, don't I? The next entry starts on a much sourer note. As soon as I begin to feel joy, the world challenges my happiness. No, not the world. That man. I should be planning my future with the love of my life, but the man who owns us remains steadfast in his desire to make our lives a living nightmare. First, delaying our knighting ceremony. Now, this ridiculous dowry. Next, he's going to demand my firstborn, I shouldn't doubt. He can go ahead. I don't want a mewling babe, and my beloved, my betrothed now, vows never to pass on his sire's blood. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's really loaded. But you guys had a kid anyway. Wait. Oh, no. Lynn takes up all the time we'd have for a child anyhow. She's 10 now and follows me everywhere like a lost kitten. She won't go to sleep unless I read to her either. I don't dislike it. She's truly a sweet thing when she isn't so headstrong. Still, what have we ever done to deserve her father's ire besides exist in front of him? So was the debt a dowry? He's like requiring that. Oh my god, no wonder Tristan was like, you treat Mirjam like a slave. Because he's demanding a bride price, like a crazy high bride price, like 5,000 silvers bride price, which is what put them in debt. Holy shit. Thankfully, Tristan knows just what to say to lift my spirits and give me hope that one day we will have our freedom. He's so good to me, Mother. You would love teasing him. And Father, you'd never meet a more honest soul. I know that he speaks to you in his prayers. I hope you love him as I do. It took every penny from our tournament winnings, but we are finally wed. I'm so happy that it feels senseless to pen this. How can all the ink in the world hold even a drop of the joy I feel? I thought we would have to forego everything but the ceremony itself, but Sir Norbert, Robin, even Lord Heimdall, among others, pulled their coin together at the last moment to rent out an inn. And oh, there was dancing and drinking all night long. My husband is lying asleep beside me now. Oh, the bliss I feel when I gaze upon him knows no bounds. I am so blessed to spend the rest of my life with him. Spirits, let me never forget this joy. You skip over several pages documenting their honeymoon in detail. Details you'd rather not read. Along with the beginnings of married life and their new duties as knights. The elation and determination in the earlier entries begin to deplete as the pages go on. The next volume you can find is dated 5 years later. Returning to the capital each year for the joust means returning to the abyss of the southern court. And an abyss it is. I write this now as the evening's banquet approaches so as not to lose my mind. The court. Replace marches with dances, armor with frills and ruffs, swords with sharp words, and you have a battlefield concealed behind high walls and velvet curtains. My beloved is far better at these games than I am. I would take the company of enemy arrows over courtiers any day. The nobles love to talk, and talk has a way of reaching one's ears whether or not one wishes to hear it. They call me glory hungry, but for a knight with no fief, war is the only chance one has to earn his wages. They call me greedy, but my home, my parents, and my future were all taken from me. How can I be greedy when I covet nothing more than what my younger self once had? They call me vain, but when I cut my hair and made myself as small and ugly as I could be, they still leered and tried to touch me. Why shouldn't I grow it long and scent it with rose petals then? The simplest of my joys is to spend my evenings brushing it while the snow falls outside my window, or letting it stream in the wind when I ride on Freyr's back, or feeling my beloved run his fingers through it when our lips and bodies meet. Why should I deny myself these blessings for fear of vanity? They call me a harlot, but I am guilty of tempting only one man, my poor, sweet husband, whose innocent soul I have stained with my own, whom I have brought into my own debt and depravity. He is the one who deserves to be a count or baron, not bound by oath to a lowly knightess like me. I don't deserve his love. I am greedy. I am selfish. I am vain to think I could ever deserve to stand beside him. Would he be happier without me? Perhaps it's a blessing that I am so friendless and unlovable then. If I am aloof, he may be seen as gentle. If I am icy, he may be warm. If I am brash and careless, he may be calm and tactful. What a pair we make. I, who was born von Leitner, and I can't make head nor tails of the court, and he who was branded from birth by shame, yet more noble in character, more sharp of mind, more patient and poised in bearing than the highest of the highborn. Spirits, I need to prepare for that blasted banquet now. It may be the height of spring, but I've only brought dresses with collars up to the chin and sleeves that button down to the cuffs. Let them think it the habit of an uncultured northerner. I don't care. Better that than showing them my scars. As I get older, I often think about you both, mother and father. I think about my life and where I want to go and how bleak my chances are. I want to settle somewhere far away, somewhere with sunlight, somewhere peaceful, like our old manor on the hill. Most would be surprised to hear it. I may be the first to volunteer to fight, but war, not peacetime, is the only chance we have to earn a real wage. My husband hates killing, but the thought of ransoming other knights fills him with almost as much despair. He hates the idea that some might never see their families again. The bards call him the model of chivalry, a paragon of the battlefield, but idealism doesn't pay off debts. I think about when I was small, when it was the three of us, mother braiding my hair and teaching me letters, father teaching me to ride a horse and wield a sword, the happiness we knew because we had each other. He has been everything to me since I lost you, a friend, companion, defender, and partner, but he is only one person. Is it selfish of me to want more? Oh, is this how they end up with a son? I didn't plan for this to happen. We were careless. I'm worried and frightened, but beneath it all is a joy I haven't known in a long time. I can only pray he'll be happy too, that his mind will change, that his love for me won't. Surely this won't be a threat to Lind. She's almost grown. She'll love being an aunt, won't she? He acted as if this was my fault, as if half the blame wasn't his. It was a week ago that he found out. Since then, he's come around. He's sweet again. Sweeter. I've never felt so pampered in my life. But I'll never forget that look of fear in his eye. Not in 20 years. Not in an abyss of blood-soaked battlefield where the ravens feast on men have I seen that look on his face before. We've begun to think of names. We've agreed on Vivian or Margaret for a girl, but my beloved always changes the subject when it comes to names for a boy. I've joked that we'll simply have to call our son Tristan too. The days pass so peacefully here. I'm so thankful we left for Rhymegrave before winter began, that we escaped being trapped at Grey Wall under the eye of that monster. Who knows what he would do to us or our child had we remained. I'm thankful too that Rowan was with us. Growing up with a gaggle of younger siblings teaches you a thing or two about dealing with expectant mothers, it seems. Things that I know you would show me if only you were here, Mother. Why did this happen? Why now? This place was supposed to be safe over winter. What madness would drive Ostera to attack now? I never dreamt my child would be born under siege. Mother, father, spirits, please, I beg you, keep us safe. We have a boy. Oh, blessed spirits, I have a son. We call him Tristan after his father, Tristan Leitner. He was born 7 days ago. I haven't had the strength to lift a pen until now. He's so small in my arms. He's small but stubborn. He takes after me. I know he's trying his hardest to live. I'm trying to do the same, but I'm so tired. I try to hide it from my husband, but I'm still in so much pain. but his mind is elsewhere when he's with us. My baby won't nurse. He won't cry. It still hurts. It hurts to breathe. It hurts to move. I'm so cold. I can feel the end coming. My darling, don't be afraid. Your mother won't let you cross the sunless sea alone. But his father, the man who says he loves me, is nowhere to be seen. Where are you, Tristan? Why aren't you here when I need you most? Why? The next few pages are stained and unreadable. You flip to the next legible entry you can find. Why am I alive? I should be dead, not him. Why? And how does he have the gall to weep after abandoning us? He's left me once again. The enemy has fled, but the war continues. Our son's ashes have barely cooled, and all he thinks of is fighting. Stay and get well, he said. How? Even if my broken body can someday stand again, how can my heart ever mend? The remains of this place are as crumbled as my heart. His letters hardly come. They're brief, hurried scrawls on parchment scraps with ink that barely dried before being sealed. Am I not worth the time to write to? Are you safe? Are you hurt? You keep promising you'll return, but you never do. Bye, nameless. Get home safe. I miss you so much I can't bear it. Do you miss me? Does serving your duty ease the burden of leaving me behind? Is a burden all I am to you? Come back. Please. I beg of you. I'm well enough now to tend to the horses, the few that remain anyway. I need something to do, something to occupy my mind, something to keep me from grasping for a blade or bottle. Freyr. My trusted steed is gone. Snowflower is too. We were starving then. Did he butcher them? We used to go riding together as squires in the forest surrounding the castle. We would imagine we were free to roam wherever we wished. Would you have liked riding, my darling? Would you be afraid at first like I was? Would you tremble as you gripped the reins, barely able to listen while I showed you how to guide your steed? Would your father follow carefully, ready to catch you if you slipped your saddle? Why do I keep imagining things that can never be? Lord Heimdall remains here as well, forced by the king to convalesce. We both know it's to keep him from intervening in their plans for peace. This is how the mighty reward their pawns. Oh, is this how she gets to know Heimdall? Interesting. My husband is just another piece in their hands. They're going to use him and sacrifice him when they no longer need him. Why can't he see? What is so precious about duty? I don't know what I would do if not for Lord Ernust. Oh, that was his name, Ernust. Let me write that down. Ernust. And then the other, what were the horses' names? These are all names I want to carve into candles. Snowflower. Okay. I don't know what I would do if not for Lord Ernust. It's been so freeing being able to talk with him. To know that at last someone understands me. He too has lost sons and carries too many scars to count. Ooh, the Tristram image in the back. It's been a comfort for once in my life to not have to pretend to be fearless. To not have to hide my weakness in front of others, lest I am seen as the feeble and unworthy being that I am. I've rarely been one to frequent the chapel, but every single day now I pray for my little one's soul and his father's safety. Mother and father and all the spirits of the beyond, watch over him, I beg of you. Spirits, what have I done? Every awful word uttered about me is true. I weep every day because I mourn my child and fear for my husband, but I do this while he's gone? Oh my god. Girl, did you cheat on him? Oh, shit. Oh, no. I hate myself. I can't. I've been so alone. We shared a drink to share our miseries. That's all it was supposed to be. Why did I cry into his chest? Why did I let him hold me? Why didn't I stop him when he kissed me? I wish that the spirits would take me. I wish I had died when my child did. I want my husband and my son back. I want my parents back. I want my life back. No, I wish I never lived at all. The next page is a mess of dark stains. You can't tell if they're ink or blood. You skip to the next legible entry. I can't tell Tristan. He'll only blame himself, though I'm the one to be blamed. He'll hate himself for leaving me alone with Ernest. Lord Heimdall has been his mentor for over a decade. He's like a father he never had. I can't turn one of the few people in this world he trusts into his enemy. It's all my fault. I can't confess, but neither can I live with this guilt. I'm a failure of a wife, a failure of a mother, and a failure at even the thing I worked so hard for my entire life. How can I call myself a knight now? A knight is brave and honorable. Not a traitorous, cowardly, pathetic wretch like me. The only one who can punish me is myself. This penance is my only salvation. You're breaking so many vows. You're breaking so many vows in a row. You vowed not to do that. You vowed not to do that. Oh, no. Heimdall has been called to the vanguard. I avoided him since the incident, but this morning he wrote me a note asking to see me once more. I should have ignored it. I should have torn it to shreds. He apologized to me. He said that both Tristan and I would have a place by his hearth should we ever choose to leave Greywall. Choose? In what world would the Marquess give us the choice to escape his yoke? My nightmares have been unbearable. Before that incident, before he left, Lord Heimdall shared with me an herb to soothe sleep, with a stern warning of its dangers. Never mix this with wine, and do not come to rely on it. It's dangerous if overused. Oh, is that how you killed the Marquess? Would it be so wrong to ignore that warning now? Would it be so wrong to slip into oblivion? Damn this. Damn it all to the sunless sea. I didn't survive this bloody war and every battle before it just to end like this. I didn't lose my parents, my comrades, and my son just so I could shame them by dying in my sleep. Tristan and I can still be happy. I can still fix everything. In my heart, I have to believe it. Even if every other part of me knows it's a lie, I have to try. No matter what it costs. Oof. That was long. Your queer ass hangs heavy with the weight of ink and confession. Whatever you feel, anger, hurt, betrayal, pity, or understanding, you leave it to rest there. The time will come to let it pour forth. Pages containing a young girl's fears, a woman's hopes, and a mother's despair. Love, loss, penance, and regret fill the ink gouged into parchment by the blade of a pen. The shadow of a name, of a man, lurks over the sorry tale. The Marquess. Father. My father was a monster. Perhaps it's easier to see now that you're both dead and, well, in your case, not quite gone. Now that you're not a naive young girl anymore. Now that you've learned to regret how you treated your own child. The claymore, a brutal two-handed sword modeled on those described in time of legend. They were her weapon of choice. I can only imagine why. For something so precious to her, she treated it rather carelessly, keeping it on her bed of all places. My brother was gifted with many weapons, including the bow, poleaxe, and of course the sword. He should not have lost his duel that day. Perhaps he would have won had he not been wounded by the words you spoke to him. You resist the urge to tidy up the bed and clothes strewn about. It's maid's work anyhow. As your gaze falls on the bottles, you can almost imagine the smell of rose petals and powder drifting from them, the scent of her hair. It calls to mind a memory of a small girl squirming impatiently as a young woman with scarred hands sits behind her, plaiting the silky, silvery hair into looping braids with fine blue ribbons woven in between them. You let it linger, as if the familiar smells from the jars might waft over you once again. But the only scent they can carry now is a perfume of dust and decay. Okay, this is what she was guarding so fiercely, my nephew's ashes. This is why she didn't let me pass. May he be at peace. Yeah, you lit a candle for him already. All right, I think that's everything here. I'll head back to my brother's room now. Okay. Huge confessions. I think I'm just going to sit here and finish this, guys. I don't really want to. I don't know how much is left, but I don't really want to Let's see. Do I have evening commitments that I'm forgetting about? Sometimes that happens. Oh, yeah, I kind of do, but it's like online. Maybe it's okay. Okay, maybe it's fine. You exit the room and return through the hall as old memories and new revelations linger in your queer ass, weighing down your sabatons every step. The candles you carry keep the dark at bay. Until the center one, your brother's, grows brighter and brighter, its light devouring all you can see. The castle's walls still surround you, but now you look upon them in daytime, clear of dust and cobwebs. I feel like we're close to the true end, you know? You look around. A long hall stretches on, filled with pairs of doors that face the other, so that each entryway is forced to gaze upon its mirror. Down this mirrored hall, a pair of voices echo entwined. Two men stand facing one another, one a lowly knight, the other the noble lord he serves. Yet for a world of difference in wealth and vestments, the same blood runs through both their veins. The same blue eye in the face of one could find its twin in the gaze of the other. The knight, your brother, holds a letter in his hand marked with your father's seal. Would you care to explain this missive to me, my lord? What is there to explain, boy? You're to be married to Lord Ebner's youngest daughter. Gather your things and prepare to leave Greywall. It seems the poor girl became smitten with you from a single glance. You're lucky you take after me. Doubly lucky that the Baron has allowed it in spite of your lowly birth. I thank you for both for the generosity, my lord, but there's already someone else I wish to. Don't be a fool, boy! You'll become nobility through this marriage. I'll even be generous and allow you to take that red-haired wench with you. Allow me? Mirjam is not something I can carry around with me like an object. And you would send your son to his new wife's home with a mistress in tow? Unlike you, I am a knight, my lord. Unlike you, honor and integrity mean something to me. I will not hear your excuses. I've already promised you to her father's. I am not a thing for you to barter. You are mistaken. You do belong to me. Everything you've ever touched, from the air you breathe to the clothes on your back, is thanks to my generosity. That includes your very life. So listen to me, boy. This is for your own good. You've never treated me like your son, so don't pretend to act like my father now. You dare disobey me, child. In no one's eyes am I your child, my lord. You have no right to meddle with my family. Family? Ha! You want to cling to your true love so badly. You're so certain you'll have a happy life together. Fine. As your liege lord, I'll allow it. If you can replace the dowry Lord Ebner promised me. Oh, that's where the dowry came from. That's what it was. Damn. Why? Speak up, boy. Why do you do this, father? Why at every turn do you deny me a glimpse of any happiness? I've served you my entire life. I've tried to bring honor upon your house. I've tried, but nothing pleases you. Why, my lord? You don't deserve happiness. You don't deserve even to breathe. You don't deserve to ask anything of me, pity, mercy, or compassion, after you stole everything from me. Oh, his mom died in childbirth. I don't know why it took me that long to connect those dots. Yeah, okay. Okay, got it. Finally, I understand. I don't know why it took me this long. I get it now. Okay, cool. At first I was like, this is really like meaningless, senseless cruelty, but now I'm like, oh, bro was, I guess, also traumatized. So the sum he was forced to pay father was a dowry. That is why they lived so humbly despite their fame. That is why my brother couldn't even wear a fitted doublet to his own wedding. Why she wore no jewelry besides her wedding ring and a single amber pendant. By all means, the cost should have been impossible, but still he paid it and would be burdened by it for the rest of his life. You curl your finger plates into a fist. How dare you? How dare you, father? How dare you tell my brother he deserved no happiness or mercy? He deserves all the joy in the world. If I could have given it to him, I would. You shake yourself, then continue on down the hall, the walls around you dark and dim and dusty once more. The candlelight flickers faintly again as you go. Oh man, that's a lot of tragedy. Let's see if I can reach these papers now. You free the staff from your sash and carefully crouch down beside the bed. With one arm propped on the floor for balance, you hold the long piece of wood in the other. You prod and push the bundle of parchment underneath the bed with the splintered end of the rod until it finally comes within reach. There. With the treasure in your grasp, you pull it out into the light. The pages are old and worn, tied with a faded blue ribbon that you impatiently tug off. On the very top of the first page are 2 short words written in a familiar hand. Dear Lynn. Oh. Dear Lynn, I hope these words never reach you. I write them down because I do not know when I'll leave the living shore, and a man risks his eternal peace to leave his regrets unsaid. Miri lies beside me, asleep. Every night I gaze on her face and trace the line of her cheek, fearful that it will be the last. I write these words not to her, because should she die before me, I plan to throw myself upon her pyre. You sopping romantic. I promise you it is not because I love you any less. I am simply a coward through and through. I know that one day you'll want answers, and if I am not there to tell them, then perhaps these words might do so in my stead. Though my greatest hope is that you never find them at all, because I know they will not bring you any joy. When I was a boy, I dreamt of running away. I dreamt that I would take a horse, I did not know how to ride one then, and gallop away to the cathedral at Kingsfield, where the Vestals tend their candles day and night. I would join them, I thought, and spend my life in prayer in the ash and dark, and because the Vestals were kind, they would surely let me stay there even though I was a boy. If I kept my hair long and my face smooth, no one would notice, I thought. Needless to say, I never ran. When I was 11, my liege lord returned from Highwall with a girl. She was filthy and had ruddy hair roughly cropped at the chin. Her clothes looked as if they once were fine but now were dirty and tear-stained and sooty. She barely spoke more than a word at a time, but her eyes pierced her surroundings like she could cut them with a gaze, and that is how she always looked at me. Even so, I couldn't stop staring back. Finally, I knew that someone else hated this place, and that man, as much as I did. That man made me a page to Dieter Dressler. It was supposed to be an honor. In reality, it meant I was a servant to a vain and selfish knight who wouldn't recognize chivalry if it speared him through the throat. It meant, for the better part of my years, I was humiliated, worked to the bone, tormented for his pleasure, and punished for the slightest mistake or misdeed. But damn it if I didn't give it my all. I was determined to become a better knight than he could ever be, a better knight than one for whom there was no cruelty too deep to inflict on children in the name of discipline. The girl was a knight's daughter. Her father had taught her the sword as soon as she could hold one. That didn't make it easier for her here. One lowly page was a thorn in our teacher's side. 2 only doubled his cruelty, as if it would kill him to dilute his venom between us. Our shared miseries didn't warm her to me. She hated me as much as she hated just everyone else, and took every opportunity to tell me it. One day I found her hiding in the storage room among the training weapons. I quietly joined her. She glared at me with dagger eyes as we sat there in silence. "Why do you hate me?" I finally asked. "You're that man's son," she said, like I was a fool for not knowing something so obvious. I laughed. "What's so funny?" "You're the first person to hate me for the noble half of my blood," I said with a genuine smile. You know that smiling rarely comes naturally to me. It was the same when I was a child, but on that day I beamed. Something about that moment transformed me in her eyes, and gradually after that I found I had made my first true friend. We were opposites, but that only drew us closer. It was as if we were pieces built to complement one another, 2 sides of a coin. I grew up in a bustling castle where I hid myself in shadows. She grew up in the wild hillsides of her uncle's lands and spent her days running under sun and snow. I was quiet and withdrawn and took my time to think before I spoke. She was bold and quick-tongued as she was quick-witted. Vivian came into our lives when we were 12. She arrived in a carriage pulled by 6 white horses, with an entourage of maidservants, grooms, and knights trailing behind her. Her long flaxen hair fell to her ankles and shone like fields of summer wheat, or so I imagined. At the time, I had never seen the plains of Kingsfield with my own eyes. She did not look surprised when she saw me. Somehow, she knew me by name. I did not trust the kindness she offered me at first, and neither did Mirjam. We were sure she was wicked beneath her gentle features, like all the adults who associated with that man were. Our iciness would have scared away any other lady acting out of charity or pity. Not her. In her, I found a mother I never knew, and Mirjam found one she had lost. Every day, Lynn, you resemble her more and more. Forgive me for what I am about to tell you. I am not the only product of that man's indiscretions, though I am his only son as far as I am aware. I believe that alone is what made him keep me. Oh, so a misogynist and a philanderer? Okay, yeah, that tracks. Marriage did not change his habits in the years that followed. Neither did Vivian's growing belly. Even when you were newly born and your mother's ashes barely cooled, did he look to his next conquest. Lynn, I love you. I have loved you since the moment I first saw you. You were red-faced, wrinkled, and wailing. I thought it amazing how you could be so small yet so loud. Mirjam said you were the most horrendous thing she had ever seen, but you finally ceased crying when she held you. You are more than just my baby sister. You are as precious to me as my own heart. I was 15 when you were born, 3 years shy of being a man, yet I swore at that moment that I would protect you and care for you even if your own father never did. They were powerful words from a powerless boy who could not even protect himself. Miri and I were changing. I had spent the last 2 springs shooting up like a tree trunk to her chagrin and was still growing. I no longer looked like a girl, nor did I wish to, but I kept my hair long due to habit. The heroes in the old tales had long locks or warriors' braids anyway. As for Miri, I always thought she had a beautiful spirit. You could see it if you took one look in her eyes. A piece of her fearlessness and burning passion would always show through. I thought that her spirit's vessel was becoming just as beautiful too. I wasn't the only one to notice. It was more than the other squires who started to give her looks. It was the knights too, and above them... I'm sorry. I can't continue writing this right now. The fury these memories bring me. I should retire now. Spirits know I need the rest. The handwriting ends in a messy blotch of ink as if your brother fell asleep right as he penned it. You look for the next page where the account continues. I mean, we called it. Is it any surprise at all? If you are ever lucky enough to share your life with the other half of your soul, Lynn, I hope you'll understand all that I've done and all that I continue to do. Let me return now to that awful time. Mirjam could ignore the looks. She could be modest and hold fast to her innocence, but that man's attentions didn't wane. You were not even a year old then. I saw the beautiful spirit I admired begin to wilt. I saw that dauntless soul grow fearful at shadows and jump at the slightest touch. She assured me it was only gifts and words and looks, nothing more, but that man didn't deserve to look at her. I confronted him. I had grown close to his height then and had trained myself not to tremble. I use words that I will not repeat here, nor will I immortalize what he said to me. All that mattered was that, for the blatant disrespect I avowed to my liege lord that day, I would be punished. I've told you that I lost my eye in a training accident. It was an accident, and it was done to teach me a vital lesson, that chivalry and honor are found not in justice, but obedience. I was to duel my teacher, a seasoned knight, with live steel. I was 15, but because I was young and my heart full to the brim with anger and a feeling I could not name at the time, there was no room left in it for fear. I fought with everything I had, with a fury I had never shown before, and for a split second I saw the terror flash through my teacher's face as it looked like I might kill him, until he brought his sword down on mine with such force the blade shattered and struck my face. What happened afterwards was a daze. I saw Miri leap forward, putting her body between me and the commander, standing dumbfounded with a broken blade. I heard that man scream, "You have killed my son!" That is when I laughed. I gritted my teeth and laughed as much as I cried through the pain. Cease your shouting, father. I'm not dead. Is the lesson over already? And then my consciousness slipped from me. I woke up to Miri crying over my bed, my face wrapped in bandages and blistering with pain. It burnt like fire beneath my eyes. My entire head pounded like it would split in two. I hate him. I hate you. Never do that to me again, she said between sobs. It's not your fault, Miri. I tried to laugh, but I'm sure I sounded more like a dying animal. It's better that it happened to me. You're too pretty to have a scar like this. You can't die before me, idiot, she sniffled. I'm not going to die. I mean it. If you die, I'll follow you. Those words hurt me more than the bloody wound on my face. Don't say that. Please. I have nobody left in the entire world except you, Tristan. If you don't want me to die, then live, damn you. I realized then that Miri, just like you, was my anchor. That without her, my world would drift apart. I wouldn't be able to name the confusing, muddied multitudes of what I felt as love until much later. How could 4 letters possibly contain the infinite depths and contours of what it means to bare your soul to another? Love is a gem with 1,000 facets, Lynn. It's the happiness I feel when I hear you laugh, the bittersweet pride in seeing how quickly you've grown, the worry when you're sick and the sorrow when your letters arrive saying how much you miss me. I miss you just as much, if not more. When the bandages came off, the sight in my right eye was gone. I adjusted quickly enough. I didn't need 2 eyes to use a bow, and a helmet limits every warrior's sight. I had a scar that all the other squires envied as much as they taunted me for. When I looked in the mirror, I could barely recognize myself. I suddenly looked far older than 15. In the years to come, I would earn many more scars. But I hated the first. It was a reminder that I let other men mark me. That I didn't have the power to protect myself, let alone what I held most dear. I was 16 when I first rode into battle alongside the commander. The excitement when we set off was enough to make me forget that soon I would bloody my hands with the guts and entrails of my fellow men. I was fitted for armor for the first time, a full suit from helm to sabaton. The sheer awe from the way it fit and moved with me, the pride I felt as if I were a true knight, how quickly that burnished steel would feel like a cage. We were headed south to punish rebels who dared disobey the crown. A summer campaign in the thick of a particularly dry and hot season. I was forced to cut my hair, but I saved the strands and fashioned a simple plume from it. Oh my god, your plume was a ponytail? That's actually kind of crazy. Okay, not unlike the gaudy feathers that adorned the crested helms of lords we marched with. That's ridiculous. Who knew that small act of defiance is what the bards would sing of in the years to come? You're nuts. Do you know what happened to Mirjam's family, Lynn? Just 5 years prior to our trek through the south, Ostera launched a short-lived invasion into Leaf. Their forces were routed and scattered. The enemy general, wounded, took the guise of a beggar and sought shelter at a small manor inhabited by a kindly knight and his wife and daughter. When he was discovered there, he was drawn and quartered, and the knight and his wife were burnt on the pyre. They didn't know who he was? It wasn't even like a real betrayal? The lords of the lands, Count Leitner, lost his brother and nearly all of his territory thanks to one mislaid act of kindness repaid in blood. For his part in capturing the general, my liege lord was given a quarter of the lands and, from what I'm sure he thought of as a mercy, took the knight's young daughter as his servant. I cannot know what Mirjam felt as we marched through the valley and plain in that awful summer heat. She slept fitfully each night with a dagger under her pillow and a great sword as long as she was tall on one side, while I slept on the other. I had not kissed her even once on the cheek at that time, though I had thought about it plenty. It was no different than when she fell asleep by my sickbed, or when I slept on the floor by her door whenever our master indulged too deeply in his cups. Besides that, we were far too anxious for carnal thoughts. We tailed the rebels to a wooded hill east of a town of Kvasser. Sir Dithard assembled the other lords to plan for battle. I was there only to fill his waterskin. The rebels were disorganized and had only evaded the army through luck, he exclaimed. Once forced to confront trained knights in battle, they would crumble like dust. We would meet them head on. That is when I blurted out what I thought was obvious. To do so would be to hand them every advantage offered by the terrain and be as good as walking into our deaths. The commander silenced me immediately, but the Lord General, Ernest von Heimdall, told me to speak. I pointed out how it was no accident they made their base where it was. To meet them in the open would be to let them harass us from the trees, where our force of armored knights would have no chance of charging. The upward trek in the thick dust from the dry summer would be of no help either. Lord Heimdall asked what I suggest. I tried to pretend my face wasn't burning and stated, as stone-cold as I could, force them from the hills, set fire to the trees. In the end, both knights rejected my plan, one warning me with an amused look of the consequences of careless destruction, and the other incensed that I had the gall to speak at all. That experience would be indicative of my relationship with the two men to come. Whenever we campaigned together, Lord Heimdall would ask for my presence, if only to vex the other lords, while Sir Dithard would either belittle my ideas or later, when I became a knight proper and commanded my own men, take credit for them. The difference is that the first would gradually become the man I could truly call my mentor, and the second would always see me as a thorn in his side. Forgive me. This was supposed to be a confession, not a military chronicle. By 18, Mirjam and I knew that our lives could only forge one path, together. It was on a hunting expedition we were unexpectedly dragged along to where, under the moon and woodland sky, she finally told me she loved me. She has always been braver than I could ever be. Imagine me, wherever you are when you read this, if I am not beside you. I am not the one who displays his affections easily. It's true with both Miri and with you, the two people I adore most in this world. I'm sorry. I've often wished I were a warmer, more open, less cold, less stony man. If I've ever caused you to doubt how precious you are to me, I truly am sorry, Lynn. Lynn, you've asked me why I carve candles for your mother and Miri's, but never my own. Since I was old enough to know I had a mother and that she was gone, I've wanted nothing more than to carve her name. We need her name to speak to her. I've begged your father countless times to tell me. Each time, the only answer he gave me was with his cane. The only time that man acknowledged my mother's existence was to curse her or lament himself. But he never relinquished her name. Sometimes I wonder if he ever knew it at all. If she was so insignificant to him, he'd forgotten it. Or if in a drunken stupor, he'd excised it from his mind like a curse. I don't know which I prefer. Is it even possible to forget the name of someone you once loved? I wanted so much to believe they loved each other, no matter how briefly. Because it meant that even if I was hated now, I was cherished once. Mirjam tells me that none of it is my fault, not my mother's death, though it was. Not my father's cruelty and hatred for me, though it must be. Not any of the miseries that were my naming gifts. But above all, I don't ever want you to feel what I do. You were loved, Lynn. Even if that man never loved your mother, nor did she love him, she did love you. I know that Mirjam and I can hardly make up for your mother's absence or your father's indifference. I know that she can often lose her patience with you and that you've had your differences in the past. But we love you so much, Lynn. You are the child we could never have, or the child we could never keep. No children was the rule we agreed on when we married. No child should inherit our debts nor that man's bloodline. We wanted nothing to come in the way of your succession as his only true-born heir. For many years we kept that vow. Now I write these words to you, but I write them hoping you'll never read them. I am so afraid. I am afraid I'll lose both of you. Tristan, meaning sorrow. I was given this name because I killed my own mother. How can I not be afraid that Miri could meet the same fate? How could I live without the light of my life? And if I have a son, an heir, if your father's blowline flows through me, what will it mean for you? I vowed to protect you, not to threaten you, not to force you into these noble vultures' games, but I'm selfish too. I pray now that the spirits too, for once in my life, grant me my desires and protect the ones I love, to let me have and take, to let the love of my life remain strong and hale, to grant me another daughter to cherish. We'll hide her from your father for as long as we're able. I hope you'll get to meet her someday. What? What? Do they have another secret kid? The text ends in the middle of the page. You reach for the next one with a heavy feeling in your queer ass. The last I wrote was before the siege ended, before Prince Caius and the Iron Beast fell. So much has happened. Too much. Oh, that's another name we should light a candle for. I write now as we march into Austera alongside the Crown's armies. My mentor remains at Rhymegrave along with... Oh, Miri, forgive me. Oh no, don't you know they're fucking? I ask the spirits now, whom have I offended? What great being have I challenged that my life's course is charted only through misery? I don't deserve to be alive. I don't deserve to exist at all. I have no purpose left now but to fight, and through fighting believe that at the very least I can protect you. My son was born in blood and chaos as the siege began to descend into terrible battle. I wasn't at my wife's side. I was out on the field. When I returned to her, never have I wished so much that I could take her pain and inflict it upon myself. We named our boy Tristan. We loved him, held him, cradled him, cherished him. But Miri remained weak after the birth. That weakness swiftly turned to fever. They told me there was nothing to be done for her, nor my son, born premature and sickly. They told me the fever would take them both. I wasn't in my right mind. I didn't even resemble something human. I went mad from the loss of good men and good friends, from the blinding cold day and night, from the starving and the sickness and the suffering. All because of Prince Caius and Austera. So when I knew that fiend had taken to the field to slay the revenant, I left too. I charged into battle without another thought. I let go of her hand. I left my wife and child on their deathbed, hoping I too would meet my end. I left Miri's side in my foolishness twice. But by what hand of fate am I alive now? Why do I remain when better men have fallen? Why does my stained soul endure while innocent ones are taken? I don't deserve it. Hero? Iron Slayer? I don't deserve these names. I don't deserve to be alive. I didn't even kill the beast. Souls are cleansed through flame, burdens lifted by the pyre. Those we loved find their way to the shore beyond the sunless sea through prayer and candlelight. But lamps and candles are in precious short supply in a siege. We abandoned our faith in humanity to preserve our bodies. We paid dearly for our folly. The revenant took a shape that resembled a war horse, though it stood far taller than any creature of this shore. It had grown to an immense size thanks to the countless bodies it feasted on. Its own body was twisted, formed from iron plates and rotting flesh from 100 limbs and 1,000 bones. Its long mane fell down its back, coarse and corpse-white. A single horn, long and sharp, jutted from the front of its skull. Wow, it's such a close parallel to Tristan's imagery. The long white, what was it called? The plume, the helmet plume, and then also the unicorn horn. But when I stared it down, ready to die, I saw not a beast, but my loyal friend's eyes. Snowy. I didn't kill her. I couldn't. It was Caius who did it. Caius who pierced her heart with his wooden spear like the hero in the tales. but not before being fatally wounded by her jaws. Broken and dying, he begged me to put him out of his misery. He would have suffered in agony had I not ended it quickly with my sword. I held him as the light faded from his eyes. I was still holding him, my sword run through him, red with his blood, when the other knights came up to me. To them, it looked like I had slain both him and the beast. I was too numb to speak. I thought it surely did not matter. My family must be dead, and I would soon follow them in the sunless sea. I couldn't even exact the vengeance I wanted. My enemy had sacrificed himself to save every soldier trapped in this frozen abyss alongside me. Somebody dragged me away from the noise and the cheers, stripped off my armor and bandaged my wounds, though all I wanted was to lay down in that field and never rise again. As soon as I gained hold of my senses, I returned to my wife and son, my Tristan, my joy. The only mercy the spirits have shown me thus was that he did not suffer long. But Miri has always been strong. I found her clinging to life, slipping in and out of delirium, fever still burning through her body. Every moment her heartbeat fluttered, I feared would be the last. I did not sleep for fear I would lose her as soon as I closed my eyes. Though exhaustion soon won, death did not. I thank the spirits to this day. I explained everything to Prince Raymond, how I was no hero. He ordered me not to tell another soul. I would be named Iron Slayer. His father would grant me a reward if I kept my mouth shut and kept fighting. We needed a hero on the front lines, he told me. Ostara's forces have been ravaged by the Revenant and the cruel winter, and now Lifthresser would strike back with twice the fury. I thought they would grant me the things my father never relented, that rightfully belonged to Mirjam. The manor she grew up in, the title of lady. I thought at least I could clear the debts we'd carried since adolescence. I was a fool. When my wife had barely returned from death's door, I left her again. Thrice, then, did I abandon her. And all for what? Another epithet, another horse. Weapons, armor, songs, gifts fit for a warrior, but not for a man who simply wished to build a home. Nowhere to settle, no place to shelter his loved ones. Only the knowledge that now it would never end. A hero can't be idle. He can't simply sit by and live quietly while his king needs him. I never wanted any of this. Not even his majesty would go against your father's wishes. Why should he? Why anger a true-blooded marquess at the behest of a bastard knight? Why listen to me? I, who am nothing but a failure and a fraud, who should be lying dead in that field? I'm so sorry, Lynn. I'm sorry your brother is not who you thought he was, that he's a coward, a cheat, and a liar, that he's the last person anyone should call a hero. If I am dead by the time you read this, I'm sorry for not telling it to you while I lived. I hope that I can end my confession here. I hope I will not live long enough to lengthen the list of my mistakes. And part of me hopes I'll be struck down in the upcoming battle and not have to face you and Miri again on this shore. I do not blame you if you despise me for everything I am, everything I have hidden, and everything I failed to be. You deserve to. I'm sorry, Lynn. I'm sorry for everything. I have no right to ask anything of you, but I pray that you remember one thing. I love you. I've always loved you with all my heart. Nothing will change this. I always have been and always will be your older brother. Love, Tristan. The shit blows. We definitely have to carve a candle. What was his name again? I can't read my own handwriting. Caius? I think it's Caius. Ah, bitch. I haven't saved in a hot minute. Okay. You stare at the final page held fast in your quivering gauntlet. Why can't they be happy? I know. We have to at least light candles for them. I feel like that's a must. Their words echo within you as if reading them has inscribed them into your steel skin. You wrote that you believed these words would bring me no joy. Indeed, they do not, brother. How could I ever despise you? Of course it would bring me little joy to know that you suffered. Why? Why did you hide it from me while you were alive? Why did you think I would ever despise you for it? I don't care if you weren't a hero. I don't care if you never lived up to the tales. All you needed to do was stay by my side. Oh my god. Of all things, you know what's playing in my head right now? Fucking Hamilton. It's That would be enough. These men, they never get it. These men never get it. Lobokan, I agree. I really needed to end stream like 2 hours ago and I'm still here. You set the pages down, your gauntlets shaking. You may have made mistakes, many of them. But so would I. You weren't alone in that, you fool. You weren't to blame for your misfortune. You endured cruelties nobody deserved. As did she. She betrayed both of us. She laid with Heimdall while you were yet alive. I would call her my bitter enemy until she died. But though she was a murderer, an adulterer, and a traitor, I know how deeply she cared for you, and how much she suffered for her love of you. My brother, I can only pray that, wherever you are, you're at rest now. May you, Mirjam, and the child you lost be together now, far beyond the sea. You turn your helm towards the altar at the window and gaze beyond the glass. Snow has settled over the earth. The moon reflects the land's pallid face, shining bright in a sea of stars. By its place in the sky, you know dawn will soon break. Can we light a candle for ourselves? You step towards that threshold where the abandoned altar sits and, without thinking, clear away the old candle stubs and shake off the dusty cloth. You set down the iron candlestick with its 3 bright flames at the very center. Next, you reach into your satchel and place. Oh, I'm missing something. I'm missing something. No, what did I miss? No. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. What have I done? What have I done? What did I miss? What could I possibly be missing? I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know what I left behind. Holy shit. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, this is the worst feeling in the world. As a gamer, this is the worst feeling in the world. Okay, fuck. Whatever. The veil. Do I have like limits to how much I can put down? You set your own ring down. You probably won't need it anymore. Let's put the pendant down. Let's put it all down. Let's put it all down. Put it all down, dude. The unseen letters bearing your brother's love and anguish go next. The words briefly flicker over the pages as you set them down near the candlestick, then fade away again. You place the urn beside the candlestick, wrapping it in the veil's gauzy embrace. You then reach for... I'm missing something! This is gonna drive me crazy! You put your satchel away, then kneel before the altar, your mail and plates clinking through every motion. The thin sounds echo within the hollow cavity of your being. Your Paulines, Greaves, and Sabatons scrape the floor. You have no eyes to close, so you withdraw within your visor. Listen. The room around you is still. The wind is a distant whisper. Not a soul save yours stirs. In the silence, you utter a plea that you can only hope the candle smoke will carry. May you be at rest now, beyond the sunless sea. May you be reunited with those you loved most. And may I count among them there, someday. May I find you, waiting for me to embrace you with open arms. Not with these limbs of steel, but as myself. 3 candles flicker, bathing the altar in a gentle golden glow while the light of the moon shines silver from above. Forgotten for so long, the memories they hold now have a new place to rest. The sea lies still. No threads entangle you. No dreams nor omens ensnare you. You feel not the cold of night, nor the warmth of candlelight, though both surround you. Here, in the present, a shell of what you were, still you persist. You rise from your Paulines and make your way out the room. I have my answers now. I know what my brother wanted, what he hoped for, what he dreamt so desperately of. Why he did what he did that day that ended his life and changed mine forevermore. But now, you look down upon your gauntlets. You have limbs no longer, but the blood has not been washed from your hands. The dark sea would turn incarnadine? Wow, that is a word I do not know. Like red, basically. The pinkish... Oh, I see. Karna. Okay, having the pinkish color of flesh. I see. As in like blood red. Okay. Got it. The dark sea would turn incarnadine should it allow you to cross to the shore beyond. Its endless waters would not wash you clean. Your stained soul would bloody it, turning the black waves red. Thus, the same choice you first faced in the banquet hall before you recalled your true self and true memories presents itself to you. Remain on the shore of the living or fall into the depths of oblivion, deep below the waters where the abyss awaits. Before you can weigh either option, a sound reaches you from the other end of the hall. We still have Edgar, bro. You haven't seen your burn yet. Bird. You turn your helm to the scraping tune of limbs. Oh no. The revenant's back? Bone and steel, not flesh. The hum of cold breath between colder plates. The percussive tapping of iron teeth. It appears from the dark, and it sees you. You don't stop to think. You run as fast as your sabatons can carry you, though you know it's fruitless. If I make it to the entry hall, maybe I can escape it. It leaps after you, quickly gaining. Your slow steel limbs join in a disjointed concerto of meadow on steel. 1 step, 3, 12. You dash through the exit of the servants' hall as your mail clatters erratically against your queer ass. I wonder if it's because I was missing something from the altar. Oh no. Can the revenant not rest unless I put everything to rest? Fuck. Moonlight from the high windows of the entry hall pool around you as you sprint for the dark into the night. The thing remains fast behind you. You're moving too quickly now to stop or pivot directions. With a split second to choose, you decide to... there's no timer actually, right? Can I save? Let's go to the Great Hall. I could describe your heroic efforts to reach the door and slip through, narrowly avoiding the creature's teeth. Who's I? Who is I? Hold on, this is like the second, maybe third time I've been like, who is the narrator? Or spin a tale of your valiant struggle to fight it off, two undead things in an undying duel. But that would be simply that, a tale. The reality is that your sabatons slip, and you trip on the rubble surrounding the door, landing with a thundering crash against the heavy oak. And then the creature is upon you. Pandemonium, hello! It begins with your limbs, snatching each one off like the wings of a roast partridge. Your plates scream as they break apart, your rivets and straps bending like paper. I could go on, but you feel it well enough without me describing it for you, don't you? Who are we? By the time the thing is done with you, a fine suit of armor is the last thing you resemble. Satisfied with its meal, it curls up in the rubble of its nest, snaps closed its metal jaws, and lays its head down to rest. Then it breathes, a full, yet contented sigh. As for you, with your tether in pieces stuck in the belly of an undead beast, nothing remains to anchor you to this world. You drift, you unravel, you sink. Deeper and deeper into a dark that buries all thought and sight. A lightless, soundless, bottomless sea, where what remains of you will never break free. Oh. Okay, so we were right, and that's Tristan. Oh! She wasn't wearing armor the last time we were on the menu screen. I need a screenshot of this. She looks so good in that. You look so good in that, dude. You look so good. Is there a way? Can I download these? Like, if I go to extras, can I? No? Damn it. Not in the options either? Okay. I sent you to main for realsies. Yeah, there's like a real ending this time instead of a false one. Okay, well, let's try castle exit. You veer sharply to your right, narrowly avoiding the rubble on the broken floors. Luckily for you, the doors are already open. You push them just wide enough to squeeze yourself through. And land upon snow-covered steps looking out at a world of white. You hastily ram the doors closed with your cuirass and pauldron, remove the wooden staff that miraculously hasn't fallen from your sash, and slide it through both handles of the great doors, buying you more precious time. The snow beyond the entryway is piled Pauline deep. You wade through the stillness, one agonizing step at a time. You struggle through it for what feels like hours, trying to cover as much distance as you can. All the while, you sink deeper and deeper into that blanket of white. At a sudden sound behind you, you tense and look over your pauldron, only to find you've barely made any progress at all. A thunderous crunch fills the night air as the wooden staff breaks in two. Then the heavy doors swing open. I could say that you put up a valiant fight against the beast, or that you stood unflinching as you met your fate. But the truth was that you simply wedged yourself too deeply into the snow to move. You could do nothing but stare, petrified, as the revenant leapt towards you, claws sharp and jaw unhinged, ready to tear you apart, piece by piece. What's left of you when it's finished does not at all resemble a suit of armor. Man, is this all the same? Yeah. Yeah, this is the same. This is the same. Oh man, is that it? Iron and snow? Do I have any options? Did I fuck myself with the... Huh! You dash directly across from the servants' hall, straight in front of you to the tower of piled rubble ahead. Wait, on the wall. The crank! Oh! I missed a line. You veer to the left, reaching for the contraption with outstretched gauntlets. You grip it, slamming into the wall with a force that nearly dents your pauldron and makes plate and mail scream. You pull with all your might as the creature follows you into the hall, leaping over rubble and stone. For a moment, all save the beast is still. Then a sickening screech fills the air as the iron halo plummets from the ceiling. Metal crashes into metal and flesh. The thing screams. The sudden force of the chandelier stops the beast in its tracks. It tries in vain to shake itself free, tangling itself even more in the heavy chains. Angered, it hinges its visor and begins to tear at the metal with its rows of sharp, sharp teeth. Ooh! Oh! Whoa! Oh, this is really cool, but I can't really tell what's happening either. You don't wait for it to remember you're there. While it's distracted you. Dude, I don't have a sword. I don't have a sword. No, I don't have a sword. I'm gonna run. You scurry through the hall while the thing is distracted, making your way to the pair of great doors that lead outside, already ajar. You push them just wide enough to squeeze yourself through and land upon snow-covered steps looking out at a world of white. Okay, this is all the same. The thing never appears behind you. The castle doors never break open. The thin staff holding them closed never splinters in two. Perhaps the revenant, satisfied by the meal you dropped on it, has no appetite left for you. And that is where I leave you. A lone, hollow night, trekking through the snow on a night soon to be swallowed by dawn. Lost, with nowhere to go, belonging to neither shore. Perhaps one day your soul will untether itself from rusted, ruined steel. Perhaps your spirit will be untarnished enough by then that the sunless sea will let you wade across. Perhaps you'll wander until your metal turns to dust, until that dust is carried by the wind, as the fragments of your soul scatter in 1,000 pieces into the depths of the abyss. But until that day, you walk, step by rusted step. Ending 10? I am out of options. This was the first time the Revenant showed up. And I believe we ran through the snow. What if I go into the tunnels? Your best chance of escape is back through the cellars where you can lose it in the tunnels. I know, 10 endings is a lie. At least that would be true if your pursuer were alive. But that thing is a revenant, undead. It will never tire. It will never grow weak or feeble like the living do. You don't know if it can even feel pain. That was why it had such an unfathomable feat that he should slay one. Well, he didn't, did he? Despite being larger and heavier than you, the creature is lightning fast. Oh, okay. I wonder... we literally lit a candle for Tristan. I don't know how many other candles... Like, I wonder if there's a mechanic there. Because there were like, you could light more candles for more people, and I didn't have any names on the top of my mind at the time. Suits of armor shouldn't spring to life and walk around either, you dimly think to itself. Okay, cool. Basically, we get eat in. Okay, okay. And then, is it another false ending, though? Because I think we died here. We died here, and then... Right. That was where we found out it was, like... we found out it's sister and not Tristan. Let's skip. I think it'll show us... Did I miss something? Okay, I did miss this veil. I didn't realize clicking the candle was gonna move me along. Does mending the stitches help you forget the lives you've ripped apart? Or is it worth it for you to bury your enemies? Heimdall, Ostera, her? Your own wedding veil. Okay. I think I'm gonna get us back to the candle. Could we have taken Miriam's claymore? I wonder. Yeah, I feel like that's the only thing I can think of. But I don't think I have a save file, so I'll just have to skip my way there. Okay, let's do that. I have to click everything, I believe. Skip. Okay, now we go this way. I believe we went this way first. I do wish we had more save files. And then I took the wood carving tool, but could I take the wax carving tool instead this time? Let's try it. Because it's one of his most prized possessions, so that makes sense, I think. Oh, okay. And then we have to Tristan. Imagine if you make a typo. You make a typo and then nobody's spirit can ever rest again. Okay, I think we're good. And then in her room we find the jar of ashes and the journal. But we have to unlock it first, and she at first attacks us. And oh, let's try speaking to her as ourselves. What do you think happens? Should I save? I don't know what this save file was though. This might be a good save file to load in. I don't really want to. Okay, well we tried all of these, so I'll just overwrite this one because we already have all of those. Okay, speak to her as myself. And perhaps one that she would pity. Dame, you fool, you don't remember her name. You're not welcome here. You won't take him. You won't take another from me again. Uh-oh. The spirit glides in front of you. You step back. Okay, and then she ices you again. You no longer stand in the castle. It's still the same. Yep, this is all the same. This we've all seen before. And then let's leave and go light candles. What could I have missed? It's pages of saves? Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh my god, it's so many saves. I could have been saving so many more. Holy shit, Fairy Slash. Thanks for spotting that. I did not see that at all. I legit thought we had 3 save slots. I was like, what kind of a VN gives me 3 save slots? Damn it. It's okay. Damn. Well. That's what I get. Okay. Was there something in here maybe? Unicorn. Let me grab a stick. Okay, this I already got. Barricading it won't be any use. Yeah, it probably lives down there. I don't see anything else that probably would have moved those boxes. Okay. Oh man, you're still mean to your son. Okay. If I could not even control my own flesh and blood, how could I control anything? Wow, this really is how the cycle of, like, abuse perpetuates. Rusty. Sorry about that. Edgar. That's true. I wonder what happened to Edgar. We should definitely carve a candle for Edgar. What? Oh, I think we... Oh, did I not get this cutscene? Is this the same sky that you saw, brother? Is this how you felt when you marched? Did this slow, monotonous tide of sunrise into sunset into blasted sunrise again tear at your mind? Oh my god, we did not get this one. When battle, brief, bloody, and inevitable, broke the silence. When you watched the men around you die, whether brethren or by your hand, did you feel the same nothingness that I do? I understand now why you never spoke of it, any of it, to me. I understand all too clearly that the glory I envisioned was nothing but a foolish dream. A feast for the ravens. Okay. I think we thoroughly explored this part. Oh, how do I leave? How do I leave? Here we go. I want something to remember the raven by, to be honest. Okay, I don't think this is the right way. Okay. Okay, this we've seen. This we've seen. We've seen. This we've seen. We've seen all this. Oh, don't have to carry ash. Okay. I don't think it's anything in this room. Like, we kind of took everything already. So was there something in the study that I'm missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Help. I wonder if the devs released a guide. Oh my god, it's quite far back. Oh shit. Okay, this we've all seen. Could we never have gotten... I feel like to get the true end you need her name. How do you get her name? Okay. I think that's everything. A dialogue about something being there? Being where? Okay, I think that's like all the dialogue here. I guess I've done it all. Damn. Under their bed in the shared room. Yeah, well, we went back and we got the papers, and that's how we... Okay, what am I forgetting? What am I missing? What am I not doing? You need to find a name you not only forgot but erased from history, hers. I think this is where we look for the letters, right? And then we read all the letters. I'm not going down there. Okay, fair enough. I feel like maybe it's the sword. I feel like what we need is the sword. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense, because Is there a way? Can we take the sword? Did I just not click the sword enough times? No, I feel like I did. Okay, well, I think we need to go light the candle now. Yes. Okay, cool. So, that's this way, this way. I can only think of the sword. The only thing I can think of is because think about like how poetic it would be, right? If the revenant that was Tristan is ultimately put to rest with the sword of his former lover, who also betrayed him in many ways, right? Literally skewering. Who am I typing in? Oh, Mirjam. Hopefully no typos. And then I think we need Tristan. Okay, and then I'm gonna save this with my handy dandy second page of save slots that I fucked up and didn't use. We're gonna carve so many more. Okay, you ready? Ernust. Oh my god, I wonder how many there are. Ernust von Heimdall. The man was my mortal enemy. A candle carved by me will amount to nothing. Do you light another candle? Okay, so they're like, don't carve for him. Freyr. I don't know who that is. That's your horse. That's your horse. You stupid motherfucker. My brother loved that horse. You carved the mare's name into a snow white candle. Oh my god, did we get scenes out of this? I have been rewarded. The air is alive with excitement. Rabbit feels it in every hair on her mane. Her fellows stamp and whinny, impatient as the two legs gesture and call to each other in pleased tones. Oh my god, we're getting a snowflower memory? I am a horse right now? A herd of them pass through the wooden structure that shelters Rabbit and her fellows. Horse favoritism. She peeks her head tentatively out of her stall to look at the ones that pass by. A large one screams loudly as he leads the strongest of her stallmates, Wild Mane, away by the reins, throwing his forelimbs in the air. She knows what today is. Her mother told her before she was taken away to learn to run and carry and obey the two-legged creatures she has known since birth. A day where she'll find something called a master. What is a master? Rabbit, when she was still called Snow, had asked. A master is a two-legs who belongs to you. He belongs to you. Now let's not get it messed up, okay? The two legs belongs to you. He protects your hooves with iron. He gives you oats and hay and cleans your coat and shelters you from rain and snow. In return, you must bear him on your back whenever he journeys and whenever he is summoned into battle. She has been so nervous she hadn't thought to ask what battle was. Are you frightened? Chestnut waves from the stall across from her. I hope my master won't be like that loud one, she replies. One by one the two legs pass her by and one by one the stall's empty. Midnight Black and Acorn go quickly after Wild Mane to no one's surprise. They're the sturdiest stallions right after him. Cobweb and Morning Fog Grey go after them. The two fastest twin mares, Large Spot and Dapple, go next. Oh my god, she was picked last. Eventually only she and Chestnut remain. Her mother once called her Snow. Her fellows called her Rabbit, white-coated, timid, quick to run. What will happen if I don't find a master? But the herd hasn't left yet. A pair of two legs remain, chittering softly to each other. So, these are the leftovers. How can you call them that? Look at this one. Isn't she beautiful? The two-legged colt that stands before her has a soft and gentle call. His mane is long and white like her mother's and like her own. Unlike others of his kind, it's loose and lopsided, obscuring one of his eyes. The filly next to him has a short and reddish mane. She crosses her forelimbs and sighs. Will she be much of a war horse? She seems so timid, I mean. No, look at her eyes. She has spirit. Chestnut neighs and the shorter two-leg turns to him. You can have her then. I'll take this one. What will you call him? Something fierce and strong and heroic. Freyr. Like in those books you read. Don't laugh, you spend longer than I do at the library. Fine. What will you call yours? She's white like snow, but that's too plain. Her new master was called Bastard, or One Eye, or Boy, or Hey You, among other names, but responded most happily to Tristan. Horse POV is actually so fun. But for her, he was simply Master. She liked all the names he gave her too. Snowflower and Snowy and Good Girl and Princess and Beauty, even if she didn't understand what they meant. He had gentle hands and always brushed her coat and cleaned her hooves carefully. He was never forceful and never pushed her to run too fast or too hard. She hoped the gentle days with him would last forever. Battle was frightening, noisy, and terrible. Snowflower hated it. But her duty was to protect her master, so she endured. She charged ahead even when she was scared, even when she was cold and hungry, even when it hurt so badly. Even when the sharp lance point had pierced her side and every step hurt and hurt and hurt and her muscles screamed, she had to get him to safety, even if it cost her her life. But what would happen to her master now? What would happen when she was gone and nobody would be left to carry him? How could she abandon him in this terrible place? How could she repay him like this? How could she be such a terrible steed? I want to stay with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to stay. I want to stay. I want to stay. I want to stay. Oh, that's why he saw her in the Revenant, because nobody ever lit a candle for her. In that bloody field, the being that once was Snowflower lay there for a long, long time. She didn't know how long, only that when she did wake up, she was cold and so very, very hungry. She did not hunger for grass or oats, not even for apples or carrots. Her body felt larger than she was used to and made strange sounds when she moved. She felt lethargic, too. Her limbs moved awkwardly. But though she was hungry, nothing seemed to hurt. She wondered where her master was, but not for very long, because the hunger was all she could focus on. She gorged with her new teeth on whatever she could find. She could feel herself growing stronger as she did. New armor grew over her limbs, becoming part of her, light and lithe, unlike the heavy pieces of steel she used to wear when she was her master's steed. Where was he? Why did he abandon her? Why did he leave her to lie in that cold, cold field for so long? Why did he hate her? Why did everyone try to hurt her now? Didn't she suffer enough? Well, at least nothing could pierce her iron flesh, nothing yet. Oh, mistletoe. What? The first revenant was killed by a wooden spear growing with mistletoe. That's how it goes in the stories. That's how it goes in Ostara stories. All right, but they're only stories. We have nothing left to try. Do you see any mistletoe growing here? No, but we have wood. No way, was this the secret hint I needed to beat the revenant? Snowflower's name on the candle? That's incredible. That's so cool. All the noise was growing troublesome. The thing that once was Snowflower wanted quiet and something to fill her stomach. So when the knight charged at her on his poor warhorse's back, aiming a crude wooden spear at her heart, she roared and ran, hoping to tear him apart and chew on his armor and suck out the iron from his flesh. Oh my god, Snowflower, my brother's steed, was the revenant he slew? A wooden spear through the heart. Was that truly all it took? Something as simple as that? Well, I suppose it wouldn't be simple to reach past the teeth and claws of something that moves so blindingly fast. Do you light another candle? Yeah, actually, I have more. I still have Edgar. I miss you, my friend. That really is a deep cut, literally and figuratively. You take a small candle and carve the raven's name into the wax. Edgar memory! Oh! Bird! Please, please, can he come with us, brother? That's a wild animal, Lynn. You can't keep it as a pet. But he's hurt. I can take care of him. I'm really great with birds. You watched me at my falconry lesson. Oh, you watched me at my falconry lesson, Lynn. No. What did he say? He could hurt you. No, he won't. He's friendly. The white raven is the symbol of her house, darling. I think it'd be bad luck not to take it with us. Yes! Mirjam is right! If both of you say so. Oh. Edgar. I remember now why you would always torment my brother. You held a grudge against Tristan from the moment you met, didn't you? I suppose we were alike in more ways than just our white hair and feathers. That's so fucking cute. Okay, last one. The Prince of Ostara, whom my brother slew on the same night he killed the Revenant. Would I learn anything about the beast and how my brother slew it if I lit this candle? You carve his name into the wax and light the wick. Our kingdoms may be in conflict, but I have no quarrel with you, Sir Tristan. No quarrel with me? Because of you, my men have suffered and starved for months. Because of you, my best friend is gone, and now my wife and child lie on their deathbeds. A child here. Then Lady Mirjam was... You may have no quarrel with me, Prince Caius, but I have 1,000 reasons to kill you. The only reason I still draw a breath is so that I may drag you with me into the sunless sea. Does the princess do anything? The princess? What was her name again? Can your vengeance wait until we stop that beast from devouring both our armies? Caius' sister, you mean, right? Her name is, I don't know. Oops, I didn't mean to overwrite that, actually. I meant to, that's fine, whatever. Do you think somebody's made a guide? Since we're here anyway, I might as well. Hold on. What about the grandson? Tristram? Well, the grandson was... Oh, that's true. The grandson was Tristram. Good point. I've known at least a dozen Tristrams in my lifetime, none of whom I was particularly close to. Your own grandson, Sigmund? Save for my very much still living grandson. Oh, he's not dead? How do you know? You don't know what year it is. You don't know what year it is. Oh, do you know what year it is? She might know what year it is. Let's see. Maybe there are, maybe achievements? Let me check the achievements list. Winter night. Okay. There's 72 achievements and I only have 32 of them. Oh dear. Yikes. Okay, well, since we have the... I feel like maybe we'll have more options now facing the Revenant. But I just wish there were a way to learn the name of Tristan's mother. I feel like... But where? Where would that be? Where would that fucking be? Where would that even... Could it be Margaret? No, that's just his... That's just his... His favorite flower. Yeah, I think it's after encountering the Revenant. I agree. But I guess that's it, dude. I think we've done it. Hold on. Wait, actually, there's still frost over here, so there's something we haven't clicked. Broken glass. Was this Ostera's doing or that beast's? Okay, so she regrets never clearing the Revenant off of this place, which makes sense. Okay. In which case, I think we go back through the front hall. Ghostly feathers. Is it 'cause we lit a candle for Edgar? This suit isn't very shiny anymore, but I know a bird who loved to use armor as his perch. Is it you, my friend? The presence flits onto your helm, then off again, leaving the air around you lighter. The last few steps pass with ease as you find yourself in the entry hall, worn but unscathed. Oh. No. No. Okay. Oh, it's different because we spoke to her earlier as ourselves. I'm not here to take anything from you. I only want to understand. You still don't understand. Leave. There's nothing here I can take from you. My brother and your children, they're all beyond the sea. They're not here anymore. I can't leave. Tristan forgot him. Nobody's left to remember him but me. He didn't forget. He wrote it in his letters for you. You fish through your satchel for the pages, holding them close to the candlelight. You find the final letter and read it aloud. I will always be the boy who kissed your hand under the moonlight. The man whose breastplate you pinned a rose to. The father of the child whom you gave my name to. Whose memory I keep in my heart always, forever. I haven't changed. All I want is a new beginning, a new life with you. I love you. Yours forever and true, Tristan. He didn't forget. He didn't abandon us. Oh, I got an achievement for that. She's gone. She's gone. Okay, I'm gonna click the shit out of this sword. That's kind of it, dude. I think honestly it's the wooden stake that's gonna kill the revenant. That's why in the other endings, the bad ends where you just die in the jaws of the revenant, you use the stake to like block the door handles, because you should be using the stake to stab it. Oh my god, this was so long. I forgot how long it was. Okay. You are not King Arthur. Okay, I think we are good. Now we go to read the final letters. Oh, this was long too, huh? Prepare the altar. Okay. I think I'm still missing something though. Yeah, I still just have these. I'm still short one thing. I really wonder what it is. Am I really? There's just something I have to do? Like I didn't. I'm gonna look it up. Fuck. How do I... Oh, you found it? The final item is typically found by investigating your old quarters or following the mystery of your former lord's crest. Following the mystery of your former lord's crest. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, Cassia! Cassia! How did you remember that, Jade? That's crazy. Okay, well... Oh! Huh. Why can't I stake it? Why can't I stake it? Let's watch it. Do you not still have your stick? Did you not take your fucking stick with you, you dumbass? That thing can speak? Does it still have a mind? A soul within it? You watch it tear off what's left of the iron halo, then swallow the chains whole, the pieces rattling and scraping against his teeth as they slither down its maw. Maybe we need mistletoe? Or maybe just a wooden stake. Like, I don't think it's that deep. Finished with its unexpected meal, it turns to you. I mean, it's not hungry anymore. My armor. Sisters. Lynn. The beast stares at you with two luminous blue eyes through the chink in its face. Its helm. Its silvery mane billows around it with every movement, tangling itself in its twisted appendages. Your brother's words, describing the beast he once faced, come to mind. Souls are cleansed through flame, burdens lifted by the pyre, but lamps and candles are in precious short supply in a siege. We abandoned our faith in humanity to preserve the bodies. We paid dearly for our folly. The Austerians left this place, and the souls within it, to rot and fester. No bodies were ever recovered, not my knights, not my brothers. Why would they light candles for their enemies? Why would they waste time on rites? In a place like this, a haunting ground of despair and regret, how could I possibly, foolishly, believe his soul had escaped and found rest? The revenant turns its head and neck in a languid motion. It moves lethargically now, weighed down by its meal. But you could still fit in its stomach. As it plods towards you, the pale blue discs of its eyes trained on your armor, you... I mean... You mirror its slow steps, treading carefully as you draw closer to it. It swivels its head cautiously as it stares at you, eyes unblinking. Not a thief. No, this place was my home. Home. You save, lol. Yeah, exactly. Brother, is it you in there? It's me. Lind. Lynn. Dangerous. Leave. The danger is gone. Ostara is no more. Everyone who's ever hurt me is in a grave now. You lived a very vengeful life, it is true. You step closer and closer as the creature does the same. Close enough that you can feel the wisps of its mane, the tendrils of its undying breath upon your plates. You extend your gauntlet towards its helm, where a sharp, dagger-like horn protrudes from its skull. And then you see, hear, and feel dark. You feel the lapping of waters, neither gentle nor cold. Nothing lies beneath your sabatons. You drift, neither sinking nor floating. Blackness is all you can see. Oops. Blackness and fog, like a shadow of the mists on the boreal sea. A glint of silver shines in that impossible dark. You wade towards it. Brother? He, too, drifts, half submerged in the dark, gazing down at the waters as if his reflection will reveal itself in its mirrorless surface. Tristan! Can you hear me? That voice. She's much younger than you are, but you remind me of my sister. It's me, brother. Lind. Lynn? When did you grow older? Why are you wearing armor? This is the sunless sea, brother. Then you died too. I failed you. No, you didn't. I escaped that day. I survived to carry on and rebuild our house. I lived a long life. I had a son and a grandson. I avenged you and defeated Ostara. I made sure everyone knew you were a hero. I'm not a hero, Lynn. I was never a hero. I understand now why you believed that. I read the letters you left for me, Tristan. But even if you weren't a slayer of princes or monsters, you were still a hero to me. No, I don't deserve to hear that. I failed you. The spirit of your brother has not looked up once. Still, he refuses to meet your eyes. You've dreamt many times of meeting him, again, beyond the living world, of the words you'd say, of the answers you'd demand. But that was the past you. All her words die on your tongue, cold as the corpse you left behind. You consider now what you truly wish to tell him. This is another good save point, I think. You did fail me, brother. You never told me anything. Why did you keep me in the dark? All that father did, all that you had to suffer, why didn't you let me know about any of it? What would it have changed? You're older, wiser than the girl I failed to protect. I'm sure you can think for yourself. Why did that man, your father, give you everything you desired? Because he loved you? Because you were his true-born child? No, because you didn't challenge him. Not like I did. To him, you were a dutiful daughter, one who worshipped him and never questioned him. He could never see you as a thorn in his side. If I had told you the truth, if you had seen him for the monster he was, I know you would never have stayed silent. You have too good a heart, Lynn. I had to pretend I was happy, or you would have known his cruelty like we did. Every time I get a sibling illustration, I'm so cheesed. That isn't fair. How could you let me live out a farce of happiness while you suffered? We're not gonna ask how he ate the chandelier. Oh, good night. Come on. I wasn't lying when I called you my hero, Tristan. You were that and so much more to me. You were my teacher and my guardian. You were more my father than that man ever was. The only thing I needed to be happy was you. It's my fault. Stop blaming yourself! It was father's cruelty that made you act as you did. It wasn't any fault of yours. But I did fail you. I failed everyone. I failed to save anyone. I failed my family. What happened to Mirjam and your child wasn't your fault either. You know about Tristan? Then you know it's my fault he died. Miri and I left for Rhymegrave thinking we could raise our child in secret from your father. But then the war started. Had we only remained where it was safe, my son could have lived. Had I not taken to battle, perhaps I could have. You couldn't have known Tristan. You did what you thought was best. It wasn't only that. I thought I could still fix everything if I kept fighting. I abandoned my wife when she needed me most, to fight for a king that would grant me nothing but empty titles. I ruined everything I still had. That isn't your fault either. You deserve so much more for your sacrifices. I would have rewarded you in his place had you told me. It was too late by then. I had already lost everything. Mirjam's love, my son, my honor, and my conscience. The only thing left was your happiness. I could not bring myself to tear down your world and let you see the cruel truth. Maybe, in time, I would have told you. But then, on the day of the tournament, the princess arrived to avenge her brother. It was me who drew her here. If I hadn't taken credit for slaying Caius, the deaths of everyone here was all my fault. No, none of it was, Tristan. I know the guilt you feel. I know what it means to have the death of hundreds, if not thousands, weigh on your shoulders. Every time I marched into battle, I knew countless men would die. I could only pray that the choices I made would lead to worthy outcomes, that the sacrifices wouldn't outweigh the costs. I failed countless times. I made mistakes far worse than you did. I would curse my lack of foresight again and again, but in time I realized nothing about the future is known. You and I both acted as we thought best, for what we thought would lead to the greater good. It was fate that twisted those decisions into senseless tragedies. Lynn, you suffered through so much, didn't you? I only wanted to protect you, but I made you live in a world far more cruel than what I faced. I'm so sorry. It was a cruel world. It was a cruel life. But the cruelest fact was that you were no longer in it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, brother. I'm sorry I ever took you for granted. I'm sorry that I put my happiness and desire before yours. That I was never a sister you could share your pain with. That so many times I only made you suffer more. But I'm happy and thankful that you were my brother. I'm grateful even now that we could spend those brief years together. Thank you. Lynn, my precious sister. Your brother's spirit grows lighter before you, free from the waves, quickly fading away. Will I see you again, on the other side? Someday, brother, but not yet. You've walked the earth for decades. You've paid your time. You deserve your rest now. But I still have years to wander, penance to pay. Will you wait for me until I find you again? Of course, Lynn. Always. Even old and wrinkled as you are, you'll always be my baby sister. Wrinkled? This is how I looked in my prime! The fading spirit gives you a smile, one that reaches his good eye. He really does look like his mother, oh my god. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Lynn. I love you. I'm so cheesed to get like a story about deep, complicated love, but it's not romantic. I mean, there were romantic elements, of course, but like the center of this story was about two siblings. And like not exactly, you know, not a simple sibling story by any means. You awaken in the entry hall again, dust and debris surrounding you instead of soundless waves. The beast's form, your brother's remains, lie slumped on the floor, unmoving. No eyes blink from behind its visor, no breath moves through its lifeless jaws. You press a hand on its form, softly stroking its mane, then rise. Thus begins my penance. You survey the ruins around you. I suppose I'll tidy up this place first. It might take the good part of a decade in my condition. I certainly don't expect to hire any servants as a ghost. He should be beyond the sea by now, but my brother's body still needs a proper pyre. And then, well, we'll see what happens next. I'll see if any other souls here have yet to find their rest. Perhaps I'll wander outside when spring comes. You gaze upward as dawn's light streaks through the windows, bringing life into the empty hall. Golden light shines on white stone and blackened metal, bathing the room in warmth that even the winter wind cannot keep hidden. Perhaps I'll go far beyond the castle grounds someday, see the other sides of my crimes. But today, and here, is where I begin. I'm so weak to stories about new beginnings. Like penance and new beginnings. We got the true end! That's all I wanted! Yippee! Oh, yes! Oh, we did it! Ah! It's like a strong metaphor for trauma and penance and new beginnings. It was really beautiful. That was good. How typical of me to cry the most over the happy ending. Oh, I'm so happy for her. There's so many endings, guys. I only got 4 of them. Mr. Chan, great timing. Oh, I love games that hurt me. Said farewell and saw the sunrise. Oh, shit! Years later. The scratch of a quill against parchment fills the quiet of early morning. A man sits at a writing desk, pauses, then takes a glance out the curtained windows. Yeah, the stab him option was grayed out, and I'm like really curious how you unlock that option. I had the stick with me, you know? Maybe if we like don't use the stick to fish the letters out, but then you can't set the altar up. I think you have to read the letters to set the altar up. I don't know. A man sits at a writing desk, pauses, then takes a glance out the curtained windows. Oh, she did say Tristram was still alive. I wonder if that's who we get to see. Fragile spring leaves grace the bare branches of trees. Blossoms tentatively unfurl their petals in the sun. You need all 6 items to get every ending. Oh. The soft golden light turns his silver hair stark white. He rests a moment more, then returns to the parchment before him. Yeah, that's Tristan. Oh my god, did you go excavate? Okay. We discovered the remains of 138 bodies in the ruins. We held a funeral right there in Greywall, then transported the ashes to the capital, where they'll be laid to rest at the Kingsfield Cathedral. I remain here now to oversee the vigil. What's baffling is that the bodies were already laid out and arranged, however, as if someone had prepared them for the pyre. This was after they had been decaying for years, meaning it was the work of an unknown intruder, not a remorseful enemy. Whoever did this left no clue as to their identity or motives. One can only wonder if it was a miracle performed by the spirits themselves. Among the ruins we found priceless objects, including paintings, jewelry, and furniture belonging to my grandmother and the Winter family. Maybe you can stab him if you choose to stay angry with him. Oh, I could see that dysentery dove. It just hit me what your username was. I believe the most valuable among them, however, were the letters and diaries belonging to my grandparents. With them, I hope to tell the complete tale of my mother's mother, Lady Mirjam, and restore her name to light. Though the expedition was a success, I confess I'm rather disappointed we didn't find the suit of black armor given to my grandfather, Sir Tristan. I would have liked to display it in tribute to his memory. But I suppose, if he was as humble a knight as they say, he would have protested against such a thing. As the tale of Castle Greywall comes to a close, I hope that even some small part of my grandmother's soul can finally be at peace. Referring to Tristan as grandfather is interesting. I know she gave you a difficult time during our courtship. Thank you for understanding and forgiving her, and not running away. It would have made me an incredibly lonesome man. Please give the children my love, but I beg you, dearest, don't share the most gruesome details with them. We hardly need a repeat of what happened after reading the tale of the Revenant. With all my love, Tristram. Nom, nom, nom. Music, art, story, GUI programming, and sound design by NDSys. Is this a solo dev situation? I don't even know. Piano also by NDSys. That's crazy. I'm glad Tristram found love even though Lynch never did. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Special thanks to my supporters, including my Sentinels of Ash. Thank you for playing. I think this is a solo dev situation, which means maybe it's the same person who did the art, the writing, the art, the UI, and the music. People are crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking insane. Did this take like 13 years? No, I think it originated in a game jam or something. There's dev notes I was reading that was like, oh, I like redrew a lot of the art so that it wouldn't look so rushed. That was wonderful, worth every minute. I strongly agree. That was a truly like immersive piece. Fuck, yeah. Damn. Oh, wow. Okay, I probably could have broken that into literally, like, on top of today's stream, 2 more streams after, but I'm glad we kind of binged through that in one sitting, too. There's something about binging a visual novel, you know what I mean? A game jam, the whole VN from a game jam is incredible. A lot of visual novels originate from game jams. This one I don't know for sure, but there are dev notes where they're like, the dev is pretty clear that they had to, like, redo a bunch of it because a lot of it had been done in a hurry, which makes me think it is a game jam, but... yeah, many games are almost completely self-made. Toho, for instance, is infamous for it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like one of the most famous is like Toby Fox, right? I just like, oftentimes when I find a visual novel, it's like the writers, the artists, and the musicians are often different people. That's what I'm used to seeing, especially in something as like polished as this one was. So for it to all be one person is genuinely kind of terrifying. That's so wild. That's so wild. There's someone who got all the endings on another, there's like a video I'm looking at here, and I'm like wondering, I really would like to find that final item. I'm just quickly skimming through the drawing of the mother. So we could have gone back to get the drawing. How do you get the drawing? Maybe if I search specifically for the drawing, we can find out. I like high-key I just want to know, while we're still here like bathing in the beauty of the true ending, the drawing for the game dev is super difficult when you just solo the whole process. Yeah, exactly. Solo devs are always did we finish the game? We did. We got the true end. What I'm confused about is we got the drawing. We saw it in the drawer, but we weren't allowed to take it with us. How How do we... Drawing. I don't know how to... I'm Googling real hard, but this is a new game and it's quite deep niche. I don't know how to find more information. Oh no. Yeah, this was a submission to Jose Jam 2025. It was a game jam. That's so crazy. No generative AI used. Author is Indices. Yeah, oh no, what do I do? How do I get the fucking drawing? How do I get the fucking drawing? Fuck. Huh? I guess I should save that I got the true end or something. Oh no, that's just the same. I see, it's because I'm loaded in somewhere. Never mind. Was it Cassia? Oh. I mean, fair. Okay. Okay, I need the drawing. I need the drawing. Can we do print screen? Oh, sorry. Yes. Wait, what do you mean, can we do print screen? Can I go back in here and take it? Another game called Trail of Stars. Yeah. Can I not? I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take the drawing. Well, then what can I? Where can I? Where do I? How? Surely there's a way. Yeah, there's Trail of Stars. The one that keeps getting recommended to me is It Pains Me. I've exhausted truly every option. I've been looking for the drawing and I found nothing. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's gotta be this. It's gotta be this, right? Like, what else could possibly be the drawing? Unless there's another drawing? I've truly checked everything. Something in here. Something in here. Oh man. I don't know. Is it much earlier in the game? Try carving Cassia. Oh, I already did it, JW. Oh, did you miss it earlier? I did it. It's she had a line of dialogue that was like there's no way in hell. Hold on. I think I've maybe clicked too many things. Yeah, she was something like, there's no way in hell I'm gonna carve the name of the mad woman who killed my brother, I think is the line that I remember her saying. It was just one line. It was like really, really short. Oh, this is, oh, she's musing on her own motherhood. Did you get 2 veils or 1? 2 veils or 1? Well, let's see. Let's see. Inventory. Half of a wedding veil. I have half of a wedding veil. That's it. Oh. A lot of reflections on her son. My bad for not reading all of them. You hope his spirit is gone from here. Okay, that's thoroughly exhausted. Well, then that leaves only... at the end, apparently there's 2 veils. Each one is an item. There's 2 veils and each one is an item. Where are you seeing that? I don't think... we took the veil already. The veil was from the satchel. There's nothing else in here. And when you leave this room, it doesn't let you go back in the hallway. And when you come into this room, the only option is to read the letter, after which your only option is to light the altar. So... You're still going? Yeah, I really want... I got the true end, and now I really want to know... there's like an ending I'm not getting because I'm missing an item, and I can't figure out how to get it. Yeah, it's just so I watched the other stream, the other VOD that somebody posted, and over here, like the gap over here says the drawing, and I'm just like, what is the drawing? Like, where do I get the drawing? All we have is the drawer and the sword. Yeah, there's like not a whole lot to work with here. I've clicked everything there was to click at this point. And I can't find any guides that say anything about the drawing. It needs us to recognize the woman. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I'm not seeing anything. It's like pretty hard to... I think this person, like, it's so early on that I think they got it in like an earlier playthrough. It's her portrait in the drawer. Yeah, but it wouldn't let me take it. I couldn't take it for some reason. So I don't know. Because there is another veil. That's true. That's when Sieglind wakes up, like, or rather, we have her like grandmother memory. Can we clip from VOD? Yeah, for sure. I just read check the armory and bedroom. We already checked. We fully exhausted the armory, and bedroom. So that's not it. How did I... Yeah, this doesn't let us take it. This just... It's just infinite clicking and nothing happens. Fuck. Can I carve my own name? Does not seem proper. Even if it was, I'm not worthy of one. I mean, now that we know that the true end is her, like, wandering, we're gonna be the guide makers. Damn. Okay. Well, maybe I have to give up. I feel like at least from that load point, I've tried everything. Yeah, I can't figure it out. I can't see anything. Yeah. I would have to like full on watch someone else's entire playthrough to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, how are you guys also searching for it? Hi. Yeah. That's it is what it is. All right. Well, at least we got the true end. Oh man, I was really hoping that just by clicking, it's never possible to stab the beast. Oh, you can never do it. Oh, okay, interesting. Let me try from this point one more time. 'Cause from here, we've already seen all this. Okay, from here, I was like, could it be this veil? No, I definitely exhausted all of the options here. There's no, and we're in the past here, so it wouldn't, there'd be nothing to take with you because we're not in the armor here. The scissors. They got the stab the beast ending on Steam. Yeah, I feel like it's gotta be true. Probably if you just say some really rude things to your brother. Okay, that's truly clicked everything here. We already did all this too. I clicked all of it. Fuck. Who am I? Is it Mirjam? I don't even remember. Like, where am I? Oh, your brother's name. Okay, okay. I already tried all of this. This is not new. Who does the sword belong to? It's Mirjam's sword. There's nothing else here. I'm just like frantically mousing over everything. I feel like the stab the beast ending probably actually isn't even that hard, to be honest. What happens if we force past her, actually? Oh, I guess I already have a save point for that. Let's try it. You ignore her and stride through the doorway. But as soon as your steel plates collide with her misty form, cold pierces your shoulder. Ooh, do we die? This might be an ending. In a shadowy cell. Oh, nope, it's just the same. It's the same. We end up here again. The feather. I just feel like doesn't the feather feel like a a hint of something? Do you think it was just to remind us that Edgar was there so that we could light a candle for Edgar? I've done all these interactions because they're flashing. From the dev themselves about stabbing the beast. Oh. From the dev themselves. Not every name that you can enter is written for you in the codex. For the devoted achievement, you also need to meet certain story and stat requirements. You need to have played both Lind and the Knight as kind rather than selfish and convinced. Blank to stop in the cellars, otherwise... Oh, you can actually convince Blank to stop. The Knight will refuse to carve a certain character's name. Not every name belongs to a human character, yeah. For endings 6 to 7, see this post. The Knight learning who the previous revenant was on their own before the final... The wood carving tool. You can deal with the... Oh, I see. I have the wrong carving tool. That's okay. I don't really care about the stabbing ending. I want the painting. The drawing, rather. The grayed out choice is never selectable. It represents the Knight's desperate wishes, a delusion they want to believe in but can't bring themselves to. Oh, that's like some of the grayed out options, not all of them. I guess I was just, to stab it, I just needed the wood carving tool, it sounds like. But I need a whole other thing right now that isn't any of those things. Damn it. 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 Ah. 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 I'm clicking everything. Ah. Ah. I'm gonna... Oh, this is suffering. Oh, God. The feather. Why does it feel like the feather was some kind of a hint? Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Man. 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 Why can't I take it? Why can't I take it? Why won't you let me take... What? I don't even know what I just clicked. Okay. It's a childhood drawing? Oh, okay. Okay. So it's not that. I've been focusing on the wrong item. A childhood drawing. So it's somewhere in... It's somewhere in the bedroom then? Childhood drawing? Childhood drawing. The shared room? Could it be a shared room thing? Something I missed in the shared room? To do that, I would have to load in... Well, where would I need to load in? Oh my God, I'm starting to... Is it from here? After carving all the names that I needed to. Okay. I also thought I clicked everything in the shared room. Yeah. Childhood drawing. A childhood drawing. A childhood drawing. Did we not search everything here? I don't know. Oh my God, I just realized there's like names here that I could have been carving names for this whole time. Inventory. We have a ring, amber pendant, letters, 2 halves of a wedding veil. Oh, that's a typo, I just realized. I've seen very few typos in this game, which is always really impressive for a visual novel as long as it is. Did I not click everything? I think I clicked everything. Yeah, that's truly everything. A childhood drawing. A childhood drawing. There's nothing left to interact with here. Fuck. Shit. I wonder if it's like way earlier in the game and I just fucking missed it. Okay, well, maybe it's cooked. All right. Oh shit, I'm late for a meeting actually. Damn, I didn't realize I would go to almost 6 hours. That's fucked up. That's my bad. I locked in too hard and I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle not getting the final item. It was bothering me so much. I was so right when I said this was gonna ruin me. Let's go to the title. All right. Well, thanks for joining for a stream that was triply as long as I planned for it to be. That's on me. I had planned for it to maybe go a little over. I didn't realize how over. But I tried. I actually feel like I'm happy with the endings we saw. Like after the true ending, I was pretty satisfied already. So I'm pretty okay with not knowing. I just have to make peace with not having the item. Like at this point, I don't even care what ending I'm not getting from not having the item. I kept looking and found nothing. Yeah, me too. All right, I am literally late for a 7 p.m. meeting, so I'm gonna go do that. So I guess we're not raiding anyone. Helsing Games, hello, welcome. You're catching us right as we're leaving, but welcome to chat. All right, no raid, I gotta go. But that was really good. I really enjoyed, I feel like themes of like memory and identity are always, you guys know those are some of my favorite themes in games. And this one paired it with things that I'm not, like, I don't really, like, tragic type stuff doesn't normally get me, which is why, like, I didn't really cry until, like, she was like, and now, like, I haven't, like, this is my atonement and then my new beginning. I was like, like, it wasn't until that vibe hit that I was like, oh, that slaps. But yeah, I think I really enjoyed the true ending on this one in particular. And I think a lot of the twists were really well delivered. I think it's hard to pull off twists like that, but I was also in a game of this format, I think it's natural to kind of let yourself be led around by the nose. And I think probably my most unexpected, like, delightful moment was getting like an entire horse POV. Like a really involved and really sad horse POV for Snow Blossom. So it was really fun. Snow Blossom was my Snow Blossom and Edgar were my 2 favorite characters of this game. Okay, cool. Whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, have a wonderful time of day. Thank you for joining me for a very long conclusion stream. I'll be back tomorrow at my normal stream time for more Genshin. We're heading back to Natlan for pre-Nod Cry Prelude stuff. And then I'll ask you guys about whether I need to clear some world quests before we hit Nod Cry. But yeah, okay. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, and if you actually, I should always say, if you want to support the developer, here's their itch.io page. Here you go. All right. See you guys next time. Bye-bye. Bye. We'll just let the sad music play us out, okay?